Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Every Possible Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Please stay with my mom and Eri during this. Once she hears what's going on, she's going to panic and I don't want Eri to get scared. Also, could you ask Nizu to have someone guard my mom and Eri? I wouldn't put it past Shigaraki to try and get at me through them. Don't worry, Izuku. I'll make sure to do that, All Might assured him, then noticed Izuku's cape. Where did you get that cape? It was my grandma's, Izuku said, turning to face All Might. Your MSTR is my grandma, and Shigaraki is my cousin. So in a way, it's like All for One and the first user are fighting all over again. All Might was taken aback, realizing that his MSDR's grandchild stood before him, effectively making Izuku his son. Wear the cape with pride, Izuku, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know you've already made her proud. Thank you, Dad, Izuku replied. Meanwhile, Garaki looked down at Shigaraki, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Your body is slowly accepting it. Soon, you'll be able to use all the quirks our MSTR once held. What has our spy told us? Shigaraki asked between red breaths. The heroes are going to attack soon, but he doesn't know much else, Garaki replied. I'll have one for all, but first, I want to make him suffer, Shigaraki said, a sinister smile creeping across his face. How so? Garaki inquired. Kill his mother and bring me that little girl. She has a quirk I can use to heal my MSTR, Shigaraki declared. Very well, Garaki said with an evil grin. I'll send a high-end to capture her and eliminate his mother. What has Gigantomachia been doing since my disappearance? Shigaraki asked. Nothing yet, but he's been searching for you. I had to make sure to hide your presence, or he'd attack you while you're weak, Garaki explained. Diamond dog. I'll have to teach him a lesson to obey his new MR. Shigaraki snarled. In due time, I'll inform the others to expect an attack and tell Redestro to prepare his forces to strike all of Japan, Garaki said as he left. Your time is coming, Izuku. I'll kill everyone you love, and once I get that little brat, I'll steal her quirk and force you to watch as I slowly destroy her, Shigaraki laughed maniacally. Your time is coming, and I'll eliminate anyone who gets in my way. So the time has finally come, Izuku said, standing on a cliff with all the other heroes behind him. It seems so, Deku, Endeavor replied, staring at the hospital. We'll take care of the doctor. You go and take down Redestro and look for Shigaraki. I know. And remember, one touch can kill you. Knowing Shigaraki, he'll have high-ends protecting him, Izuku warned. I'm aware. Now go and we'll deal with him, Endeavor said, walking away toward the hospital. Izuku began to walk toward the city, flanked by many heroes, including the 4 from IHA that All Might had recruited. The war has finally begun, Nizu said, leaning back in his chair and looking out the window. The question now is whether our hero will be the symbol of hope we need or fall to darkness like his father did. He reached over and took a sip of tea, pondering what people would think when they learned the truth. This is where it ends, All Might, All for One said, standing over him. Even if I do die, someone else will step up and take my place, All Might replied, looking up defiantly. All for One raised his fist, ready to strike, when he felt a cold chill down his spine. Inko Midoriya! Inko shouted, stomping toward him with a glare that every husband recognized. What do you think you're doing? Inko? What are you doing here? All for One stammered, confused. What are you doing here, me? Why are you destroying the city? You're setting a bad example for Izuku. Inko yelled, pointing at her son, who stood in the back with a bewildered expression. Honey, I seekin, All for One began, but Inko cut him off. You bet you're going to explain, she shouted, walking over and smacking him with a wooden spoon. Oh, Inko. I said I was sorry. All for One protested as Inko continued to scold him. All Might. What's happening? Izuku asked, confused. Just an angry wife confronting her husband, All Might replied, trying to suppress a smile. How are we going to defeat 9? Ida asked, looking at Class 1A. I have an idea, Ochako said. Nizu gave me a contact to call if Izuku wasn't nearby and we were in danger. Well, call whoever it is, Katsuki urged. Ochako pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found it. Crimson fucker. She pressed the call button and waited a few seconds before someone picked up. Sup, said Alucard. Crimson fucker, I was asked to call you for help. Nizu told us to reach out, Ochako explained. Ah, my good friend Nizu mentioned you. Is the target Catholic so I can make little Timmy jokes? Alucard asked. Our enemy is named 9, and he has multiple quirks. And just like that, my interest is gone. What? This isn't the time for that. We need help. Ochako insisted. Well, I'm sorry, but unless I can mock Catholics, I'm not interested, Alucard replied. What do you want? Ochako pressed. What? He asked. What do I have to give you to convince you to come here and help us? She asked. I'm going to need a new gun. And a 70-inch plasma flat-screen TV. Really? With Netflix? Should it be in 3D too? No. That was a stupid idea and everyone knows it. Now that All Might isn't here, we have to work even harder to make up for it, Endeavor said, leaning back in his chair. I agree. Now that he's gone, it'll be even harder to make people feel safe, Hawks added, scratching his chin. I think I know how we can help people, Izuku said. The top 10 heroes turned to him with raised eyebrows. Everybody dance now, Izuku declared, standing up and striking a pose. Music started to play in the background, and everyone looked at Izuku with confusion. Everybody dance now, he exclaimed, starting to dance as a disco light illuminated the room. He began to do the worm, moving toward the door. Everybody dance now, he called out again as he wormed his way out of the room, the door closing behind him. What just happened? Yelled the top 10 heroes in complete bewilderment. Izuku leaned back in his chair, feeling overwhelmed. This is so stressful. How do I deal with this? Just then, someone placed a bottle of whiskey on the table. Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asked, puzzled. This helps, so let's drink, Aizawa said, pouring 2 shots. I'm underage. I can't drink, protested Izuku. And our principal is a rat with a god complex and enough blackmail to do anything he wants. So what's your point? Aizawa replied, handing him a shot. Fair enough. Izuku said, taking the shot. An hour later, Izuku giggled. Hee, Mr. Aizawa. You're my favorite. Favorite? Teacher. Aizawa said, slightly less intoxicated than Izuku. Yeah. That's it. Izuku exclaimed. The two of them stumbled back to the dorms, only to go pale upon entering. Rumi, Ochako, and Ms. Joke stood there, glaring at them. So, where have you two been? They asked in unison. We're in trouble, both Izuku and Aizawa thought. Hee, Papa and Uncle Aizawa are in trouble, Eri giggled. Damn it, how can we defeat him? Izuku said, looking at Hood, who shrugged off every attack so far. I don't know, but we have to do something soon, Endeavor replied. Hello, Midoriya, Nizu said, appearing out of nowhere. Nizu? What are you doing here? Izuku asked. Oh, I just came by to inform you about some new stories I have in the works, Nizu said. Nizu, you should really take some breaks from writing so much, Izuku suggested. Oh, don't worry, I'll be fine, Nizu waved his paw dismissively. You're not strong enough. Hood screamed, charging at them with intent to harm. Both Izuku and Endeavor prepared to defend themselves, but Nizu simply turned around, held up his paw, and caught Hood's fist effortlessly. You're pretty annoying, so go away, Nizu said, snapping his fingers, causing Hood to vanish. Izuku, Endeavor, and everyone watching stood in complete confusion at what had just happened. Will Izuku be the symbol of hope we need, or will he fall to darkness? Nizu pondered. This is where it ends, Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki declared, standing tall. Izuku stood firm, glaring at him while flaring his power. Die! Shigaraki shouted, placing his hands on someone and starting to turn them to dust, but Aizawa intervened just in time. "You're so cool, Aizawa," Izuku said, as Aizawa picked up the person and flung them across the street, where they slammed into a building. Izuku looked at the person with pain and rage in his eyes, the ground starting to crack and shake from his anger. His green lightning intensified, some bolts turning black with a red hue. "Oh, and I should inform you, Izuku, that your mom is most likely dead, and my Nomu is bringing your precious little daughter here," Shigaraki taunted. Izuku's expression hardened, and he snapped. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was in front of Shigaraki, his fist through his chest where his heart was. "Ah!" Izuku screamed as his other arm lunged forward, trying to strangle him. Shigaraki backed off and unleashed an air cannon, blasting Izuku away. He slammed into a building but stood up immediately, red lightning arcing around his body. Parts of his hair turned white, and the green in his eyes shifted to red, the whites bleeding into darkness. Far away, Gigantomachia, gravely injured by Shigaraki, sensed the presence and looked forward, spotting Izuku. "Little lord," he yelled, tears of joy in his eyes. "The greatest thing a hero can do is sacrifice themselves to save others. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm doing it to ensure my classmates survive this." "Ah, I love the present, Dad," a young Izuku said. "I'm glad you like your present, Izuku," Hisashi smiled at his son. "If it can't be." All Might murmured, watching a recording he found in a storage box. "Izuku is All for One's son. Are you all right, Your Majesty?" a creature asked, kneeling before Inko, its head bowed. "Who are you?" Inko asked, frightened, holding Eri behind her. "I was tasked by my emsir to protect the queen, which is you," the creature explained. "Q-Queen? What do you mean?" Inko questioned. "You are the queen to my All for One, and your son is the prince," the creature revealed. "Hello, son," All for One said, looking up from his restraints. "Hello, father," Izuku replied, his green and white hair covering his eyes. "Deku is no hero. He's a monster's son," someone shouted. "Even if the world turns against me, I shall still protect them," Izuku declared. "Is Oku? Kai-chan?" 13 of the largest cities in Eastern Asia have been destroyed. Is there any hope left for us? Kill me and prove to everyone that you are indeed a monster like your father. Izuku, I'm P-Arden-T. Is Oku? Take it. Please take it so you can save everyone. You're wrong. Papa is a hero. The symbol of hope has disappeared. Are you a true hero or a fake like the others? Izuku, you are a hero. Don't let the darkness take you. This is where it ends, cousin. Shigaraki shouted, surveying the devastated city of Tokyo. Izuku stood tall, his yellow scarf and white cape flowing in the wind. You're right, Tenko. This is where it ends. For one shall stand and one shall fall. They both charged at each other, determined to finally end this battle once and for all. Inside a hospital, Garaki hummed to himself as he walked through the halls, passing a couple of other doctors. All is on schedule, and soon Tamura will have full access to All for One and be even stronger than our MSTR. But why was he weaker than promised? Endeavor approached Garaki, flanked by numerous heroes. So you're the one who's been creating all the Nomu, he stated firmly. Garaki's eyes widened in shock. What? There's no point in hiding. We know you are the one responsible for them and for attempting to create a new All for One, Endeavor continued. In a panic, Garaki turned to flee, but other doctors and nurses rushed toward him, concerned about the commotion. Just then, Aizawa activated his quirk, and Garaki felt its effects. Present Mike seized Garaki, lifting him off the ground. That's quite a handy quirk you've got. It's almost like a cheat code. What are you heroes doing? One of the doctors shouted, pushing Present Mike away. Ignoring the doctor, Endeavor advanced toward Garaki as Aizawa used his scarf to restrain him. Garaki's face appeared gaunt and aged under Aizawa's quirk. Consider this payback for all the pain you've caused us, Aizawa said, tightening the scarf around Garaki. Please, have mercy. Garaki pleaded. Miruko's status? Endeavor asked over the intercom. Mercy! Garaki grinned sickeningly. Miruko burst through the morgue doors and raced down the hospital halls, spotting a swarm of Nomu appearing. A grin spread across her face. Endeavor, we've got some company. Suddenly, the hospital walls exploded as dozens of Nomu charged toward the heroes. Garaki laughed maniacally as his form began to dissolve. Twice Quirk! Aizawa shouted in frustration, glancing at the oncoming Nomu. Come on, let's take these things down and then give Miruko backup. Endeavor yelled as he charged forward, slamming his metal fist into a giant Nomu, incinerating it. We will not fail this time. Rumi grinned as she unleashed her full power, taking down all the Nomu in her path before sprinting down the hall. I promised Eri I'd take her to the zoo after this, so I need to make this quick. Garaki walked through his lab, a sinister smile on his face. Those heroes have no idea what's coming, or the extra help that's on its way along with the new high-ends I've built. I can't let my life's work go to waste for my new sir. Isn't that right, Tamura? He glanced at a massive tank containing Shigaraki, whose body twitched as he neared full synchronization. 80%. I need to speed up the process so he can wake up sooner. Suddenly, the wall exploded, shattering hundreds of small tanks holding unfinished Nomu. Are you the real one? Miruko demanded, anger blazing in her eyes. Yes, I'm the real one. Garaki screamed in fear, backing away as he pressed a button on his remote. But you'll be dead soon anyway. 3 high-end Nomu leaped down, crashing into Miruko and sending her into the wall. Miruko! Crust shouted as he rushed down the hall toward a large Nomu blocking his path. It's too cramped, the Nomu yelled, charging at Crust. Crust quickly created 2 shields that began to crush the Nomu's head, halting its advance. Gentlemen, there are more of these things ahead. We must hurry to aid Miruko, he called out. He then transformed his shields, using them to decapitate the Nomu. Come on, we need to back her up and eliminate these Nomu. Come on, Tamura, hurry up. We need you. Garaki urged, typing commands into the computer to accelerate the process. It's fortunate that those high-end Nomu were created from battle-hardened villains. Even I had trouble controlling them. In the other room, Miruko's ear twitched as a grin spread across her face. So he's deeper inside the building? That old man can't escape. He's cornered, she thought, her excitement building. You're just clacking away, aren't you? She's alive. How? A Nomu stammered. With a powerful leap, Miruko propelled herself past the 3 Nomu, determined to reach the doctor. You're not getting away, old man, she yelled, but one of the Nomu activated its quirk, ensnaring her with its long, hardened hair. We were ordered to brutalize you. And that's what we shall do, the Nomu declared as the others charged at her. Miruko grinned, channeling her incredible leg strength as she spun her body. Luna Ring. Her feet connected with 2 Nomu, but it wasn't enough to finish them off. The Nomu with the hair quirk quickly retaliated, cutting her arm and forehead. Glaring at it, she charged at the massive high-end Nomu. Miruko swung her leg down, aiming to defeat it, but another Nomu extended its hand toward her, causing her arm to bend painfully. Won't hold still, the Nomu taunted. That hurts. Miruko shouted, swinging her leg down with force. Luna fall. Her kick obliterated the massive Nomu, shattering the ground beneath her. Using her momentum, she launched herself at the one that had injured her. I will kill you, the Nomu threatened, raising its arms to strike. Miruko wrapped her legs around the Nomu's head, a dark grin on her face. Those who prefer long-range combat are weak in close quarters. Die, the Nomu shouted. Sure, when it's my time. Miruko retorted, spinning her body and using her strength to pull the Nomu's head back. Luna T. Harris. She tore the Nomu's head clean off, ending its life instantly. Can't ignore my injury anymore, Rumi thought, using her long white hair to tie part of it around her wound to stop the bleeding. She liked the blood from her cheek. I live every day like it's my last, so I won't die with regrets. Plus, I promised my daughter a trip to the zoo, so I'm going to eliminate every last one of you. You're not worthy. Gigantomachia roared as he charged through the woods toward the city. You're not worthy, Shigaraki. Midnight and several other heroes, along with Class 1A and 1B, stood watching him as he barreled down the mountain. Wait, I thought he was his ally? One of them questioned. Why is he saying he's not worthy? Jiro asked in confusion. I don't know, but we have to stop him right away. Any lady, you try to slow him down. You too, Kamui would. I'll attempt to knock him out with my gas, and you students try to handle any villains that come our way. All right, let's do this. Lady shouted as she grew to her full size and charged at Gigantomachia, but he completely ignored her. Stop, you giant brute. He's not worthy. He's not my emperor or little lord. Gigantomachia screamed, swinging his arm and grabbing her before tossing her aside. I will kill you, Shigaraki. Lady quickly got up and grabbed him by the leg, being dragged behind him. Lady, hang in there. I'll try to stop him. Kamui would yelled, pulling one of his branches up to fling Midnight near Gigantomachia's face in an attempt to knock him out. Not so fast. Dabi yelled, appearing on Gigantomachia's back alongside Compress. Dabi unleashed a torrent of flames at Kamui Wood, burning him, but was then hit by some red feathers. I'm not out of the game yet. Hawks shouted, his wings half the size they usually were, holding onto Tokoyami. Kid, try to help them while I deal with this. Suddenly, Gigantomachia stopped, declaring, You work for Shigaraki, that makes you my enemy. He flung his whole body back, slamming it into the ground and nearly crushing them. What just happened? Dabi exclaimed, as Compress managed to pull them out of harm's way just in time. Gigantomachia swung his arm down, destroying a massive area in an attempt to eliminate them. His body then grew in size, now towering 5 meters taller than before. Midnight landed on the ground, a bit hurt but still okay. What is going on? Emless, are you all right? Momo yelled, rushing to her side. Yeah, I'm fine, but I'm confused. All Might said this guy works for All for One, and yet he's here trying to kill his successor's allies, Midnight replied. Do you think he's our ally? Shoji asked, watching Gigantomachia attempt to take down the two villains. I doubt that. But what's this little lord he keeps talking about? If it's not Shigaraki, then who is it? Jiro pondered. I don't know, but whatever we do, we have to try to stop them. If we can't stop both, then we need to handle the other villains. It seems he wants to kill Shigaraki, and that might be helpful, Midnight said. All the heroes and students charged in, hoping to stop the League members while they were occupied by Gigantomachia. Flash Fire, Jet Burn, Texas Smash. Endeavor and Izuku yelled in unison as they both aimed to hit Shigaraki, who absorbed the impact. As the smoke cleared, Shigaraki stood there, his injuries healing rapidly. Hee, would you look at that? You can't hurt me anymore, he grinned. Endeavor gritted his teeth. Everyone, help D. He's the only one who has a chance at defeating him. Shigaraki charged forward, and Izuku followed suit. Izuku's fist connected with Shigaraki's stomach, rupturing most of his internal organs, but they healed almost instantly. You can't defeat me, Deku, Shigaraki taunted, slamming his fist into Izuku's face, shaking the ground beneath them. AP shot. Katsuki yelled, with Endeavor right behind him, sending a controlled torrent of flames that tripled the shot's strength. The AP shot tore through Shigaraki, ripping his arm off. Before it could heal, Izuku flew at him, using Black Whip to grab him by the throat. Catapult Smash. Izuku screamed, tugging at it and flinging Shigaraki over his head and into the ground, shattering an entire building. The building crumbled into dust, and Shigaraki stood up, his neck hanging at an odd angle, his spinal cord visible. Are you trying to kill me? That's not very heroic now, is it? The thing I hate most about you heroes is that you pretend to care and protect people in this fake society, yet you don't realize that it's thanks to you that people like me exist. No, it's that you're incapable of understanding that you're the problem. Thanks for the monologue, but we're going to... Endeavor froze as Shigaraki appeared right in front of him, his hand inches from Endeavor's face. You have a nice powerful quirk. I'll be taking that now, Shigaraki said, touching Endeavor's face, but nothing happened. Hee, You're truly amazing, Eraserhead. I guess I don't need your quirk then. He was about to crush Endeavor's skull when Gran Torino slammed him to the ground. Tenkos, stop. Nana wouldn't want this from you. Gran Torino shouted, hoping to reach him. Like I care. My family betrayed me, my allies betrayed me, even my own Temptar betrayed me. And since you know her, I'll kill you too, Shigaraki replied coldly. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and ripped off Gran Torino's leg before lunging forward and slamming him into the ground, nearly killing him. Gran Torino! Izuku screamed. Japan smash! His fist slammed into Shigaraki's head, but Shigaraki simply ignored it. Power! I need power! Shigaraki muttered, staring at Aizawa. No wonder I can't use my quirks. He lunged forward, hoping to steal Aizawa's quirk, but Ryukyu jumped in front of him, stopping him with her hands. However, Shigaraki's hand began to dig through her defenses. Black Whip Prison! Izuku shouted, sending out Black Whip to wrap around Shigaraki from head to toe. Hee, they don't even know I have this, Shigaraki thought, lifting a quirk-erasing bullet and flinging it toward Aizawa, hitting him in the leg. Aizawa maintained eye contact with Shigaraki, pulling out a knife and cutting off his own leg to keep his quirk active and stop Shigaraki. 100% Missouri smash! Izuku shouted as his fist struck Shigaraki with enough force to shake the entire city. His eyes widened when he saw his fist go through Shigaraki's mouth, and Shigaraki bit down, breaking the skin. Endeavor appeared, putting the last of his strength into an attack that hit Shigaraki right after Izuku jumped back. You're so cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki thought to himself, but that isn't going to save you, as he flung his arms out, sending everyone flying away. His hand latched onto Aizawa's face. Give me your quirk, he screamed, his body covered in burns as he attempted to steal it. Just then, a massive glacier appeared, skewering him. Aizawa-sensei, are you all right? Todoroki asked, standing beside him. Aizawa blinked a few times, trying to shake off the pain. Don't worry about me. Just help Deku beat this guy. I love my present, Dad. Izuku exclaimed, holding up a shirt adorned with All Might's colors. I'm glad you like it, Izuku. Happy birthday. Hisashi smiled at his son, ruffling his hair. You'll be a great hero, and I'll make sure the whole world sees you as one. But Dad, you're my hero, so I can't beat that, Izuku replied. Hisashi smiled and hugged his son. I'm no hero, but you're my hero and my symbol of hope. Suddenly, All Might fell to the ground in shock. Izuku is the son of All for One. Before he could process this further, an explosion echoed down the hall, followed by screams from Inko and Eri. He raced to the living room, where he saw a high-end Nomu holding the head of a fallen hero. Must kill. Inko and Steel. The little white-haired girl. The high-end Nomu muttered as it approached them. Inko pulled Eri behind her, hoping for someone to save them. Papa! Eri cried, closing her eyes tightly. Before the high-end Nomu could get any closer, an arm shot out from Inko's shadow, grabbing its face and slamming it through the floor. The rest of the shadow emerged, stomping on the Nomu and sending it crashing into the basement. The creature resembled a Nomu but was surrounded by a faint black fog and had orange slitted eyes. Standing at 7 feet tall, its hands ended in massive claw-like appendages, and its skin was charcoal black with red veins. The creature turned and knelt before Inko, bowing its head. My queen, are you and the princess all right? It asked. Who are you? And what do you mean, queen? Inko stammered, still shielding Eri. I am named Shadow. I was created to protect the queen of my MSTR, the creature explained. Before it could say more, it turned and grabbed the high-end Nomu's head, which had just climbed back up. In one swift motion, Shadow crushed its skull, ending its threat. Who is your emissar? Inko asked, still uncertain, as All Might rushed in front of her to protect them. My emissar is All for One, and you are his queen. Emissar Izuku is the prince, Shadow replied. Why, you know my papa? Eri peeked from behind Inko. Yes, and you are his child, which means I must protect you as well, Shadow confirmed. Izuku was flung back into a building, gravely injured, using Black Whip to hold his bones together. Give me your quirk, Deku. Give me one for all. Shigaraki shouted. Shigaraki! Gigantomachia roared as he tore through buildings, smashing his fist into a group of villains. I'm going to kill you! Gigantomachia charged, swinging his arm, but Shigaraki dodged and opened his palm. Be a good dog and accept your punishment. He unleashed an air cannon, sending Gigantomachia flying across the city and crashing through multiple buildings. You're not worthy. You must die. Gigantomachia bellowed, rising without feeling any pain. Shigaraki sighed, pulling out his phone and reaching out with all for one. Stop Gigantomachia while I deal with Deku, he ordered. A swarm of Nomu and villains charged to intercept him. Hell's Spider! Endeavor yelled, launching an attack that sliced Shigaraki in half, only for the injury to heal instantly. Shigaraki then grabbed Endeavor and slammed him into the ground. Goodbye, number one, he said, lifting his foot and crushing Endeavor's head. Dad! Todoroki screamed, glaring at Shigaraki with fury in his eyes. Izuku, tears streaming down his face, charged forward and punched Shigaraki, sending him flying across the devastated city. Todoroki, get your dad's body out of here, he shouted. That kinda hurt. Shigaraki remarked, standing up and noticing Redestro fighting Edge Shot. His quirk will help. Redestro was badly injured, and before he could react, Shigaraki appeared before him, grabbing his face and stealing his quirk. With a swift motion, he used decay on him, ending his life instantly. Your quirk is useless, so go away, Shigaraki said, using all for one to send him flying, breaking most of his ribs. Oklahoma Smash. Howitzer Impact. Izuku and Katsuki shouted in unison. Before Shigaraki could react, he was struck from behind by swirling yellow energy from Nijire. All three attacks hit him, gravely injuring him, but he healed instantly and charged forward, grabbing Izuku and flinging him to the ground before heading toward Aizawa. Heaven-piercing ice wall. Todoroki shouted, creating a massive ice barrier that only slowed Shigaraki for a moment. Once I take Aizawa's, I'll take yours too, boy, Shigaraki sneered, lunging forward to grab Aizawa's face. He began to squeeze, intending to knock him out. Once you're unconscious, I'll take your quirk, but first. He lifted his thumb and stabbed it into Aizawa's right eye, causing him to scream in pain. Izuku appeared behind Shigaraki, putting him in a chokehold and swinging him down, slamming his head into the ground. Air cannon! Shigaraki shouted, unleashing a blast that sent everyone flying. Izuku was thrown into the air as Shigaraki charged at him, extending his hand to use decay. If I can't have it, then no one can, he declared. Katsuki felt his body move on its own, recalling his conversation with Aizawa from months ago. I'll make sure Izuku becomes number one, no matter what. Izuku opened his eyes to see Katsuki in front of him, having taken a brutal hit. Katsuki was injured, with wounds across his shoulder, leg, abdomen, and heart. Shigaraki's hand had been on Katsuki's chest, causing decay until Aizawa activated his quirk, halting the process. You're so cool, Eraserhead, Shigaraki sneered, tossing Katsuki's body to the ground. Izuku rushed to his friend's side, horror gripping him as he saw the extent of Katsuki's injuries. Kaken! Izuku yelled, panic rising in his chest. Katsuki's condition was dire, and he could see the damage to his ribs and organs. Blood poured from his wounds. Izuku! Forget about me. Kick his. Katsuki's voice faltered as he lost consciousness. Izuku trembled at the sight, feeling his own heart race with fear and anger. Shigaraki's taunts echoed in his mind, threatening to take everything from him. The ground around Izuku began to crack and shake, dark energy swirling around him as his appearance shifted. Shigaraki, I'm going to kill you, Izuku declared, his voice low and fierce. Before Shigaraki could respond, Izuku's fist slammed into his chest, causing a shockwave that sent Shigaraki flying through the ruins of the city. As he landed, Shigaraki looked down at the dent in his chest, confusion and pain evident on his face. Izuku was relentless, charging at Shigaraki with a fierce determination. I'm going to kill you, he shouted, using his quirk to ensnare Shigaraki. With a powerful move, he slammed Shigaraki into the ground, fists raised to crush him. In desperation, Shigaraki summoned his Nomu to overwhelm Izuku, but Izuku countered with a powerful attack that sent them flying. Meanwhile, far away, Gigantomachia sensed the chaos and recognized the energy in the air. He charged through the villains blocking his path, determined to reach Izuku. Back in the city, Izuku and Shigaraki were locked in a fierce battle. To the onlookers, it was clear that Izuku was gaining the upper hand, but his appearance was unsettling. "What happened to Izuku?" Ochako asked, worry etched on her face. I don't know," Todoroki replied, watching as Izuku's relentless assault continued. Shigaraki attempted to counter with his own attacks, but Izuku was undeterred. His body was battered, but he pressed on, fueled by anger and determination. With a sudden burst of speed, Izuku launched himself at Shigaraki, shattering the sound barrier as he slammed Shigaraki to the ground. Shigaraki, now fueled by stolen quirks, grew in size and strength. He ignited in flames, but Izuku was quick to react, dodging the flames and retaliating with a powerful strike that tore through Shigaraki's leg. The battle raged on, both fighters pushing their limits. Izuku's punches were fueled by sheer will, slowly wearing down Shigaraki's stamina. But Izuku was also feeling the toll on his body, the strain of his powers taking its toll. "United States of Smash!" Izuku shouted, channeling everything he had into one final, devastating punch. The impact was immense, shaking the very ground beneath them as the battle reached its climax. Broken and shattered bones in his arms, Black Whip was the only thing allowing Izuku to move them despite their state. Shigaraki felt the impact of the punch, and his body crumbled before regenerating once more. "Once I take your quirk, I'll destroy everyone you know and love," Shigaraki declared, his voice dripping with malice. Izuku clenched his teeth, his hair turning white as he unleashed Black Whip, aiming to strike Shigaraki down. Meanwhile, the past users of One for All stood in shock, particularly Nana and Yoichi, as the truth dawned on them. "Izuku is All for One's son," Nana whispered in disbelief. They watched as Izuku screamed in rage, delivering another punch to Shigaraki with enough force to level a city. The darkness in his heart spread like wildfire, fueled by his fury. "That doesn't matter. We have to help him," Yoichi urged. "He's nothing like my brother, he can still be saved." Everyone except the second and third users nodded in agreement, believing in Izuku's potential for redemption. They witnessed Shigaraki conjure black tendrils, launching them at Izuku. He dodged, but one tendril pierced through his cheek. Turning his head, he bit down and crushed it, instilling fear in Shigaraki's eyes. "But how can we save him?" Banjo asked, concern etched on his face. "He's consumed by rage right now." At the edge of the void, Izuku was enveloped in black and red tendrils, the darkness creeping over him. "We have to try," Nana said, stepping forward in hopes of reaching him. She was about 30 feet away when Izuku screamed again, and a tendril shot toward her. Suddenly, someone pushed her out of the way. Everyone froze as they recognized All for One, standing there before them, uninjured. "All for One," they shouted in disbelief. "Brother," Yuichi said, astonished. "What are you doing here?" "I've always been here, even before any of you. I'm here to save my son from a path of darkness," All for One replied. The previous users exchanged confused glances. "And why should we believe you?" the fourth user challenged. "Because it's the truth. My only goal is to help my son achieve his dreams. I've lost interest in power and control. If necessary, I would burn the world to cinders to let him achieve his dream," All for One stated, sincerity in his eyes. He turned and walked toward Izuku, reaching the same point as Nana before pulling her back. As he passed, a black tendril stabbed him through the abdomen. Ignoring the pain, he continued forward, enduring the cuts and slashes with only concern in his gaze. "Ah!" Izuku screamed at his father, unleashing more tendrils in rage. All for One looked at his son, who appeared monstrous in his fury, devoid of light in his eyes. "Izuku, that's enough," he said, bending down to embrace his son. Izuku thrashed, hitting and punching his father with all his strength, but All for One held on tightly. Izuku, this isn't you. Eri, Ochako, Rumi, Inko, and All Might wouldn't want to see you like this. Please calm down and come back to us. Don't become me, consumed by rage and hate. Izuku froze, the darkness beginning to recede. Dad, he said, one eye returning to normal as he gazed at his father's bloodied but smiling face. Yes, Izuku. Now come back to us. We need our symbol of hope back, All for One encouraged. Izuku's body stood still as the black arcs of electricity dimmed back to his normal green. Shigaraki, pulling his mangled body from the rubble, glared at Izuku, his regeneration quirk activating as he charged forward, hand extended. Stay away from Little Lord. Gigantomachia roared, swatting Shigaraki away, further weakening his regeneration. Gigantomachia looked down at Izuku, gently lifting him in his hand. Little Lord, I'm sorry I took so long to save you, he said, cradling the unconscious Izuku, who was still battling his inner darkness. Around them, heroes froze, realizing the implications. Deku, the symbol of hope, was the son of All for One. Give me one for all, the Shigaraki screamed, his injuries halting their healing as he stood, ignoring his pain. The area around him was instantly devastated as he rose. The heroes knew Izuku was their only hope to defeat him, but he lay unconscious. We have to retreat. Hawks shouted, covered in burns and supported by Tokoyami. But who will hold Shigaraki back? Momo asked, glancing around. Izuku! Ochako yelled, seeing Izuku's broken form in Gigantomachia's grasp. The giant's head turned, catching the scent of his little lord. Are you my little lord's queen? Ochako nodded, rushing toward Izuku without hesitation. Hawks clenched his teeth, preparing to give the order. We have to protect Deku no matter what, even if it costs you your lives. He is our only hope of defeating Shigaraki, so give your hearts to this cause and protect him. Bring him to Yue so he can be healed. Ochako exclaimed. Yes, my queen, Gigantomachia replied as he began to run toward Yue. In the distance, they spotted Shigaraki approaching, but he was moving incredibly slowly compared to his usual speed. Give me one for all, he shouted, forcing his injured body to keep moving as he watched the heroes retreat. Jiro was about to run when she noticed Denki standing on the street, staring at Shigaraki, who was being followed by Nomu and other villains. Denki, we have to retreat so we can regroup, Jiro urged. I'm sorry, Kyoka. You go. I'll hold him off. Denki said, his hands trembling. What? Go. I'll hold him off. If I put everything into my quirk, I might be able to seriously injure him and make him retreat long enough for you all to escape while he heals. Denki, stop messing around. Come on, we have to go. Jiro said, tears welling in her eyes. Yaoyorozu, take her out of here. Denki instructed. Denki. Jiro cried as Momo picked her up and began to carry her away. Denki. He turned to her with a sad smile. I love you, Kyoka, and I'm sorry. I admire your bravery. You're a true warrior. You are worthy of being a Spartan, said a heavily injured Spartan standing beside him. Don't worry, brother. If you die, you won't be alone. He's right, we are with you too, kid, Frost added, her costume damaged, revealing her pale face and bright blue eyes. Pharaoh stood next to them as they all stared at the charging villains. Let's do this. Denki shouted as he charged forward. 1 quadrillion volts. His entire body began to transform into pure electricity as he lunged forward, grabbing Shigaraki and releasing all his energy upon him. Outside the city, a massive explosion of electricity lit up the sky, reaching the clouds and destroying everything in its path. Denki! Jiro screamed, tears streaming down her face. Shigaraki fell to the ground, looking up. Most of his minions were defeated, but he could still sense 3 high-end Nomu and some members of the League were still alive. Damn it! He croaked, activating his teleportation quirk, black sludge escaping his mouth as he and his minions fled to heal their injuries. We won. But at what cost? Nizu said, watching the monitor as a tear slipped from his eye before he wiped it away. This is no time for tears. Now we have to work even harder to stop the League. He pulled out his phone to personally call and apologize to all the families who lost loved ones in this battle. 2 days later, Nizu reported, out of the 600 heroes sent to the city, 200 were killed, and 147 are critically injured. The 4 international heroes all gave their lives to save others, along with one of our students. Not only that, but Endeavor was killed, and Hawks and Maruko are seriously injured. Also, Midoriya is currently in a coma, and Bakugo's chances of survival are extremely low. So what will we do now, Nizu? Asked Ryukyu, still bandaged from her injuries. We have to get stronger. Thanks to Kaminari's sacrifice, he seriously injured Shigaraki, who hasn't made any movement since then. But we need Midoriya to wake up. He's the only one who can defeat Shigaraki now. The Prime Minister is calling for international help, and I've heard the Chinese dragons are launching a full-scale attack across all of China, Nizu explained. So, is it true? Izuku Midoriya is the son of all for one? Tsukachi asked. Yes. We even had a guard ask him, and he didn't deny it, Nizu replied, turning to look out the window toward Gigantomachia, who was sitting in front of the medical wing, watching Izuku. Surprisingly, a good amount of the public still supports him, saying he's done more than enough good to prove he isn't like his father, but there are some who think otherwise. Everyone nodded, knowing that because of who his father was, Izuku would have to try even harder to prove himself as a hero. What? Rumi said, why did? Like I said, dear. If that attack had hit you 3 inches more to the right, you would have lost the ability to bear children, Recovery Girl explained. Rumi looked down, placing a shaky hand on her stomach. Ever since she and Izuku began to settle in, she had been thinking about having children of their own. To hear that she was only inches away from having that taken from her frightened her. She had even considered retiring early to start a family with him. I'll leave you be, dear. Try to get some rest, Recovery Girl said before leaving the room. Rumi closed her eyes and saw the same dream she had been having recently, of her and Izuku having children, but it slowly began to fade away. She opened her eyes, feeling hot tears streaming down her face. Slowly, she stood on her one good leg, her right leg missing from the knee down and needing cybernetics, just like her left arm, which was also gone. I need to see him, Rumi said, grabbing a crutch and limping down the hall until she heard the most heartbreaking sound. Papa, please wake up, Papa. Eri cried, holding her father's hand. Rumi entered the room and saw Eri crying while holding Izuku's unmoving hand. Ochako held his other hand, and All Might comforted a sobbing Inko. Eri, Rumi said, gaining everyone's attention. Mama. Eri ran up to her, clutching her shirt. Please make Papa wake up. Please. Rumi felt her heart break as she fell to the ground, holding Eri while crying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Eri. Mama, why are you hurt? Where's your arm and leg? Eri asked, tears forming in her eyes. Bullshit. Mitsuki screamed. Katsuki, you're going to live and become a great hero. Hot tears rolled down her face from what she had just heard. Katsuki lay on the bed, dozens of wires and multiple machines barely keeping him alive. After Shigaraki used his quirk on him, most of his internal organs were destroyed, along with all the muscle from his chest to his stomach. His heart was severely damaged, and even Recovery Girl couldn't mend it enough for him to survive. If by some miracle he did live, he would be confined to the hospital for the rest of his life, dependent on machines. The doctors said I only have a week. It's okay. Katsuki wheezed. No. You're supposed to be the next number 1. We'll find a doctor to fix you. Mitsuki exclaimed. That isn't my dream anymore. My only dream now is to make sure Izuku becomes the next number 1, Katsuki replied. Katsuki, Kami said, holding his hand and crying. I'm sorry, Kami. I won't get to grow old with you. Or have a family. Katsuki added. Elsewhere, Jiro sat on the ground, hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She had just learned she was P-Arginin-T while being treated for her wounds, but sadly, Denki was gone forever, having sacrificed himself to save everyone. Jiro. Momo said, walking over to her. I wish he was here. He always said he wanted to be a dad. Jiro cried. Momo embraced her, allowing Jiro to release all her sadness. Izuku stood before the past users of One for All, confused. Among them was Hisashi, also known as All for One, standing at the edge and gazing into the black void. We are here to discuss things. And to ensure you won't fall into darkness like your father, the fourth user explained. I have no intention of letting him become a monster like me, All for One replied. I'm here to make sure he doesn't fall into darkness like I did. You've changed, brother. Yoichi remarked, looking at his older sibling. What made you change so much? Now isn't the time. If I am to tell you, I want it to be face to face, not through a connection from a quirk I placed on Izuku, All for One stated, then turned to his son. Once you wake up, I believe it's time we finally meet so you can learn the truth. With that, he jumped into the dark void. Izuku, don't let this change you. You're still you, and you're still a hero, Nana said. I know, Grandma. If anything, I'll use this to make myself stronger so I can become an even greater hero, Izuku replied. I believe you should get on with the real reason why you called him, the second user said, staring at the wall. Izuku, we need you to kill Tamura Shigaraki, Nana stated. Izuku looked down torn. A part of him still wanted to save Shigaraki, but he knew deep down that the villain had fallen too far into darkness. It would be wrong to let someone who had killed hundreds simply be thrown in jail. I know this is a foolish question, but is there any other way besides killing him? Izuku asked, hoping to avoid bloodshed. All the users exchanged sad glances. Even though Izuku had killed two villains, he still hated that he had done so, even if he believed Overhaul deserved it. No. He's too far gone. I tried to pull him back, and from what All for One said, he even tried to stop him and take his quirk back. But he was stopped by Quirk's sedatives, and Shigaraki managed to push him from his mind. Now he has no connection to him, Nana explained. He's done too much, Izuku, and he'll do it again. He doesn't care for power or control. He only wants to destroy this world, no matter the cost, even if it means killing his allies or family to accomplish his dream. Very well. But I will try one time. That's all I ask. Let me try one time to save him, and if I can't, then I'll kill him, Izuku said. Nana wiped a tear from her eye and nodded. Just then, a man with a crack on his face near his left eye approached him. My name is Hikage Shinomori, and I'm the fourth wielder of our quirk. Despite everything you've been through, you never gave in to the dark. Even finding out you're the son of All for One, you still want to be a hero. I find that truly admirable. My quirk is Danger Sense, and you've tapped into it, but now I'm giving you the reins to use it. Prove that you will become a great hero, Midoriya, and show the world that you are the symbol of hope. He walked away as another man approached, dark-haired and wearing a high-collared jacket that obscured his mouth. My name is N, and my quirk is called Smokescreen. I'm the sixth wielder of One for All. You've already proven to me that you are worthy of my quirk, and I hope it helps you on your journey. The last man looked at him with a cold glare. You've used my quirk, and I thought you would prove worthy, but because of who your father is, I disagree. I won't let you use it until you prove to me that you are indeed worthy. Izuku looked down for a moment before determination ignited in his eyes. I believe it's time you leave this place. And also, Izuku, Yoichi said, I'm proud of you. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and found himself in the hospital, with his family gathered around him. Hey, he said, startling everyone. Papa! Eri yelled as she climbed onto the bed and hugged him tightly, crying into his chest. Izuku winced in pain but brushed it aside. His daughter needed him. He then felt two warm hands and saw Ochako and Rumi looking at him with teary eyes. Izuku, they both said as they gently hugged him and cried. He smiled, wishing he could hug them back, but his arms were still healing and in casts. Izuku, All Might said as he approached. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Dad. Izuku replied. Please tell me everything that happened. Papa, Eri said, finally noticing the white in Izuku's hair. She reached out and grabbed her own hair, comparing it to his. We match. Tears of happiness filled her eyes as she hugged him tighter. Everyone smiled at the sweet scene before All Might recounted everything that had happened. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him, but he knew the only way to honor all their sacrifices was to defeat the villains once and for all. I need to go to Tartarus. It's time I finally meet my biological father, Izuku said. Mom, tell Kaken I'll see him as soon as I get back, Izuku said. Little Lord is awake, Gigantomachia exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with joy as he looked at Izuku. A couple of hours later, a more healed Izuku found himself in a police cruiser with All Might, Tsukachi, and Nizu. They were heading to Tartarus, and soon they arrived at the gates, where they were let right in. Gigantomachia followed them, but Izuku instructed him to stay in the courtyard and not cause any trouble. The giant happily agreed and sat down, waiting while simultaneously intimidating the guards just by being there. As they walked through the prison, some of the inmates who could see them shivered in fear at the sight of Izuku. They soon arrived at a long hallway and continued walking, passing many cells of some of Japan's worst criminals: Stain, Muscular, Moonfish, Kurogyri, and many others. As they approached the cell where All for One was held, Izuku missed one cell's name, Lady Nagant. All for One was sitting in his chair when he heard the door open. He looked up to see Izuku enter and take a seat behind the glass. A small, genuine smile appeared on his face. Hello, Izuku. Izuku met his gaze but remained silent for a moment before responding, Hello, father. Both Izuku and All for One stared at each other, neither speaking. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, Izuku, All for One said. Why did you help me? Izuku asked, his voice barely above a whisper. All for One remained silent for a while, simply staring at Izuku. To understand why, you'd have to know what happened. To make me change. It all started when I first met your mother. Flashback 19 years ago. Hisashi Midoriya was walking down the street, minding his own business, when someone accidentally bumped into him. He looked down at the woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, with green hair and eyes, as she dropped her papers on the ground. Oh, I'm so sorry that I bumped into you, sir, Inko said, flustered. It's all right, accidents happen, Hisashi replied, bending down to help her pick up the scattered papers. Well, it was nice meeting you, but I have to go. Just as he was about to walk away, Inko called out, Wait, let me make it up to you by buying you some coffee. Hisashi raised an eyebrow but shrugged and agreed. Months flew by, and without realizing it, he began to care for her. They spent more time together, enjoying each other's company. One evening, they were walking through the park, talking and laughing. Haha, it was even funnier when Mitsuki just told Masaru that she liked him and kissed him right then and there, Inko said, giggling. Hisashi chuckled. That definitely seems like something she'd do. So, what are your plans for the future, Midoriya? Inko asked, looking up at him. Probably just continue to work and expand my business. I never really thought of doing anything else. What about you, Suzuki? Hisashi replied. I'd like to get married one day and start a family, Inko said, her eyes sparkling. That sounds nice. I've never been interested in one because of my work, Hisashi admitted. They stopped at a bench and sat down, continuing their conversation for another hour. Well, Midoriya, thank you for spending time with me again. I appreciate it, Inko said. Of course, and he was cut off when Inko leaned over and kissed him on the lips, shocking him to his core. I hope to see you again, Hisashi, she said, walking away with a slight sway of her hips. Hisashi felt his heartbeat quicken, and all his plans for ruling the world faded away. Over a year and a half passed, and they began dating. Hisashi started to spend more time with her instead of running his criminal empire. One day, they were at the beach, enjoying themselves with Inko's friends, Mitsuki and her husband, Masaru. Hisashi looked at Inko and felt a happiness he hadn't experienced in years. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, feeling nervous about asking her to marry him. Inko, he began. Yes, Hisus, she stopped when she saw him on one knee, holding a ring. Will you make me the happiest man in the world and marry me? Hisashi asked. Inko was silent for a moment before a smile broke across her face, and she lunged forward to hug him tightly. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you, she exclaimed, her joy palpable. Hisashi stood up and kissed her, feeling the happiest he had been since his brother's death. I'm PRNT, Hisashi, Inko said one day, her voice filled with excitement. They had been married for a little over half a year and had moved into a small apartment. Hisashi dropped his suitcase and rushed to her, a massive smile on his face and tears streaming down his cheeks. He pulled her into a hug, overwhelmed with emotion. Later that night, they lay in bed, Inko asleep while Hisashi was wide awake. He began to reflect on all the pain he had caused for countless people due to his greed. He finally understood why his brother had turned against him. In my attempts to protect those I care for, I hurt them because of my greed and lust for power, he whispered to himself, looking over at Inko and gently placing his hand on her stomach where their child was growing. I promise I will make sure whatever your dream is, you accomplish it, even if it means the whole world turns against me. Izuku, Inko said, holding her newborn son while Hisashi stood beside her. Would you like to hold him? She asked weakly. Hisashi gently took Izuku from her hands, looking into his big green eyes that opened and gazed up at him. Welcome to the world, Izuku, he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. I'll help you down whichever path you may choose, and I'll love you no matter what. Hisashi returned home after a long day of work and found Inko sitting on the couch, tears streaming down her face. Inko, what's wrong? He asked, walking up to her and taking her hand. We came back from the Quirk doctor. Izuku's mother, Inko, looked at Hisashi with concern. Izuku is quirkless, she said, her voice trembling. Hisashi wrapped his arms around her, offering comfort. Don't worry, honey. I'll help him achieve his dream no matter what. To me, you are my symbol of hope, All for One said, his voice steady. You helped lead me from my own inner darkness. Izuku frowned, confusion etched on his face. Then how did you ensure I became a hero if you didn't give me a quirk? Simple, All for One replied. I orchestrated everything to ensure your will never broke, allowing you to receive one for all. I was the one who released the sludge villain, setting the stage for you to be saved by All Might. Izuku's eyes widened as he processed the revelation. Wait. So, in simple terms, I used the world as a giant game of chess, and you are the king on that board. The king is always protected, All for One explained. I also kept Quirk supremacist groups from finding you and harming you for being quirkless. I ensured your mother had enough money to never work again, so she could always be there for you. Izuku looked down, shock washing over him. I can't believe this. To me, Izuku, you and your mother are my only forms of light. I would do anything to ensure that light never flickers. If you had become a villain, I would have trained you until you were ready to take the reins. As my final gift, I would have given you my quirk so you would be unstoppable. If necessary, I would have burned this world to the ground to see your dream accomplished. If my calculations about All Might giving you his quirk were incorrect, I would have improvised by giving you some of my quirks to ensure your dream is achievable. In the observation room, Tsukachi, All Might, and Nizu listened intently, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Everything he is saying. It's true, Tsukachi murmured, struggling to comprehend the implications. All Might stared, unable to fathom that All for One, the most notorious villain, cared so deeply for his son. I don't even know what to say. If that was the case, then what about Shigaraki? Izuku asked, his brow furrowed. He was meant to be nothing more than a puppet for you to defeat easily. If the doctor hadn't altered the quirk I left for him, you would have triumphed over him, and the world would have seen you as an even greater hero. But now he's stronger, and I have to train harder to protect my friends and loved ones, Izuku replied, determination in his voice. All for One regarded him thoughtfully. Then take my quirks. They will ensure you can protect those you love. You will also be able to give others who didn't receive a quirk the chance to achieve their dreams and be accepted into society. What? Izuku asked, taken aback. Take my quirk, Izuku. I have caused enough pain in this world with it. It's time it goes to someone who truly deserves power and will use it for good. Izuku hesitated, grappling with the weight of the moment. Allow me to give this to you so I can rest easy knowing I gave my son the best chance of becoming an even greater hero, one who will shine light and hope across the world. After a moment of silence, Izuku stood and walked to the door of the cell. Dad, open the cell and turn off the quirk suppressants. All Might hesitated but, seeing Nizu's encouraging look, he complied, opening the door and disabling the restraints. Izuku stepped into the room, standing before his father, forcing down his fear. This will hurt at first, All for One warned as he tore off the restraints and extended his hand toward Izuku's face. Don't fall to darkness like I did. A surge of power coursed through Izuku as All for One transferred his quirks. The sensation was overwhelming, and after a few moments, he felt something powerful settle within him. All for One collapsed into a chair, his youthful appearance fading as wrinkles formed on his skin. I gave you all but one of my quirks. It's the only thing keeping me alive right now, he said weakly. Izuku felt the power within him and looked at his father, reaching out to pull him into a hug. Thank you, father. In a devastated area of a city that had been attacked, the League of Villains sat in silence, watching their leader slowly recover from the injuries inflicted by Izuku. You killed him. That was my job. Dabi exclaimed, glaring at Shigaraki. Shigaraki's gaze silenced the room. Shut up, before I take your quirk as well. So what's our plan? Compress asked, breaking the tension. Once I'm healed, I'm going to show what happens when you go against me by destroying a city. That will terrify the world, and I'll use that fear to force them to surrender. If they don't, I'll keep destroying cities, regardless of the cost. The other villains exchanged uneasy glances, and Toga felt a knot form in her stomach. While she was all for chaos, the thought of murdering millions just to assert Dems was unsettling. Izuku stood atop Gigantomachia, who was leaving Tartarus. He was currently reflecting on the new quirks he had acquired, All for One, Impact Recoil, Kinetic Booster, Radio Waves, Infrared, and a minor healing quirk. Most of All for One's other quirks had been stolen, except for one healing quirk that barely kept him alive. In a flashback, All for One had weakly explained, "These are all the quirks I can give you because that's all I have left after Tamura stole the rest when I tried to take over his body to reclaim my quirks so you could defeat him." Izuku had been confused. Wait, I thought it was like my quirk and couldn't be taken. That is only for All for One itself. You have a quirk that can steal others, then you can take them, All for One warned. But be careful, it will hunger for more quirks. If you give it powerful ones, you'll be fine for a while. However, if you take a quirk and immediately give it to someone else, it won't crave more. Thank you. I promise I'll right all the wrongs you did, father, Izuku said, hugging him one last time before leaving. If All for One had tear ducts, he would have cried, but he simply smiled and leaned back in his chair, falling asleep from exhaustion. Izuku looked into the distance and saw Yue, but All Might caught his attention as he stood beside him. Izuku, are you okay? He asked. Yeah. Just a lot to take in, Izuku replied. I know this is a bad time, but the other heroes and I have been discussing strategy. We believe the best course of action is to have Shigaraki focused solely on you. This means you'll need to leave UA and confront the villains attacking Japan, especially given our current weakness. I understand. But first, I need to talk to everyone and see Kaken and Gran Torino, Izuku said, determination in his eyes. High above Shanghai, a figure in a black cloak with long white hair watched the people below, a sickening grin on his face. I guess it's time to test out my new quirks now that they are adjusting to my body, Shigaraki said, preparing to unleash his power. Izuku found himself in Katsuki's medical room, surrounded by Class 1A, some staff members, his mother, Rumi, Eri, and Katsuki's parents and girlfriend. Everyone, I have something very important to tell you. I am the son of All for One, and he gave me his quirk. I also have One for All, a sacred power passed down to me by All Might to become a hero. The room fell silent in shock, but Izuku noticed a glimmer of relief in Katsuki's eyes. Izuku, that doesn't matter. We are your friends, and we will never turn our backs on one of our own, Katsuki said weakly. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing their support. We are with you, Papa, and I'll help, Eri said, raising her fist in the air. Thank you, Eri, Izuku replied with a smile, but he was then hugged tightly by Rumi, who looked at his new scars with concern. Yeah, Midoriya bro, we're your friends, and this changes nothing, one of his classmates said. I agree, we will help you defeat him, Midoriya, another added. Izuku wiped away a tear. Thank you. Kaken, I need to give you something, Katsuki said, his voice strained. Izuku approached him, sadness filling his heart. You said you have his quirk and can take quirks, right? Yes, Kaken, Izuku confirmed. Katsuki smiled, raising his hand shakily to Izuku's chest. Take mine. If anyone deserves it, it's you. Izuku and everyone else in the room were taken aback by Katsuki's offer. Kaken, I can't do that. You're still going to be a hero. Izuku protested. No, the damage is too great. If I survive, I'll be hooked to machines for the rest of my life, Katsuki replied. But Izuku, please take it. Let me have a clear conscience knowing I gave you something to protect you. You were always the hero, and you deserve a quirk that allows you to be one. Izuku's tears flowed freely as he reached out, placing his hand on Katsuki's head. Kaken, I promise to make you proud, he said as he slowly took Katsuki's quirk. A small explosion formed in his hands as he pulled back. Katsuki smiled genuinely. You already have. And remember, Izuku, don't stop. His voice faded as he closed his eyes, a peaceful smile on his face. The room erupted in tears, Izuku falling to his knees, holding Katsuki's hand and sobbing. Outside, the sky mirrored their sorrow, dark clouds gathering as rain poured down after the loss of another hero. 2 days passed, and the world was left in shock and horror from Shigaraki's actions in Shanghai. The entire city and all its residents were lost in the blink of an eye, and Shigaraki then devastated 5 nearby towns before he left. Many questioned whether it was worth fighting someone capable of such destruction. All Might stepped forward, delivering a speech filled with determination, vowing that they would stop at nothing to defeat Shigaraki. Some countries rallied to support him, while others chose to remain neutral. Class 1A, along with the staff, heroes, and civilians, gathered in a graveyard to pay their respects to the fallen heroes who had sacrificed their lives in the battle. Izuku approached 3 graves, placing a rose on each one: Enji Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Denki Kaminari. These were the last 3 graves he honored, having already placed roses on every grave of those who had lost their lives. I promise you 3. I won't let your sacrifices be in vain, Izuku declared, clenching his fist so tightly that it began to bleed. At that moment, he felt 3 pairs of hands grasp his own and turned to see Ochako, Rumi, and Eri. Come on, Izuku, let's go back to you, Ochako urged. Izuku nodded, and they began to walk away. Ochako, can I please spend the night with Izuku? Just me and him, please? Rumi asked, her eyes reflecting the sadness she had carried since the battle. Ochako looked at her and nodded. Hey, Eri, you and I are going to spend the night with Auntie Momo, okay? Eri appeared a little sad but nodded in agreement. Later that night, the atmosphere remained heavy with grief. Izuku was slowly eating his dinner when Rumi approached him, tugging on his shirt. Come on, she said, using her crutch to walk away. Izuku followed her, then picked her up and carried her into his room, gently placing her down. She immediately wrapped her arms around him. I was so scared, Rumi admitted, holding him tightly. When I woke up and heard what state you were in and then saw you, I realized I could have lost you. Rumi, I don't want to lose you, Izuku. I love you, she confessed, tears streaming down her face as she clung to him. I almost lost the ability to ever have children. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Izuku, I love you. Please don't leave me. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I promise, Rumi. I'll never leave you or Ochako. She lifted her head and kissed him, filled with love and warmth. Please, make me feel better. I don't want to be alone tonight. Izuku gently lifted her chin and kissed her again, guiding her to the bed as they continued to share their affection for one another, expressing their love without any reservations. Meanwhile, Tartarus was a chaotic battleground, with most facilities destroyed and bodies scattered everywhere. Shigaraki walked through the halls as his associates freed the prisoners, heading for a specific cell. He approached the final set of doors, raised his hand, and destroyed them effortlessly. Shigaraki sneered at the sight before him. All for One lay in a hospital bed, frail and barely alive. "Look at this, the great ruler of the underworld in such a pitiful state," Shigaraki remarked, stepping closer. "I could end you so easily. My life doesn't matter anymore. The pieces are in place and you've already lost," All for One replied. "What are you talking about? I have more than enough quirks to destroy anyone in my path." Shigaraki snarled. All for One began to laugh, a sound that sent a chill down Shigaraki's spine. "That is where you are wrong, Tamura. In this game, you've already lost. It's only a matter of time until my son puts you in checkmate." Shigaraki glared at him, filled with rage, and lunged forward, attempting to strangle him. "I will kill him, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." All for One simply grinned. "My only regret is that I won't see Izuku become number one and start his own family. Inko, Izuku, I love both of you, and I hope to see you one last time in the afterlife," he thought before Shigaraki snapped his neck. Shigaraki then used his quirk to reduce All for One's body to dust and stormed out, trying to convince himself that he couldn't lose now. "We got some new recruits," Dabi announced. Shigaraki looked at the gathered villains and grinned. "To all of you, I have one simple order: go out into the neighboring cities and do as you please. Cause chaos, kill, pillage, torture. I don't care what you do." As the villains began to leave, Shigaraki added, "And if you see a hero who calls himself Deku, capture him or kill him. If you capture him, I'll reward you with whatever you want." The villains cheered and rushed out of the prison. One prisoner paused, recalling the name. "Deku. Why does that sound so familiar?" Rumi groggily opened her eyes, feeling a soreness that made her smile as she snuggled deeper into the warmth. However, upon realizing Izuku was not in bed, she sat up. "Izuku," she called out, noticing a letter on the nightstand. She reached for it and began to read. "Dear Rumi, if you are reading this, then it means that I have left. No words can describe how sorry I am and how much it pains me to do this, but I hope you understand why I have to. With everything Shigaraki has done and will do, I need to leave to keep his attention on me and hopefully protect everyone. Especially you, Ochako and Eri. Please don't come after me. I'm doing this to protect the ones I love and care for, and I could never live with myself if I lost any more of you. Rumi, just know that no matter what happens, I'll always love you, and you will always be my little chocolate bunny. Love, Izuku." Rumi reread the letter and hugged it tightly to her chest. "Baka, what if we want to save you?" Just then, the door opened, revealing Ochako and Eri, with Eri crying. "Mama, did Papa really leave?" Eri asked, her voice trembling. "He's doing it to protect us." Rumi replied sadly. "No. Be Papa." Eri cried harder and was pulled into a hug by Ochako. Izuku stood on top of a building, his white cape and yellow scarf flowing in the wind, along with his green and white hair. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred in the distance. "Someone is in danger," Izuku said, grabbing his hood and mouth guard, covering his face. He crouched down and shot off into the sky, rocketing toward the source of the explosion. "Wyokin!" Tatami yelled, tears in her eyes, as she saw him being tossed around by Muscular. "Haha! This is fun. I love the look on your faces," Muscular shouted, grinning wickedly. He raised both arms, ready to strike Yo, when a green and red bolt of lightning shot past him, enveloping the area in smoke. Muscular looked around in confusion until he spotted someone on a building in front of him. The figure wore a green costume with red arm gauntlets, a white cape, and a scarf. His face was obscured by a mask and hood, leaving only his green eyes visible. "Muscular, why are you doing this?" Izuku asked. "Wait, I recognize that voice. Midoriya!" Muscular exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I was starting to get bored." You didn't answer my question, Izuku replied firmly. I'm doing this for fun. Now let's fight. Muscular yelled, his body swelling with muscles as he jumped up and tore the building in half, causing it to crash down. Izuku landed next to Tatame and handed her yo before turning back to Muscular. Muscular, I'm only going to warn you once, Izuku said, sending a shiver of fear down Muscular's spine. Surrender now. No way. I want to have more fun killing people. Muscular shouted as he charged at him. Have it your way then. Dynamite smash. In the blink of an eye, Izuku disappeared and delivered an explosive punch to Muscular, causing the entire city to shake. Muscular struggled to rise, feeling incredible pain. Wait. Why can't I feel my quirk? You've caused enough pain, Muscular, Izuku said, emerging from the smoke with his eyes glowing red. Muscular felt a primal fear coursing through him as he began to back away. What did you do to me? I took your quirk. Does it bother you that you're quirkless now? Izuku asked. Stay away from me. Muscular yelled, turning to flee. Before he could get far, black tendrils shot out and grabbed him by the foot, slamming him into the ground and breaking his ribs. Muscular looked up slowly, seeing Izuku approach, and terror gripped him. Izuku stood over him, placing his boot on Muscular's chest, looking directly into his eyes. If you ever hurt someone again, I'll make you feel true fear, he warned before activating his new quirk and slamming his fist into Muscular's face, knocking him out. Thank you, Deku, an officer called as he approached. Deku, thank you, another added. You're a hero, Deku, a bystander shouted. Izuku waved to the crowd, responding, I was just doing my job. Now I need to get going. He shot off into the sky, using float to gain altitude. Just then his earpiece crackled to life. We have a drive-by on 6th Avenue. The suspect gunned down a group of people outside the hospital and drove off. Izuku's expression darkened as he flew even faster to the location. 5 miles off the coast of Tokyo Harbor, a Red Cross ship was approaching to dock and drop off medical supplies and food. It would also serve as a large hospital to help the injured. The captain continued sailing when he saw a white-haired figure descend from the sky and land on the deck of the ship. He instantly recognized Shigaraki, the man who had previously caused destruction in Shanghai. You know something? Shigaraki said with a sinister grin as flames ignited in his hands. I always wanted to hear the screams of over 1,000 people in a giant metal box. Before anyone could react, Shigaraki slammed his hands onto the deck, unleashing flames and laughing as he heard the screams. Ha! This appealing destruction. And this will only be a taste of what I can do. Shigaraki taunted before leaping onto his Nomu, which was flying nearby, and soaring away. I wonder how long it will be before you break, Deku. I can't wait to see the look on your face. Drive faster. It's Deku, a criminal shouted, spotting the green bolt of lightning closing in. I'm trying my best, you a-hole, his companion yelled back. Before they could continue their argument, Izuku appeared beside the car, using Black Whip to lift it into the air. He landed on the roof of a building, still holding the car with Black Whip. Tell me. Izuku began, ready to confront the criminals. Do you know where Shigaraki is? Izuku asked, his voice steady but firm. And no, one thug stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Izuku narrowed his gaze, allowing his control to slip just slightly. The car they were near dropped 3 stories before he regained his grip, the tension in the air palpable. Try again, he urged. That's all we know, I swear, the other thug shouted, desperation creeping into his tone. Just as Izuku was about to respond, his earpiece crackled to life. It was All Might calling him. He glanced down the street and noticed police officers and heroes approaching, prompting him to drop the car safely to the ground. Without hesitation, he took off in the direction of All Might. I'm here, Dad, Izuku said as he landed in the alley beside. All Might. What is it? All Might gestured toward the car, and Izuku climbed in, his eyes drawn to the TV screen. Breaking news. The Red Cross hospital ship that was supposed to come to Tokyo as an emergency facility was destroyed earlier today by Shigaraki, who burned everyone on board alive, the reporter announced, her expression grave. Izuku clenched his fists in anger but took a deep breath, reminding himself to keep his emotions in check. "What's our next move?" he asked, turning to All Might. "We need to double our efforts to stop him before he commits any more atrocities," All Might replied, determination in his voice. "From what I remember, his body hasn't fully integrated with the Quirk All for One yet. So, he's still technically vulnerable, but he's going to be really hard to beat," Izuku explained. "I believe in you. We need you to bring hope to us, Izuku. So come on, let's go," All Might encouraged. "Right," Izuku responded, stepping out of the car and launching himself into the night in search of more villains. It was late at night, and rain poured down in Japan as heroes and police officers scoured the streets for any signs of criminal activity. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of terrorists who had killed the heroes guarding a hospital and were planning to blow it up. After defeating them, he handed them over to the police. "Izuku, we have another call about a giant man terrorizing the city, demanding you show up near Central Square," All Might informed him. "On my way," Izuku replied, activating 40% of his power and creating a massive sonic boom as he vanished from sight. In moments, he spotted a massive man with gray skin and dark hair. "Give me Deku." "Let me kill him," the villain bellowed, smashing another car. "Hello, Absorption," Izuku said, landing a safe distance away. "Finally, you've arrived. With All Might's retirement, I didn't have anyone to challenge, but now I have you," Absorption said, cracking his knuckles. "Deku, be careful. His quirk is known as density. The harder you hit him, the denser he becomes, making it tougher to defeat him," a hero warned from the back. "Got it," Izuku acknowledged, focusing on his opponent. Not only that, but Shigaraki heard about your ability to steal quirks, so he gave me something special. If you kill me or steal my quirk, my whole body will explode, destroying this entire city block," Absorption taunted. "In that case, I'll just have to knock you out," Izuku declared, raising his hands to form a tube. AP shot. Absorption dodged the explosion, but when he turned back, he was met with a powerful kick to the face. "Manchester Smash," Izuku shouted, sending Absorption flying. Absorption grinned as he regained his footing. "Thanks for the power-up. Now I'm going to be even harder for you to beat." Izuku thought quickly. If Absorption's quirk made him denser with each hit, he would need to find a way to either choke him out or hit him hard enough to overload his quirk. Crouching in a runner stance, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch to Absorption's gut that created a massive sonic boom. "You'll need to try harder than that, Deku," Absorption yelled, swinging his arms down. Izuku blocked one with his arm while using the other to grab him by the neck, throwing him overhead and slamming him into the ground. Absorption struggled to rise, but before he could move, he was ensnared by Black Whip, spinning rapidly in the air. Izuku spun him so fast that he became a blur before releasing him, watching as he rocketed high into the sky. After a few seconds, Izuku saw a tiny dot descending back toward Earth. Drawing deep within himself, he temporarily combined One for All and All for One, feeling his power quadruple. He leaped after Absorption, rearing his fist back to end the fight. The air around him cracked from the energy radiating off his arm, which was surrounded by green and red lightning. He quickly reinforced it with Black Whip to keep it intact. "Earth Smash!" Izuku shouted, his fist crashing into Absorption. The resulting shockwave shattered glass and windows in a 15-block radius, and the clouds above parted, revealing the moon shining brightly. Absorption fell to the ground, the impact shattering the pavement beneath him. He lay motionless, breathing heavily, indicating broken ribs. Heroes and police rushed to him, quickly restraining him with quirk-suppressant cuffs and a drag. "Make sure he's secure." "I need to leave," Izuku said before soaring away at Mach speed. 1 week later, Japan struggled to recover. Any foreign aid sent was destroyed by Shigaraki, who continued his rampage, leaving devastation in his wake. The world held its breath as news of Shigaraki's atrocities spread. Countries like South Korea and China attempted to send medical help and heroes, but Shigaraki targeted their capital cities, obliterating them and destroying ports where aid was stored. In response, nations withdrew their support, focusing instead on their own defenses. Izuku flew over a city overtaken by villains, where most people had abandoned hope. "I'll stop this," he vowed, determination fueling his resolve. "I'll make sure no one ever has to go through this again." Izuku declared, his resolve firm as he spotted a group of Nomu pursuing civilians. He swiftly landed between them, taking down the monstrous creatures in an instant. "Are you all right?" he asked the terrified people behind him. "Deku, it's because of you and the other heroes that we're in this situation. If you had defeated him weeks ago, we wouldn't be here," a woman shouted, her voice filled with anger as she hurled a rock at him. Izuku let the rock hit him, looking down for a moment before crouching to check for any other threats. "Izuku, you should rest," Nana urged, concern etched on her face. "You haven't slept in 2 days. Please, get some sleep, even if it's just a couple of hours." "Let me save one more person, then I will," Izuku replied, determination in his voice as he continued his search through the city. "Izuku, remember, you're only one person. You can't do everything alone," Yoichi reminded him gently. "I know, but..." He was interrupted by a woman's scream, prompting him to dash towards the sound. On a nearby rooftop, Himiko stood beside Dabi, her expression troubled. "Dabi, I know we agreed to be villains, but even this feels wrong." "I agree," Dabi admitted, gazing down at the devastation in Osaka caused by Shigaraki's rampage. "We wanted to change hero society, but this. It's too much. And what he did to that children's hospital." Himiko hugged herself, trying to find comfort. Shigaraki had killed the staff and transformed the children into Nomu, mercilessly disposing of those who failed to meet his expectations. "We can't stop him. He's too powerful, Toga. If we disobey him..." Dabi's voice trailed off, the threat of Shigaraki's bomb Quirk hanging heavily in the air. "No, there is one person who can stop this and do some good. It's Izuku," Himiko insisted. Stain stood over a defeated villain, his sword embedded in the ground. "I hate fake heroes, but I despise your kind the most. You're a villain like us. Why are you doing this?" the villain gasped. "I'm a hero killer, not a villain. I will cleanse this world of evil and corrupt heroes. But for now, I will help the only 2 true heroes in this world, All Might and Deku," Stain proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. A massive explosion rocked the street as Izuku unleashed his explosive Quirk, taking down several villains. He then combined his impact recoil and pump up, delivering a devastating blow to a Nomu, freeing its tortured soul. As he glanced at the civilians, their shouts of anger pierced through the chaos. "You're the devil's son. Murderer! Your mother should have aborted you. Because of you, we have villains killing the innocent." Despite the barrage of insults and objects thrown his way, Izuku pressed on, eventually making his way to the rendezvous point with All Might. He landed beside him, climbed into the car, and broke down in tears. "I'm sorry, Izuku. They aren't blaming you, they're just angry about what's happening. You're a scapegoat for their pain," All Might said softly. Izuku nodded, laying back in the car. He pulled out his phone, smiling at the picture of his girlfriends and Eri. "I promise. I'll be coming home soon. I love you 3, he whispered, feeling a flicker of hope before exhaustion took over and he fell asleep. "Can you believe how easy it is to commit crimes now?" a villain chuckled, setting a charge on a building. "Guys, I don't think this is a good idea," one of his accomplices warned. "Why not?" the villain scoffed, placing the bomb on the last support beam. "What about those rumors about Deku?" The nervous thug glanced around, fear evident in his eyes. "Those are just rumors. He's nothing but a pushover. Watch, I'll prove it." "Do you?" Before he could finish, something grabbed his leg and pulled him into the darkness. The remaining thugs froze as heavy footsteps approached. "Who's there?" one of them stammered, activating his quirk to reveal razor-sharp teeth. The figure that emerged was Izuku, dragging their unconscious partner by the back of his shirt. He dropped him to the ground. Without hesitation, Izuku lunged at them, delivering a knee to one thug's face, knocking him out. He then swung Black Whip like a bat, sending another thug crashing into a support beam. Turning to the last thug, Izuku advanced slowly. The young man, no older than Izuku himself, backed away, raising his arms in surrender. Please, don't hurt me," he stuttered. "Where is Shigaraki?" Izuku demanded, gripping the thug's collar with one hand. "I don't know." The thug trembled in fear. Izuku glared at him, then threw him through the door, watching as he landed on the ground, groaning in pain. "I swear I don't know," the thug shouted, watching as Izuku approached, green and black lightning crackling around him. "Go home, kid. But if I see you out here again or find out you're lying." Izuku slammed his fist into the ground beside the thug's head, cracking the pavement. "You won't like the outcome." The thug nodded vigorously and fled, desperate to escape. Izuku looked up at the rain pouring down, his expression broken but resolute. He contacted the police before leaving the scene. "All of my new Nomu, you shall go out and kill Deku," Shigaraki commanded, surveying the children transformed into Nomu. From a children's hospital a couple of days ago, a sinister laugh echoed. "I can't wait to see how he'll react knowing he's facing innocent children." All the Nomu turned around and left, heading to the location where Deku had been spotted. "Toga, I think you're taking this too far," one of the others said, feeling a massive pit in her stomach at what was happening. Shigaraki glanced at her for a moment before activating a quirk he had forced upon her, causing her to fall to the ground, screaming in pain as if her flesh were melting from her bones. After 3 long, agonizing minutes, he stopped and looked down at her writhing form. "Never question my actions again, or I'll turn you into a Nomu, something I simply kill and bring back to life for fun," he said coldly as he walked away. Dabi and Spinner approached her, helping her up and trying to calm her down as she continued to shake in pain. Deku leaped off another building, soaring through the sky when his danger sense went off. He quickly kicked to the side, narrowly avoiding a massive bone spike. Looking down, he saw over 40 Nomu, a mix of black and gray, appearing smaller than most. "Deku, Sekan. I be a hero too?" One of the Nomu spoke, its voice almost childlike, alerting him. One of the Nomu stepped forward, a speaker embedded in its throat, and Shigaraki's voice came through. "It's been so long, Deku. I have some amazing presents for you. These Nomu you see. They are all the children from that children's hospital I attacked a while ago. I turned them into Nomu but made it so they can still talk. He. I hope you enjoy your present, Deku. Oh, and I made it so they can't be knocked unconscious, so your only choice is to defeat them." Izuku froze, not knowing what to do. He couldn't hurt children. One of the Nomu jumped up and grabbed him, slamming him into the ground. "Sorry, Deku," it said, raising its fist to strike him. Izuku managed to pry himself free and quickly shot off, dodging another Nomu's attack. "It hurts. I want my mommy." Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he dodged attacks, desperately trying to avoid hurting them. He quickly shot off again, but a large Nomu tackled him into a building. Help me," it cried, tears streaming down its face as it lifted its arm to hit him. Izuku slammed his boot into the building, causing the wall to collapse and allowing him to jump away for some distance. "Ninth, you need to do something about this," Banjo urged. "Like what?" "I don't want to hurt them," Izuku replied, continuing to evade attacks. "I don't know, but we can't keep this up forever," Banjo said. "You have to restrain them and sadly it will hurt them," En added sadly. Izuku jumped over another Nomu to dodge, but its arm extended, grabbing him and slamming him to the ground. The Nomu then pinned him and uttered the most heartbreaking words he had ever heard. "Keiko, me." Before Izuku could escape, more Nomu attacked him, beating him while he lay on the ground trying to defend himself. "I'm sorry," he said as he punched one of the Nomu. "I'm sorry." He hit another and jumped away, using Black Whip to slam one to the ground. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Izuku kept screaming that he was sorry every time he hit or tried to restrain a Nomu, but no matter what he did, they just shrugged it off. "Maybe I can take their quirks?" he thought, preparing to use All for One. "It would kill them if you stole their quirks," Hisashi warned from within Izuku's mind. "Damn it!" Izuku exclaimed as he jumped backward, spotting a building under construction filled with steel support beams. An idea formed in his mind. He proceeded to grab the beams and restrain all the Nomu, and after 30 long minutes, he had restrained all but one of them. No, no, no. You were supposed to defeat them. But don't worry, I'll help with that, Deku. Shigaraki's voice taunted as he prepared a bomb for the Nomu. Izuku charged at the last Nomu, delivering an open palm strike to its chest to stun it long enough for him to restrain it. But as his palm made contact, the Nomu exploded, dying from the blast and covering Izuku in its remains. "No," he stammered, backing away with shaky hands. I. He ripped off his mask and began to vomit. A monster. No, you're not, Izuku. I don't believe you killed it. The force of that strike would only have stunned it for a few seconds. I think Tamura was the one who killed it but wanted you to think you did, Hisashi reassured him. He's right. That strike would only bruise at most, Yoichi added. Izuku slowly wiped the vomit from his mouth and looked at the restrained Nomu, all pleading for help. He's gone too far. I'm going to have to stop him, he said, wiping a tear from his face. He reached for his earpiece and called All Might. I'm going to need hero and police transport here. I have 39 Nomu here, and they are the children from the children's hospital. After ending the call, he broke down into tears, feeling helpless that he couldn't save these kids from Shigaraki. Ah! A pained scream echoed throughout the city, resonating with the hurt of a soul. The sky darkened further, rain pouring down, leaving everyone wondering. Is there any hope left? Far outside the city, a woman with purple and pink hair, wearing a face respirator mask to conceal her identity, walked steadily toward the city. I'm on your trail, Deku, she murmured, her mind racing. Deku. Why does that name sound so familiar? As she continued on, an explosion occurred in the distance, forcing her to duck into an alley to avoid the shockwave. In the process, a small pendant fell from her neck, but she quickly caught it. Looking at the pendant with a sad smile, she opened it to reveal a picture from 12 years ago. It showed her hugging a little boy with green hair, both of them beaming with joy. I promise, Izuku. We'll meet again after I confront Deku. It's the only way I can protect you from Shigaraki, she said, tucking the item under her shirt for safekeeping. With determination, she continued her search for Deku. Izuku woke up from his nap in Might Tower, glancing at the picture of his girlfriend and daughter on the nightstand. He slowly got up and examined the new scars on his arms from his numerous battles, including a recent encounter with a Nomu. I miss you three, he murmured, his cold, colorless eyes betraying his exhaustion and sorrow. His hair had grown longer and more white since he left for America. He walked to the kitchen, where All Might, Best Jeanist, and Hawks were having breakfast and discussing their next steps. Izuku grabbed his plate from the counter and sat at the table, turning on the TV to catch the news. A man with green skin appeared on the screen, flanked by two guests. Hello, Japan. I'm here with two guests to hear their opinions on the current situation, he said, gesturing to the woman beside him. Let's begin with you, Ms. Thank you. I believe what's happening is terrible, but we are fortunate to have heroes like Deku, Hawks, and Best Jeanist leading the charge against the League of Villains. It's sad that we have to rely on them and other heroes to feel safe. Thank you to all the heroes risking their lives for us, the woman said, bowing slightly. Izuku felt a small smile form on his lips at her words. Thank you. Now let's hear from our other guest, the man said, turning to the second guest. Personally, I think it's all Deku's fault. He's the son of a supervillain and should be in jail. He has a quirk that can steal others' abilities. What's stopping him from taking our quirks and harming us? The guest argued. Don't blame the son for the father's sins. If it weren't for him, All Might and many other heroes would be dead. A voice called out from the audience. If he's such a good hero, then why are we in this situation? He should have defeated Shigaraki easily, but he didn't, and now we have to suffer from his failure, the guest retorted. I'll tell you what I think. He's a cold-blooded killer who took down a villain named Overhaul, who should have faced trial, the guest continued. Overhaul was a monster who committed heinous crimes. He experimented on a little girl to create a drag because of her quirk. I'm glad Deku stopped him. Monsters like that don't deserve to live, the woman shot back. What gives us the right to decide who should live or die? We are all human, and regardless of the crime, we shouldn't resort to killing, the guest insisted. If we follow that logic, then Shigaraki should just be jailed. What about the 57 million innocent lives he took in the 3 cities he destroyed? That's almost as many casualties as in World War II, the woman exclaimed, glaring at the guest. That's still no excuse. We shouldn't kill people. Deku is a cold-blooded killer and should be treated as a villain because of his quirk and the lives he's taken, the guest argued. Whoa, let's calm down here. I'm sorry, everyone, but I have to end this discussion now. We'll see you all tomorrow, the host announced. Izuku looked down, feeling his appetite vanish. What are we fighting for? He wondered aloud. Should I be seen as a killer? No. Dad is a hero. Eri shouted, glaring at the TV with tears in her eyes. Ochako approached her, pulling her into a comforting hug. What's wrong with that man? If it weren't for Izuku and all he's done, who knows where we'd be? Todoroki added, his gaze fixed on the screen. Since Izuku left the dorms, a heavy sadness had settled over everyone. Eri, Ochako, and Rumi were particularly affected, while Jiro had shut herself off from everyone except Momo, who was doing her best to support her and the baby growing inside her. Mommy, is Mama okay? Eri asked, looking up at Ochako. Yeah, she's okay. I think she just ate something that didn't agree with her last night, Ochako replied. Uraraka, Eri, Shinso said as he approached them. Izuku is a good man and an even greater hero, so don't listen to the negativity on TV. Thank you, Shinso. I just wish he could come back to us, Ochako said, hugging Eri tightly. They looked out the window toward Gigantomachia, who had been ordered to protect UA from Izuku. He had eagerly accepted his duty and had successfully dealt with a few would-be attackers trying to harm UA. Hey, Rumi said as she walked over, looking a bit unwell. She had received new prosthetics and was training again, finally able to remove the bandages from her damaged ear. She had also cut her hair short, leaving it just at her shoulders. Feeling better, Rumi? Ochako asked as Rumi sat next to her. Yeah. I just got sick all of a sudden. I think it might have been that stir-fry I had last night, Rumi said, taking deep breaths. Eri crawled over and hugged her, trying to comfort her. Thank you, Eri, Rumi said, kissing her forehead gently, just as Izuku always did. Later that night, Izuku stood atop a building, surveying the city for any signs of trouble. After a moment, he noticed an explosion and quickly dashed in that direction to help anyone in need. Upon arrival, he saw several heroes battling a grotesque Nomu that seemed to be in pain, not fighting back. Stop! Izuku shouted as he jumped down, catching the attention of the heroes around him. Deku, what are you doing here? One of them asked, surprised. Izuku remained silent, approaching the Nomu, recognizing the look of suffering in its eyes and sensing its plea for release. A look he was all too familiar with, as he once had the same eyes. You can rest easy now, Izuku said softly as he placed his hand on the Nomu, absorbing its quirks and glimpsing the memories of the person it once was. It was a father who had tried to protect his children from Shigaraki, only to be cruelly fused into a Nomu. The Nomu let a single tear fall as it slowly faded away, knowing that its pain was finally over. The other heroes looked on in sadness, witnessing someone so young having to end another's suffering. Izuku allowed a tear to escape before he steeled himself and leaped off to help anyone else in danger. It's a monster! Stop her, yelled it. Wait, stop. I'm not a monster, cried a giant woman who resembled a fox. Trying to make us drop our guard, huh? Said the hero, raising his arm, ready to attack. Please don't. I'm not a monster, she pleaded, tears in her eyes. The hero ignored her and pulled the trigger, aiming at her. But before the shot could reach her, Deku appeared and blocked it. She's not a villain, Deku said, glaring at the hero. Tensions are running high, but we need to keep a clear head. Well, she shouldn't be walking around at night looking like that, the hero scoffed as he and his partners walked away. Are you okay? Deku asked, grabbing an umbrella and floating up to hold it over her. I'm sorry. I was just so scared, she said, crying. I've been hiding in my apartment, hoping this would blow over, but things got worse. I tried to get to a hero school for safety, but they turned me away because of my appearance, thinking I might be a villain. Go to you, they'll let you in, Deku said as he began to float away. Will things get better? She asked. I'll make sure they will. Now I have to go, please be safe, Izuku replied, noticing All Might approaching and preparing to take off. Wait! All Might called, running up to him with a bento box. You've been working really hard, and you need your strength. Deku took it and smiled. Thank you, Dad, he said before jumping off. Everyone please. Help me. It's time we all work together, Izuku urged the past users. Will you please help us? It's time we finally all work together, Yoichi said, looking at the second and third users. They remained silent, hesitant to respond. I know you have your doubts because of who his father is and because he has his quirk, but we need to help him. Just like you helped me, despite my connection to All for One, Yoichi continued. One chance, said the third user. I'll give him one chance to prove himself to me. The second user still said nothing, so Yoichi pressed on. I know you're adamant about this, especially since my brother now lives in this realm with us. But you see it too, he's changed, and all he wants now is for Izuku to become a hero. Fine. But I still don't trust them, the second user replied. Any updates, Nizu? All Might asked, driving his car while following Izuku's signal. As of now, no. Shigaraki has been quiet, most likely consolidating his power or preparing for another attack, Nizu replied. We'll have to push harder to draw him out so we can stop him, All Might said. Just then, Izuku's signal disappeared. What? All Might exclaimed, just before a grenade was thrown at his car, causing an explosion. Izuku's earpiece was destroyed by a bullet, and before he could fully react, another bullet struck him in the stomach, hitting vital organs. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain as he used his minor healing quirk to stem the bleeding. I'm sorry, Deku, a female voice said. He looked up to see a woman with purple hair and pink tips, wearing a respirator mask that concealed her identity. For some reason, she seemed familiar. I have to kill you to protect the only person in this world I care for, Lady Nagant said, loading another bullet into her gun. Deku and she glared at each other, both feeling the weight of their impending confrontation. In a dark void within Shigaraki's mind, he was arguing with his 4-year-old self. Shigaraki, please stop, the young Tenko pleaded, looking up at his older self in horror. Mom and Hana wouldn't want this. Shigaraki glared at his younger self, the last remnant of light in his heart. And why should I? This world is the cause of all my problems, and I'll solve it by destroying everything. But we were going to be heroes like Grandma. Please stop. You're hurting everyone. Tenko begged desperately. I just realized something. You're that voice I've been trying to ignore, making me question my actions. I don't need you anymore, Shigaraki said, advancing toward Tenko with an outstretched hand. No. Please stop. Tenko screamed, trying to escape, but Shigaraki grabbed him by the leg and began to decay him. Grandma, Hana. Someone please save me, he cried before turning to dust. Ha. I'm finally free. Shigaraki laughed, reveling in his joy. What he didn't know was that a small part of Tenko survived, pulled away by someone who hoped he could help stop Shigaraki, making it easier for Deku to defeat him. Deku turned to the person who had shot at him, wondering who she was. It's nothing personal, but I have to kill you, she said in a robotic voice, muffled by her mask. We don't have to do this, Deku replied, looking at her earnestly. It's something I have to do to protect the only person in this world I care for, Lady Nagant said, her determination clear in her voice. Deku felt the effects of his healing quirk working on the bullet wound, but he pushed the pain aside for the moment. Their eyes locked, and in an instant, Deku shot off, narrowly dodging a bullet that whizzed past his head. He launched Black Whip at a nearby building, using it to propel himself out of her line of fire. As he moved, he heard her gun fire again. He attempted to evade, but the bullet grazed his leg, tearing a small chunk away. Damn it, he muttered, creating a large explosion to generate smoke and put some distance between them. He landed on a rooftop and hid behind an elevator opening, allowing his healing quirk to mend his wounds. Nagant scanned the area but couldn't find him. She leaped off the building, using her agility to navigate through the air. As she moved, memories of her conversation with Shigaraki flooded her mind. In her memory, Shigaraki had approached her with a sinister grin. "Ah, Lady Nagant, I've heard your quirk is excellent for killing, given your history," he said, his eyes gleaming with malice. She glared at him, silent but filled with hatred. When he noticed the locket around her neck, his grin widened. Inside was a picture of someone she cared for deeply, someone he intended to use against her. "I have a job for you, Lady Nagant. You will kill a hero named Deku, or I will hunt him down and force you to watch as I take his life. You will be the one to end it," he said, his voice dripping with cruelty. "Don't you dare lay a hand on him," she snarled, fury igniting within her. "Then I guess you better get to killing Deku," Shigaraki replied, grabbing her face and forcing a quirk onto her. "This will help you finish the job, and I want his head on a platter when you're done." With that memory fading, Nagant continued her search for Deku. She spotted a flicker of green and fired another bullet, but he darted away, clutching his arm. "Damn it, she's too good at this," he thought, trying to gain distance. He activated smokescreen, enveloping the area in smoke. Deku crashed through a window of an abandoned building, quickly rummaging through his backpack for medical supplies to tend to his more serious wounds. "This isn't good. I need to think of something fast," he said, tightening a bandage and shakily rising to his feet. Before he could jump, his danger sense flared, and he rolled aside just in time to avoid another bullet. He burst out of the building, using explosions and the smokescreen to cover his escape. "Knife. You'll need my quirk. Prove me wrong, and you are nothing like your father," the third user of One for All warned him. Deku nodded, dodging yet another bullet. "Why are you doing this? The person you care for wouldn't want you to," he shouted at Nagant, creating a massive explosion to obscure his movements. "Because Shigaraki threatened to kill someone I care for," she yelled back, leaping into the air to take another shot at him. "F.A. Jean!" Deku exclaimed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Nagant unable to track him. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're a good hero. But I can't let that monster kill him," she called out, scanning the city. Deku positioned himself below her, combining F.A. Jean with his explosions and One for All. He shot through the building's floors, grabbing her arm and flinging her down onto another rooftop. Nagant landed hard but quickly rolled to aim her gun at him, firing a bullet that pierced through his stomach. Deku fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Thanks to his healing quirk, he managed to keep his organs in place, but the pain was overwhelming. He could see the hurt in her expression, but she steeled herself and aimed her gun at him. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Meanwhile, All Might leaped from his car after hearing the explosion, spotting a group of villains approaching. "Look at this, it's All Might. Shigaraki put a large bounty on your head if we bring you back alive," one villain taunted. "I'm not going with any of you," All Might declared, standing tall. "And what makes you think that? Look at you. You're just a weak shell of the powerful hero you once were," the villain sneered. "That may be true," All Might replied, activating the quirk Izuku had given him called Iron Fist. "But I'm not going down until my son defeats him." He lunged forward, delivering a punch that broke the villain's nose and jaw. The others stared in shock, but before they could react, a flurry of red feathers shot toward them, pinning one villain against the wall. "All Might, are you okay?" Hawks asked as he soared down to him. "Yes, but we need to get to Izuku before something bad happens," All Might said, making his way back to his car. Best Jeanist and Edge Shot approached him. "Don't worry, All Might. We'll defeat Shigaraki and put an end to this pain and darkness," Edge Shot assured him. "Yeah, and when he beats him, I'll pass on the mantle of number one. I don't deserve it, but that kid does more than anyone I know," Hawks added. Just as they were about to leave, a torrent of blue flames shot toward them, and Hawks quickly pulled All Might out of harm's way. "Dobby!" Best Jeanist murmured, watching as the villain emerged from a dark alley, his hair now snow white and holding a package. "Don't worry, it's not trapped," Dobby said as he turned around, creating a wall of flames to prevent the heroes from following him. The heroes stood there, watching the alley where he had come from, their guards up in case he tried anything. After a couple of minutes, they let their guards down slightly, and All Might shakily opened a package, finding a note inside. Shigaraki is planning to attack Kyoto and Hiroshima in the upcoming week. The heroes looked at each other in shock, wondering why Dabi would help them. Nagant pulled the trigger just as Deku activated 40% of his power, the bullet whizzing past him. Deku felt the bullet graze his face, destroying his mask and likely leaving a scar. Nagant felt her mask shatter, and she turned to aim her gun at him but froze, just like Deku. Izuku. Nagant said, tears welling in her eyes as she realized who she had almost killed. Kanao Nizan, Izuku replied, tears in his own eyes. He coughed up blood from the pain of his wounds and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Izuku! Nagant yelled as she rushed to him, applying pressure to his injury. Izuku, please stay with me. I can't lose you. You know, this kind of reminds me of when I first met you. Izuku said, focusing his healing quirk on his stomach wound. He noticed the locket hanging from her neck and gently touched it. You kept it. Baka. Shut up. Kana replied, continuing to apply pressure while memories of their first meeting flooded her mind. He had become the most important person in her life. 11 years ago. Take that, Deku, yelled a 5-year-old Katsuki as he unleashed an explosion at him. Izuku fell to the ground, covered in soot and bruises, with burns from Katsuki's explosions. He lay there in sadness, knowing no one would help him because he was quirkless. Word spread around the neighborhood, and everyone stayed away from him, leaving him to endure the bullying alone. As he slowly stood up, trying to ignore his injuries, someone approached him. Hey, you okay? A woman's voice asked. Izuku looked up at a young woman with long purple and pink hair, dressed in what looked like a college uniform. She leaned down, offering him a warm smile. Don't worry, I'm a hero, and I can help you. Really? Izuku asked, a bit worried. Yes, really. Oh, I'm Kana Tatsumi, by the way, she said, reaching into her bag to pull out some bandages and ointment. Izuku sat quietly as she applied the bandages, shocked that someone would be so kind to him, unaware of his quirkless status. They're all done, Kana said with a smile. Thank you, Tatsumi-san. It's no trouble. So, where's your mom? Kana asked. At home. Izuku replied, looking down. Okay, well how about I walk you home then? Kana suggested. Really? Heroes should always help, even with small things. She stood up and gently took his hand, guiding him to his house. As they walked, she wondered why he looked so hurt and why no one seemed to care. I mean, come on, he's such a sweet kid. I just want to spoil him. After a few minutes, they arrived at Izuku's apartment and knocked on the door. A moment later, Inko opened it. Can I help you? Izuku, what happened? Inko exclaimed in panic. I found him hurt, so I helped heal his wounds and brought him home, Kana explained. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, Inko said, hugging Izuku before letting him go. It's okay, you have a really sweet boy. Well, I should probably get going, so bye, Kana said, turning to leave when Izuku grabbed her hand. I'm sorry, but... Would you like to see my toys? He asked shyly. Kana smiled, feeling inclined to accept. If your mom is okay with it, then sure. I don't see any problem with it. Here, let me make us some tea while you do that, Inko said with a warm smile. Izuku then led Kana to his room, excitedly showing her all his toys. They spent 10 minutes together, with him proudly displaying each one, and Kana's warm smile never faded. And this is my favorite All Might toy, Izuku said, holding up a limited edition All Might Silver Age figure. I'm guessing you like him a lot? Kana asked. I want to be a hero just like him, even though I'm quirkless. Izuku's voice trailed off. You're what? Kana asked, confused by his sudden hesitation. I'm quirkless. Izuku braced himself for her reaction, expecting laughter or dismissal. Instead, he felt her arms wrap around him in a warm hug. That doesn't mean you can't be a hero. You just have to try harder, and I'm sure you can be one, Kana reassured him. Why you really think so? Izuku asked, tears in his eyes. I know so, Midoriya, Kana replied. Izuku began to cry, hugging her tightly as she gently stroked his back. It's okay, Midoriya. It's okay, just let it all out. She gently kissed his forehead. After that day, Kana would come over occasionally to visit or watch over Izuku while Inko was away. As the weeks turned into months, they grew closer until Izuku said something that brought tears of joy to her eyes. I love it, Kano-Nizan, Izuku exclaimed, holding a small present she had given him for his birthday. From that moment on, they began to see each other as siblings. When Christmas arrived, Izuku gifted her a locket containing a picture of the two of them smiling together, something she cherished and never wanted to be without. However, as their bond deepened, Kana found herself descending into a darker world, forced into the role of an assassin by the Hero Association. She was nearing her breaking point, but it was Izuku, her little brother, who kept her going. 1 year later, Kana walked into her small apartment, feeling the weight of her long day. She could still see the metaphorical blood on her hands from the lives she had taken in the name of justice. Happy birthday, Kano-Nizan, Izuku shouted, popping around the corner and startling her. Kana panicked as he approached for a hug. She didn't want him to touch her. Stay away, she yelled, fear gripping her. I don't want my blood on you. Izuku looked at her, confused as there was no blood on her. But he could see the brokenness in her eyes, a silent plea for help. He slowly walked toward her, finding her on her knees, crying. Kano-Nizan, he said gently, taking her hand in his. It's okay, I am here. He began to wipe her hands, trying to clean away the imagined stains. As her hands became clearer, tears filled her eyes. You're my hero, Kano-Nizan, and today, let me be yours, Izuku said, offering her the same warm smile he had shown her when they first met. All her defenses crumbled, and she pulled him into a tight embrace, sobbing. Otudo, please let me just hold you. Kana's voice trembled. Izuku smiled and hugged her tighter, ready to be her hero for the day. 3 months later, Kana thought to herself, I'm sorry, Izuku. I don't think I'll ever be able to see you again. As she was taken to Tartarus prison. Upon arrival, the guards began to strip her of her belongings, but she clutched her locket tightly, refusing to let it go. Give it here, prisoner, one guard demanded. Kana glared at him, tightening her grip on the locket. She was thrown into a cell, bruised and battered from the guard's treatment, yet she still held the locket close. Opening it, she cried at the sight of their picture. I'm sorry, Otudo. Just know that I love you. Back in the present, Kana focused on her memories as she applied pressure to Izuku's wound. Why, you know something. You're an auntie. And soon you'll have 2 sisters-in-law. Izuku said, concentrating on healing himself. What? Kana exclaimed, startled. He shakily reached into his hero suit and pulled out a photo. Here's your sisters-in-law and your niece. Kana looked at the photo and smiled warmly. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. She brushed some of his hair away and kissed his forehead. Kano-Nizan, will you help us? Izuku asked. Yes. Besides, Kana's protective older sister instincts kicked in. I need to make sure those 2 women are good enough for my Otudo. Izuku swore he saw a menacing shadow behind her. After a few more minutes of healing and talking, he stood up, taller than her now. I really missed you, Kano-Nizan, he said. She puffed her cheeks slightly and poked his chest. I didn't say you could get taller than me, Izuku. Sorry? Come on, let's go, Kana said, starting to walk away. Izuku smiled happily and took the lead, with her right behind him. This was the first time he felt truly happy in a long time, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. Suddenly, Izuku noticed Kana glowing, cracks forming on her body. I'm sorry, Izuku. Don't lose your family and just know that I low. Boom. Kano-Nizan. Izuku screamed as the explosion knocked him back. He landed painfully, breaking his arm but ignoring the pain as he sprinted toward her. Kana! Kana! He shouted, reaching the massive crater where he found her body. No! He rushed down and cradled her charred form in his arms. Please don't go. Onizen, please. I can't lose you. Izuku, she whispered. Onizen. It's okay. Be quiet. I can save you. Just hold on, and we'll get you to a hospital. Izuku insisted, forcing his healing quirk into her. But he saw it wasn't working as her feet began to turn to dust. No, 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 he cried, desperately activating his quirk, hoping to save her. It's okay. Izuku. Kana said, lifting her hand to cup his face. I'm just happy I got to see my Tudo's face one last time. Shut up. I can save you. Izuku shouted, trying to halt the decay, but it had already reached her waist. Izuku. Just know that I love you and I'll always be proud of you. Kana said, using her last strength to pull herself up and kiss his forehead. Save the others. She then turned to dust in his arms, and Izuku's eyes widened in horror. No. He. So close to breaking, cousin. I only need to twist the knife 3 more times until you break, and the world sees that even the symbol of hope can be shattered, Shigaraki said, grinning darkly as he looked at 3 pictures. One of All Might, one of Inko, and another of Rumi, Ochako, and Eri. I'll break you, then kill you, Izuku, Shigaraki vowed, standing up and leaving to create more chaos. Izuku stood on empty Fuji, holding an urn that contained Kana's ashes. He looked up into the dark sky and slowly emptied the urn, watching the ashes drift away. You're finally free, Onizen. I'm sorry I was too weak to protect you, Izuku murmured, tears streaming down his face as he remembered the events that had unfolded. In his mind, he recalled the moment he had lost another person dear to him. Onizen! Onizen! He had cried, overwhelmed with grief. All Might and the other heroes had arrived, their expressions frozen in shock at the sight of Izuku's broken form. Izuku! What happened? All Might had asked, concern etched on his face. He killed her. Izuku had replied, his voice hollow as he looked up with tear-filled, colorless eyes. He killed my Onizen. As he sifted through the ashes, he felt something solid and grasped it. It was the locket she had always worn. Hawks approached, his eyes widening as he recognized the picture inside. Just so you know, she never let that thing out of her sight. No one knew what was in it, and no matter how hard the guards tried, she never once let them take it, he said gently, patting Izuku's shoulder in comfort. Hawks, who was she? Best Jeanist asked as he joined them. Lady Nagant. Hawks replied. Everyone fell silent, understanding the truth behind the tragedy. It was all due to the corruption and greed of the Hero Association, which had prioritized their own interests over the lives of others. Suddenly, a nearby store's TV flickered to life, revealing Shigaraki sitting in a chair, a sadistic grin on his face. Did you like my present, cousin? He taunted, his grin widening as he saw Izuku clench his fists in anger. Why are you so angry? This is all happening because of you and your quirk. If you had simply stayed out of this or given me your quirk, none of this would be happening, Deku. All the pain and suffering I cause is because of you, along with the millions I kill. They are all on your shoulders. If you would just surrender yourself to me, I would stop killing everyone. What the heroes didn't realize was that he was broadcasting this message worldwide, attempting to turn the entire world against Izuku. And not only that, but because of how special your quirk is, especially since it isn't actually yours but mine, you're a villain as well. You stole something of mine that I want back. Just know this, cousin, everyone I kill or my minions kill is all your fault, and all this innocent blood is on your hands, Shigaraki declared before the screen went dark. Izuku, are you okay? All Might asked, stepping closer. Is this really all my fault? Everyone dying because of me? Izuku's voice was hollow, filled with despair. No, Izuku, it isn't. He's just trying to break you and turn everyone against you, All Might reassured him. But Izuku continued to gaze into the darkened sky, questioning if it truly was all his fault. Outside UA, a crowd had gathered, demanding Izuku's surrender. Give him to Shigaraki, one voice shouted. It's because of him my family is dead, another cried. If he hadn't stolen that quirk, none of this would have happened. Hundreds of people were outside, expressing their anger and grief, using Izuku as a scapegoat for their pain. Andy, why are they like this? Deku is a hero, Koda asked, looking up at Mandalay. Because they are afraid, and many have lost their families to Shigaraki. They are using Izuku to take out their anger, she replied sadly. Papa is a hero. Eri yelled, tears in her eyes as she ran up and started hitting the TV. Everyone looked at her with sympathy, unable to imagine the pain she was feeling. Mommy, he's a hero. Make them stop being mean to Papa. Eri sobbed, breaking down in tears. Ochako hugged her tightly, whispering that everything would be okay. Rumi joined them, offering comfort despite still feeling unwell. They had heard about what happened to Izuku's sister, and they could only imagine the pain of losing her so suddenly. I want my papa. I miss his hugs and kisses. Eri said, clinging to both her mothers. I know, sweetie. We miss him too. Ochako replied, tears streaming down her face. Shinso, witnessing this, punched the wall in frustration. His brother in all but blood was out there suffering, and he was determined to grow stronger to help him. Principal Nizu, what should we do? People are demanding we give Midoriya to them. Shigaraki has even claimed they are cousins, which puts Midoriya in an even worse light, Aizawa said, concern etched on his face. Nizu remained silent, contemplating the situation. For now, we must hold our society together. It's all we can do, along with training our students to make them stronger so they can handle the villains. Meanwhile, in a refugee camp, a little boy cried out for his mother amidst the chaos. Shigaraki had sent Nomu to attack the camp, seeking to capture those with powerful quirks. Moonfish, leading the attack, reveled in the destruction. Such sweet flesh, he said, licking his lips after finishing off a group of people. Hearing the boy's cries, he grinned. Young sweet flesh. Nomu, bring me his flesh. As the Nomu approached the terrified child, a bolt of green and red lightning flashed, sending the creature flying. The boy looked up, hope igniting in his heart as he recognized the figure in the white cape and yellow scarf, Deku. Izuku advanced, and with a swift motion, he restrained the Nomu with Black Whip, rendering them motionless as their quirks were stolen. Izuku Midoriya stood in the dimly lit room, his fists clenched in anger as he faced the villain, Moonfish. The sight of the fallen bodies around him fueled his rage. He activated the quirk that had been passed down to him, a gift from his father. With a swift motion, a long rifle emerged from his elbow, a manifestation of Kana's quirk. Feeling a connection to his sister, he loaded the weapon and, before Moonfish could react, fired a shot that struck him in the lower abdomen. The villain screamed in pain, but Izuku didn't hesitate. He charged forward and delivered a powerful punch, knocking Moonfish out cold. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the people around him, unsure of where he was headed next. Meanwhile, a villain hiding behind a wall pulled out his phone, attempting to call for help. Before he could finish, Izuku's fist broke through the wall, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Where is Shigaraki? Izuku demanded, his voice steady. Harbori. Forest. The villain gasped, struggling to breathe. With a flick of his wrist, Izuku took the villain's quirk and tossed him back to the crowd. He's all yours, he said before walking away, leaving the villain to face the consequences of his actions. Deku led his team toward a massive mansion, kicking the door open to find it eerily quiet. As they moved through the halls, they heard a sinister chuckle. A projector flickered to life, revealing Shigaraki's face. Did you like my present, cousin? Shigaraki grinned darkly. Izuku's fists tightened as he glared at the screen. Don't be so angry. She chose to join me, and her death is on your hands. I predicted you'd try to save her, but I knew you wouldn't succeed. History is written by the victors, and the blame lies with you. He continued, his voice dripping with malice. All the stragglers are labeled as villains. If your quirk doesn't fit in with society, you're discarded. You may think you're individualists, but it's human nature to conform. I will break you, and I'll kill everyone you love before I take you down myself. I'm no longer interested in All Might, Deku. You're next. Just then, the mansion erupted in flames. We narrowly escaped the explosion, but now all the information about the villains is lost, Hawks said, frustration evident in his voice. Do you think we could interrogate any of the villains Deku has taken down? It asked. Doubtful. Most of them are in comas because of Deku, Best Jeanist replied. The heroes exchanged worried glances. Izuku's methods were becoming increasingly brutal, and he had even killed the Nomu to spare them from suffering. I can't believe we're putting all this on one boy, Imlady said, shaking her head. The pain he's enduring. I don't know how he keeps going. Hawks nodded, recalling the tragedies Izuku had faced, the sacrifice of a classmate, the revelation of his father's true identity, and the loss of his best friend. It's horrible what he's gone through. And now, he's lost his sister right in front of him. Not only that, but they're getting closer to discovering the truth about One for All, Edgeshot added. If the public finds out, it will lead to mass panic. The room fell silent as the heroes reflected on their grim reality. Suddenly, Hawks's phone buzzed, and he looked at it in shock. Deku found the second assassin. And he killed him. Izuku stared at the lifeless body of a villain he recognized as a religious extremist, responsible for the deaths of over 500 children in a school explosion. The man had believed it was his divine mission to eliminate those without quirks. Izuku. All Might's voice broke through his thoughts. He had kill on-sight orders, Izuku replied, his voice strained. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but he knew that sometimes, difficult choices had to be made to protect others. Turning away, he ran from the building. I need to find more villains. Wait! All Might called out. You haven't eaten or slept in 3 days. Please take this and rest. I'm fine on my own, Izuku insisted, his tone cold. Son, I know what you're going through, but don't push yourself so hard. I can control One for All at 100% without breaking anything, Izuku said, his voice hollow as he looked at his father with colorless eyes. Don't worry about me. With that he shot into the sky, leaving All Might behind. I won't let anyone else get hurt because of me, he thought. Even if the whole world turns against me, I'll protect them. Izuku, wait! All Might shouted, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. Memories of his mentor flooded his mind. Please come back. Nearby, Stain leaned against a wall, watching. You're a true hero, Deku. Sacrificing your connections to protect those you love, despite your pain. I'll help you on this crusade. This world can't lose its symbol of hope to the darkness plaguing it, Stain thought as he walked away to follow Izuku. 2 days later, Deku was walking down the street, covered in mud and blood, his hero costume badly damaged. Black Whip swayed around him, ready to restrain any villains, while green and black lightning with a red hue crackled around him. Izuku, please rest. You haven't slept or eaten in 5 days, Nana pleaded desperately. I can't. As long as Shigaraki is out there attacking innocent people, I can't rest or stop, Deku replied, forcing his body to keep moving. As he continued walking, a villain jumped from an alley to attack him. Deku raised his arm, releasing a massive explosion that slammed the villain into the wall, cracking it and knocking him unconscious. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Tsukachi about the villain's location, then grabbed a piece of railing and wrapped it around him to restrain him. Keep moving forward, Deku thought, memories flashing through his mind of everyone he lost because he wasn't strong enough to protect them. I need to master One for All and get stronger. I won't lose anyone else, no matter what. Even if I have to face this whole world alone to save them. Images of Eri, Rumi, Ochako, Inko, All Might, and everyone else flashed through his mind. Deku shot off into the sky, searching for more villains to save people, despite the fact that many now blamed him for the chaos caused by Shigaraki. Run! It's a villain! A woman yelled as she fled with other civilians. Ah, this is so much fun, the villain taunted. Deku landed on the ground, combining rifle with explosion to create an explosive bullet that hit the villain, burning his side. He then shot Black Whip at him, pulling him closer as Deku launched himself forward, slamming his fist into the villain's face and knocking him out. Thank you, Deku, a little kid shouted, looking up at him. But the child's mother quickly pulled him away. "Stay away from my son, you monster. Because of you, my husband is dead." Deku looked down, clenching his fists at the pain Shigaraki had caused them. Suddenly he felt his danger sense go off and shot into the sky. When Deku arrived in Kyoto, he was met with death and destruction. Shigaraki had randomly appeared and devastated the city, but thankfully 80% of the 3 million residents had been quietly evacuated beforehand. Tragically, over 600,000 people had died or disappeared, likely turned into Nomu. "Demon it," Deku said, clenching his fists. "I have to stop him." Meanwhile, All Might sat in Might Tower, looking at a TV screen filled with world leaders and representatives from their countries, all waiting for him to speak. "Thank you for coming to this meeting," All Might began. "Forgive me, but I'd like to make this meeting quick since my country is still in a bloody war thanks to Shigaraki," the new president of China said. Across the globe, Shigaraki had released thousands of Nomu, brutally created using Dr. Garaki's notes and his vast arsenal of quirks. He sent thousands of them to other countries to ensure they couldn't assist Japan in its time of need. In the USA, Stars and Stripes was exhausted from fighting every day, getting only about 2 hours of rest or sleep. In China, a brutal war raged on, with the Chinese dragons commanding an army of Nomu alongside mind control quirk users, creating endless supplies of soldiers. Russia had to reinstate conscription for heroes and soldiers to combat the villains and Nomu. Hope seemed lost. "I know it seems hopeless, but we can't give up. We have to keep fighting and show that no matter what happens, we'll never surrender to him," All Might declared, standing up. "But how can we win this? Shigaraki can just create an army, and if we send anyone strong enough to defeat him, he'll simply take their quirk," the British Prime Minister argued. "We have a symbol of hope. And sadly, the whole world has to put their faith in him," All Might said, looking around at the silent faces, all knowing who he referred to. Deku, the symbol of hope. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders, and all they could do now was hope he would be able to save them. "We need him to rest. He's overworking himself, and at any moment his body could collapse," Yoichi said. "It's because of everything he's going through. We expect too much of him, and now he has the weight of the world on his shoulders," Nana added. "In times like this, we shouldn't stop him. Times are hard, and we have to keep moving," the second user insisted. "Maybe so, but even you can agree he needs to rest," the third user replied. All Might looked down, silent. "I have a suggestion," All for One's voice echoed from the dark corners of Izuku's mind. "And what would that be, Hisashi?" Yoichi asked. All for One stepped aside, gesturing behind him. Two figures emerged from the dark fog, and the previous users understood why he had summoned them. Deku raced toward Nagasaki, hoping to catch Shigaraki off guard before he attacked the city. He pushed himself harder, knowing he would be late. As he broke the sound barrier, he accelerated to nearly Mach minutes later. He was a few miles away and saw massive plumes of smoke rising from the city. "No!" he yelled, increasing his speed. He arrived in the devastated city, witnessing thousands of burned bodies on the ground, some even crucified. Deku landed on a building, scanning the distance where he saw Shigaraki extending his hand, grabbing a child's head. "And now you'll be a SLV of mine as well," Shigaraki said, forcing multiple quirks into the small boy's body, causing it to convulse violently. As blood streamed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, his skin turned gray. The top of his skull slowly cracked open, exposing his brain, and his mouth transformed into a jagged maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. "Now go and kill your family," Shigaraki said with a dark grin. The Nomu turned and began to lumber toward its parents. "Kenji, please stop," his mother cried out desperately. Sorry, Mom," the Nomu managed to say. He continued to advance, raising his arm to strike when a green blur appeared, blocking his path. "Shigaraki," Deku said, his eyes blood-red with black scara. "Oh, why hello, Deku," Shigaraki replied. "I'm not ready to fight you yet. I still haven't broken you, so leave." Deku snarled and charged at him, using 70% of his power to throw a punch. But before he could connect, Shigaraki seized him by the throat. Look at how weak you are, Deku, he taunted, tightening his grip. Face it, you're weak and can never defeat me, especially with all my new quirks. With a swift motion, Shigaraki plunged his fist into Deku's abdomen, then flung him high into the sky and leaped after him. Soon the whole world will be destroyed because of me, but first, I'll take everything from you. Soon you'll lose everything you love. Goodbye for now, Air cannon. Deku was hurled away, soaring through the air until he crashed painfully into the ground, miles from Nagasaki. No! Deku gasped, forcing his battered body to rise despite the pain from his broken bones and lacerations. I have to save them. He slowly stood and began to limp back, feeling his injuries gradually heal. After 3 hours of walking, running, and finally flying, he arrived at the massive crater that was once the city. Damn it! I'm still so weak. Why am I so worthless? He screamed, slamming his fist into the ground, shaking the entire southern coast of Japan. He defeated me like it was nothing. I need to get stronger. I refuse to lose, and I won't let him win this war. Deku stood tall, gazing up at the dark sky with determination in his broken eyes. I'll get stronger no matter what. Even if it kills me. I have to stop him. Deku soared through the city, searching for more villains to confront and trying to increase his strength with one for all. As he flew, he spotted a giant Nomu rampaging through the city, easily towering 2 stories and destroying everything in its path. He landed before the Nomu and struck its knee, causing it to buckle. Then, he turned and kicked its chin, flipping the creature onto its back. Deku unleashed Black Whip, wrapping it around the Nomu and tightening until it passed out. He pulled out his phone and messaged Tsukachi about the Nomu's location before launching himself back into the sky. Unfortunately, he didn't get far before exhaustion hit him, and he crashed onto a rooftop, struggling to stay awake. He had been awake for over a week and hadn't eaten during that time. His last break had been a week ago. Izuku, please stop and rest. Nana urged, her voice filled with concern. No. Deku replied, painfully pushing himself up, ignoring his unhealed injuries. I have to keep moving. Izuku, look at you. You can barely stand, let alone fight. Nana shouted. What happens to me doesn't matter as long as I save everyone. Deku said, preparing to continue. What about Eri? Or Rumi and Ochako? Or Inko and Toshi? Nana pressed. Deku paused, silent for a moment before responding in a broken voice. They'll be fine without me. They can move on. With that, he shot off into the sky, fighting back tears. We have to save Midoriya, Todoroki said, looking at the group. I agree, but we need the teacher's permission to go after him, Momo added. Ochako glanced at Eri, who was sleeping on the couch, tear stains on her cheeks from crying. She stood up and began to walk away. Ochako, where are you going? Tsu asked. To talk to Nizu. I'm going to convince him to let us save him, she replied simply. Soon, everyone followed her to Nizu's office. After a few minutes, they entered to find him with Aizawa. Class 1A, how can I help you? Nizu asked, looking up. Principal Nizu, we want your permission to save Izuku. We can't just sit by and let him risk his life trying to save us anymore, Ochako stated. Nizu paused, considering their request. Give me a reason why I should let you. Villains are everywhere, and if they find out you're connected to Midoriya, Shigaraki would stop at nothing to hurt you all just to get to him. So tell me, why should I let you go, and how do I know you can bring him back? Everyone fell silent until Ochako spoke again. I know we can save him, so please let us. Eri needs him back, and we can't let him suffer like this anymore. He's in so much pain. Nizu observed the group, noting their determination. Very well, but bring Miruko with you for protection. Deku landed on the ground, looking up at a massive crowd of people. You can't do anything to stop me, Deku, a voice echoed in the chaos. With all these innocent people under his control, the villain boasted, you can't touch me. Deku struggled, feeling as if he couldn't control his own body. Deku, please save me, a voice cried out. Please stop. I don't want to do this. Determined, Deku looked up at the villain. With a swift motion, a rifle extended from his arm, and he aimed it at the villain. The shot rang out, the bullet weaving through the crowd before striking the villain's shoulder, causing him to lose focus. The villain cursed as his head was forcefully slammed into the ground, cracking the concrete beneath him. Deku felt the power of all for one surge within him, reaching deep to grasp the villain's quirk and dismantle it in a way even his father hadn't known was possible. "You'll never hurt or control anyone ever again," Deku declared, standing tall. He noticed that everyone had fled to safety, but just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. "Izuku." Turning, he saw Ochako and Rumi standing before Class 1A. Their eyes widened in horror at his condition, but they quickly masked their concern. "Izuku, it's time for you to come home," Rumi said gently. "What are all of you doing here?" Deku asked, confusion etched on his face. "We're here to save you and bring you back," Ochako replied. Fine." Deku insisted, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "You know that's not true, Midoriya. Look at you, you can barely stand," Todoroki interjected. "What happens to me? Doesn't matter as long as you're safe," Deku said hollowly. "But you do matter. I know you're in pain because of all of this, but we want you back. Eri misses you, we all miss you, so please come home, Izuku," Ochako pleaded. "I can't. If I get close to you, Shigaraki will kill everyone I care about," Deku replied, his voice breaking. "Then we'll stop you and save you," Kirishima said, stepping forward. "You will try," Deku warned, preparing his quirk. Instead of preparing for a fight, his friends stepped aside to reveal Eri, who looked up at him with wide eyes. "Papa," she said softly. Deku felt his heart shatter at the sight of her. Eri took a few tentative steps toward him but paused beside her mother's, her eyes filled with pain. "Papa, why are you doing this?" she asked. Deku lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. As he closed them, he heard two voices he never expected to hear again. "Tudo, you can rest," Kana said. His eyes snapped open, and he saw her standing before him, resembling the previous users of One for All, her presence clear and comforting. "She's right, Izuku," Katsuki urged. "You've done enough. You need to rest and regain your strength." Tears welled in Deku's eyes as he felt Eri's small hand grasp his. She was crying. "Papa, please come back. I miss you," she said. In that moment, all his defenses crumbled. He fell to his knees, embracing her tightly as he sobbed openly. Eri held him as tightly as she could, determined to be his hero and save him. Ochako and Rumi rushed over, wrapping their arms around him as well. Together, they would be the heroes who saved a hero in need. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt a glimmer of hope and remembered why he wanted to be a hero. All Might stood before the statue erected in his honor, staring at it with a heavy heart. "All Might," a voice called out, breaking his reverie. It was Stain. "This is the first time we've ever met, isn't it?" All Might asked, surprised. "Indeed. Tell me, why don't you give us a piece of hope anymore? You seem to hide away in UA," Stain challenged. "Because there's nothing I can do. All I can do now is teach the next generation of heroes," All Might replied, his voice filled with resignation. "That is where you are wrong. You are All Might, an eternal symbol of peace." Stain yelled, grabbing him by the collar. "You are a hollow shell of your former self, relying on a mere teenager to bear the weight of your failures. Get up, All Might. Help lead the symbol of hope and be a hero again. Only you and Deku are the true heroes in this world, and I will help him on his mission." With that, Stain threw All Might to the ground and ran off to join Deku. All Might slowly rose, noticing a woman he had saved during the Kamino Ward incident cleaning the statue. Just then, the rain stopped, and rays of sunshine broke through the clouds, symbolizing that hope still existed. "He's right. I have to help Izuku no matter what. I'm still All Might, and I will support him even if I can't fight alongside him," he vowed, looking up at the brightening sky. "Don't let him into UA," the crowd shouted. "Keep him away. Don't come in here, you monster. How are we supposed to be safe with him here?" Class 1A watched as the massive crowd outside the school screamed at Izuku, blaming him for everything that had gone wrong because he hadn't stopped it yet. Feeling defeated, Izuku turned to leave, but Ochako, Rumi, and Eri grabbed his hands, pulling him back. "You're not alone," Rumi said firmly. "We'll save you and help you, Izuku," Ochako added. Eri reached up, wanting to be picked up, and he lifted her into his arms. She hugged him tightly. "Everyone, calm down," Present Mike called out, trying to soothe the crowd. "Calm? It's because of you heroes that we're in this situation," someone shouted. "If you had done your job and defeated Shigaraki, we wouldn't be here," another voice echoed. "Millions of people are dead because Deku didn't stop Shigaraki," a voice cried out. Izuku looked down, feeling the weight of their words. Before he could respond, Ochako flew up to the roof of UA with her quirk, megaphone in hand. "Everyone, stop," she yelled, addressing the crowd. "Izuku is trying so hard to save all of you, regardless of his injuries and how tired he is. He kept moving forward to protect each and every one of you. He has a special quirk which he will use to save everyone, so please stop and look at him and how tired he is." "What? You want us to have to live with his failures?" someone shouted. "We are the ones that will deal with the failures," Ochako screamed. "We will be the ones to help hold society up again, and we promise you that we'll bring everything back. So please, let him stay here and rest." Everyone fell silent, finally realizing that Izuku was just a teenager carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had been forcing himself to keep fighting to save them. "Izuku!" Inko yelled, trying to push through the crowd to reach him. "Deku!" Koda gasped, seeing his hero in such bad shape. Soon, heroes, Class 1B and police officers began to stand beside Izuku, showing their support and willingness to protect him. "Come on, guys, we should hear him out. I mean, look at him. He's fighting through all our hate and pain to protect us. The least we can do is let him stay here and rest so he can continue to protect us," said a civilian, stepping forward. More civilians joined in, realizing that Izuku was simply a teenager trying to save everyone. Now begins the era of hope, when humanity finally unites together under one goal, Nizu observed. Izuku fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Inko, Koda, and Squeak-chan rushed to help him. As they assisted him, Ochako, Rumi, and all his friends hurried over to lift him up. "Kid, can things go back to normal like they were before all of this?" someone in the crowd asked. "Yes. I promise all of you that we will bring everything back to how it once was, and that we'll never have to live in fear like this," Izuku assured them. "Let's go and clean you up," Kirishima and Shinso shouted as they carried Izuku to the baths. They quickly helped him out of his clothes and hosed him down to wash away the blood, grime, and sweat before placing him in the bath. "I'm glad we managed to bring you back, Izuku," Shinso said with a smile. "Yeah. So how have things been since I've been gone?" Izuku asked. "We've been training to become stronger, Izuku, and we'll help you in this fight," Ida replied. "Indeed, Midoriya, you can count on us to assist you in this endeavor," Tokoyami added. "We'll bring back the hope and peace that we lost so long ago," Siro declared. Izuku sat on the couch, holding a sleeping Eri in his arms, with Rumi and Ochako leaning against him, listening to his friends talk. "Hey, everyone, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you all," Izuku said. "It's okay. Can you tell us more about One for All and All for One?" Mina asked. "I wish Hawks would pick up his phone," Tokoyami sighed. "Guys, Izuku is the most tired of us all. I think we should let him rest," Todoroki said as he entered the room. "No, I'm fine. I need to apologize to Dad before I even think of sleeping," Izuku insisted. "Izuku!" All Might burst in, breathing from running to the dorms. "I'm sorry for not being able to help you more." "No, Dad, it's all right. You didn't do anything wrong, and I shouldn't have pushed you away," Izuku replied. "If you want to apologize, then do it to all of us for leaving so suddenly," Mina shouted, lightly hitting him. All Might smiled, though his expression turned solemn. "I can't go into detail, but we have a chance to win." "Don't worry, Dad," Izuku said, looking at him. "We'll win this war and show Shigaraki what heroes can do." "I know we will. Now go and get some sleep and spend time with those three." You deserve it, and they deserve time with you as well, All Might said. Not long after he left, Izuku fell asleep with Eri curled up on his chest, peacefully resting, while Ochako and Rumi slept on either shoulder, holding him tightly. Todoroki covered them with a large blanket. I'm the son of Endeavor and brother of Dabi, so I have a glimpse of what Izuku is going through with his family, he said. It's unfair that people are judging you and Izuku for what your families did, Shinso remarked. It's how people are. When things get bad, they blame whoever caused it and whoever is trying to stop it if it isn't getting done fast enough, Todoroki explained. We have to bring back people's smiles, Jiro said, capturing everyone's attention. The world is in dark times, and we have to put aside our petty rivalries and work together to stop Shigaraki and the League. You're right, and we'll bring smiles to everyone once again, Momo agreed. We won't just take it back, we'll become better versions of ourselves. Go beyond. I see. That's good that he's finally resting, Hawks said, sitting in a car. Let him rest for a day or two before we brief him on our latest discovery thanks to Stain. Very well, and I hope this works out well for us, Best Jeanist replied. Don't worry, it will. Deku will bring us back hope along with everyone else, Ryuko said over the phone. It's time we get revenge, Aizawa added during the call. It's time we show the villains why we heroes are feared by evil. It's time for humanity to finally attempt to follow a single goal and move forward. It's time they find hope to rise from the darkness of this world, Hawks concluded. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, noticing that Rumi was gone, but Ochako and Eri were still sleeping on him. She went to Recovery Girl to see why she's been sick lately and gaining weight, Jiro said, handing him a cup of tea. Thank you, Jiro. And I'm sorry I couldn't save Denki. It's not your fault. But please don't let his death be in vain. Stop him, Midoriya. I promise you I will, Izuku said, determination burning in his eyes. Rumi looked at Recovery Girl, her eyes wide with shock. Piardin and T. Indeed you are, dear. You're 4 weeks along, and with your rabbit quirk, the babies are growing fast. You should be giving BRTH in 4 months, Recovery Girl explained. Wait, babies? Rumi's heart raced at the thought. Yes, Recovery Girl said, pulling out an Altiers ND picture. If you look right here, you can see Tumbios. You're having twins. Rumi placed her hand on her stomach, tears of happiness welling in her eyes. But I have to retire by my 2nd or 3rd month, right? It would be too much strain on me and the babies. That's correct, Recovery Girl confirmed. Without another word, Rumi dashed out of the medical wing, racing to the dorms to share the joyful news with Izuku and Ochako. Meanwhile, Izuku was finishing breakfast when the front door suddenly burst open. He turned to see Rumi rushing toward him, leaping into his arms and wrapping her legs around him. Whoa, Rumi, what's wrong? He asked, noticing her tears. Aizu. I have some really good news. Rumi said, her voice trembling. She gently let go, took his hand, and placed it on her stomach. I'm Piarjin and T, Izuku. We're going to have babies. Everyone in the room stared in shock before erupting into cheers of happiness. Why you're... Izuku stammered. I'm Piarjin and T. We're having twins, Rumi confirmed. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he embraced her tightly. I'm so happy. Ochako smiled at the scene, holding Eri's hand and placing her own on her stomach, contemplating when she and Izuku might decide to have a baby. Rumi hugged Izuku back, standing on her toes to kiss him, sharing her love and joy. Eri, walking in with a worried expression, asked, What does Piarni mean? Rumi knelt down to Eri's level, smiling as she pulled her close. You're going to be a big sister, Eri. I am going to be a big sister? Eri asked, her eyes wide. Yes, sweetie. You're going to have 2 little siblings running around soon, Rumi said. I promise to be the best big sister ever. Eri declared. Izuku watched the scene unfold, a smile spreading across his face. Oh, Kana. If only you were here. You would have been an amazing aunt. A mysterious figure in a dark lab observed the situation. So it seems the young Emistar is safe and with his family. That is good, very good. He stood up and walked down the dim halls of his base, glancing at the hundreds of tanks containing various creatures. Thus the era of darkness ends, and the era of hope begins, Hisashi said, sitting on the ledge of a platform alongside the previous one for all users. Indeed. Everyone, I believe it's time we finally combine one for all and all for one, Yoichi suggested. The other users exchanged glances before looking back at Hisashi. It's time for our quirks to stop fighting and finally become one again so we can stop the evil I created, Hisashi declared. Himiko sat atop a building, hugging her legs and resting her chin on her knees as she watched the sunset, reflecting on a conversation she had with Izuku some time ago. Can I be happy too? Can I find love like you and Ochako did? Would they love me like I love them? She whispered to herself. In a flashback, Izuku stood on a rooftop, scanning the city for signs of crime. He was unaware of the figure sneaking up behind him until she spoke. Hello, Izuku-kun, Himiko said with a bright smile. Startled, Izuku took a step back, on edge. What do you want, Toga? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to talk to you, Izuku-kun, she replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As he looked into her honey-colored eyes, he saw the pain and suffering hidden within. It was clear she longed for help but felt compelled to push everyone away. What do you want to talk about? He asked, trying to understand her. I want to know why you're dating both Ochako and that bunny girl, Himiko said. I'm dating them both because I love them and they love me. I care deeply for them and would do anything to protect them, along with my daughter, Izuku explained. Himiko fell silent, staring at him with an unreadable expression. I'm sure you only love them because they have heroic quirks, unlike me. I have a villain's quirk, so you and society threw me out like trash, she said bitterly. Our system is broken, and I'm going to fix it. You're wrong, your quirk is amazing, and you would have made a great hero. I'm sure we could have been friends, Izuku replied earnestly. Her eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time he saw the girl behind the mask, a girl desperate for love and acceptance, but society had denied her that. Why you're lying? No one in this society would care for me. So stop lying, she shouted, tears threatening to spill. I know society has treated you badly. I don't know the extent, but I can tell it was harsh, and for that, I'm sorry. If we had met as kids, I would have been your friend, Toga, Izuku said gently. Shut up. You're lying. You just want me normal, she screamed, her anger and hurt evident. No, I'm not lying. Even now, I'd be your friend if you'd let me. I don't want you to be normal, I just want to help you, Izuku said, reaching out to her. Slow, cautious steps brought Deku closer to Himiko, careful not to startle her. Shut up, shut up, shut up, she screamed, covering her ears. Let me help you by being the first person to extend a hand to you, Deku said, now standing in front of her with his hand out. Let me help you, Himiko, and be your friend. As tears streamed down her face, all the walls she had built up began to crumble. Deku was about to speak when she suddenly tackled him to the ground, crying into his chest. It's okay, Himiko. I'm right here. Just let it all out, he reassured her, removing his hood and mask to gently rub her back. She hugged him tighter, continuing to cry, and for the first time in her life, she felt truly free and understood. After an hour of crying, she finally stopped but refused to let go of him, wanting to prolong the feeling of being cared for. Will you truly be my friend? She asked quietly. Yes, I told you that I'll help you, and maybe after all this is finally over, we can find a way for you to achieve your dream, Deku replied. Thank you, Izuku. Ochako and that rabbit girl are lucky to have you, Himiko said. Hey, if they are okay with it, maybe I can join in since I love both you and Ochako, and I'm sure I'll learn to love the rabbit. Deku felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks, unsure of how to respond. Before he could say anything, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. I guess you have to go, huh? Himiko said reluctantly, letting him go. Just here, so we can stay in contact and I can help you, Deku said, giving her his phone number, which couldn't be tracked. Thanks, and here, this is for good luck, Himiko said, pulling his mask down and kissing him before he could react. After a moment, she stepped back. Good luck, my hero, she said before walking away. Deku stood still for a few seconds, trying to process what had just happened, before shaking his head and dashing off to stop the villain from rampaging. "We're gonna be grandmas," Inko and Mito yelled, hugging Rumi tightly. Laughter filled the room as they excitedly discussed grandbabies, and it became even funnier when Ochako's mom joined in. Jiro laughed while rubbing her belly, which had a small baby bump, as her parents offered her tips on motherhood, assuring her they would watch the baby so she could continue her hero work. Izuku watched with a smile, seeing Rumi, though embarrassed, unable to stop. Smiling as she asked for advice on being a great mother. He made a mental note to offer Jiro a sidekick job to help her balance her career and motherhood. He then looked over at All Might, who was playing a board game with Eri, and walked over to ask for advice. "Hey, Dad Eri," he said as he approached them. "Papa!" Eri exclaimed, pointing to the game. "Look, Grandmight is teaching me how to play." "Sorry," she said, smiling happily. "Wow, that's amazing, Eri," Izuku said, rubbing her head and making her smile even more. "Do you mind if I borrow Dad for a moment?" "Sure thing, Papa," Eri replied. Izuku and All Might stepped a few feet away before stopping. "So, what's up, Izuku?" All Might asked. "Dad, I was thinking about asking Ochako's and Rumi's hands in marriage, but I wanted to know if you think it's a good idea," Izuku said, feeling nervous. All Might smiled proudly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go for it, Izuku. I'm sure they will give you permission, and both young Uraraka and young Usajiyama will be more than happy to say yes." Izuku nodded and walked over to them, asking Mito and Mr. Uraraka to follow him. "So, he began, feeling embarrassed. "What?" Mito prompted. "I wanted both of your permissions for your daughter's hands in marriage," Izuku said, bowing his head. "I promise to protect both of them with every fiber of my being." Silence followed, but then Mito hugged him. "I give you permission. Just please keep making my daughter happy and protect her." "I promise, Ms. Usajiyama," he replied. "Just call me Mito." "You're going to be my son-in-law," she said with a smile. Izuku nodded, then turned to Mr. Uraraka, who was glaring at him. "Do you promise to protect my daughter no matter what?" Mr. Uraraka asked. "Even if it costs you your career or your life?" Izuku looked him right in the eyes with a determined expression. "Yes, and I'll do whatever is necessary to make it happen." He held the gaze for a moment longer before smiling. "Then I give you permission for my daughter's hand in marriage." "Thank you. Now I just need to get rings," Izuku said with a chuckle. Izuku was sitting in his dorm room with his mother, a blush creeping onto his face as he prepared to tell her about his plans to propose to Ochako and Rumi. He was surprised when he learned he could marry both of them and had received a message from Nizu explaining how. Nizu had mentioned something about blackmail regarding operations the government wanted to keep secret. Deciding to accept this unexpected opportunity, Izuku took a deep breath. "So, sweetie, what did you want to tell me?" Inko asked, looking at him expectantly. "I'm going to ask Ochako and Rumi to marry me." The room fell silent, and then the sound of sniffling broke the stillness. Izuku turned to see his mother crying, a massive smile on her face. "Oh, I'm so proud of you, sweetie." "I really am," Inko said, pulling off a ring from her finger. "This was the one your father, Hisashi, gave me when we got married." She then took off a necklace that held another ring. "And this was my mother's. I want you to have them and use them to propose." "But Mom, I can't take these from you," he said, standing up in shock. "It's okay, sweetie. I want you to have them. They were given to me, and now I want you to use them for your proposals. And you better treat Rumi well since it's your kids and my grandkids growing in her right now," Inko said, pointing a finger at him. "Don't worry, Mom. I promise I will take good care of her and Ochako," Izuku replied earnestly. "Good. And next time you get one Arjun and tea, make sure it's when both of you want it to happen because it'll be even more magical when you hear the news," Inko advised. "Thank you for the advice, Mom," Izuku said, standing up. "Well, I'm going to hit the gym first since both Rumi and Ochako are spending time with their parents." Inko smiled and kissed Izuku's forehead before she stood up and left. Izuku followed a minute later to hit the gym. "And remember, sweetie, you'll get weird cravings," Mito said, looking at her daughter. "I know, Ma. I read up on that," Rumi replied with a warm smile. I'm just happy that you found someone and you're going to be having a baby, Mito said, her eyes shining with pride. Hee hee, I know, right? I can't wait to see what the babies will look like, Ochako's mom chimed in. Probably a cute combination of Izuku and Rumi, Ochako added, smiling. Rumi couldn't help but smile wider, her ears falling flat in excitement. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed down the hall. Holy moly, Midoriyabu! Kirishima shouted. Everyone looked confused and decided to head toward the source of the commotion. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the gym, where both Rumi and Ochako froze, blushing as they witnessed the scene before them. Izuku was shirtless, wearing only tight gym shorts, doing leg squats with an impressive amount of weight on his back. Rumi let out a tiny gasp as she admired his muscles, and Ochako's face turned red as she subconsciously liked her lips, noticing how his shorts clung to him. Come on, Midoriya bro. You're only 597 in and have 3 more to do. Kirishima encouraged, his eyes sparkling. Izuku grunted, finishing the last 3 squats before Kirishima pressed a button, releasing the weight so Izuku could stand up. That was tough. What's next? Izuku asked, still unaware of the attention he was drawing from his girlfriends. Ochako let out a small sound, captivated by his sweaty body and the way his muscles moved. Well, you did your 50-mile run, your 30-ton leg press, and your squats. Now we need to work on your upper body with the salmon ladder for 45 minutes, followed by 100 deadlifts at 12 tons, and 400 pull-ups with 15 tons strapped to you, Kirishima explained. Shinso, who was also there, stared at his friend, wondering how he could handle such a grueling workout. All right, let's get started, Izuku said, diving into his routine. Both Rumi and Ochako exchanged glances, a shared determination in their eyes. It was dinner time, and Izuku had asked both Rumi and Ochako to meet him on the roof of the dorms. When they arrived, they were greeted by a appealing moonlit dinner, complete with steak, rice, and vegetables, all lit by candles. Their favorite foods, mochi and carrots, were also present. Izuku, Rumi said, looking at him standing by the table in a suit, a warm smile on his face. I made us dinner. I hope you both like it, Izuku said. They smiled and approached the table, where Izuku pulled out chairs for them before sitting down across from them. I made it to the best of my abilities, so I hope you enjoy it, he added. Ochako decided to try the steak first and nearly gasped at how delicious it was, tender, juicy, and full of flavor. They enjoyed their meal together, laughing and talking, reveling in the joy of finally being together on a date. After a while, as they finished eating, they continued their conversation. Yeah, Hatsum built me this arm and leg for me, and now I can fight just like I used to, Rumi said, flexing her robotic arm with a big grin. Ha, you should have seen her face when she got them. She was acting like a little girl who just got her favorite toy, Ochako teased, making Rumi blush and pout. Izuku chuckled, then looked down, gently running his fingers over the 2 rings in his pocket. Ochako, Rumi, I have something to tell you both, he began, drawing their full attention. I just want to say. Izuku felt incredibly fortunate to have both Ochako and Rumi in his life. They had supported him through his darkest moments, helping him rise from despair time and again. He couldn't express enough gratitude for their unwavering presence, feeling undeserving of their love. Ochako smiled warmly, recalling the day Izuku had asked her out. It had been one of the happiest days of her life. Rumi chimed in, sharing her own joy about their relationship. She had once feared she would never find a family, but meeting Izuku changed everything for her. With a sudden burst of emotion, Izuku knelt before them, surprising both girls. He pulled out 2 rings, looking up at them with hopeful eyes. Ochako, Rumi, will you make me the happiest man in the world and marry me? Overcome with joy, Ochako hugged him tightly, showering him with kisses. Rumi joined in the celebration, expressing her happiness as well. Izuku placed the ring his father had given his mother on Ochako's finger and then slipped his grandmother's ring onto Rumi's hand. Both girls beamed at him, sharing a sweet kiss. As they basked in the moment, Rumi playfully suggested that they should take their relationship to the next level, hinting at their desires. Izuku, feeling a rush of excitement, lifted both of them up and dashed to his room, their laughter echoing behind him. Meanwhile, in the common room, Inko was braiding Eri's hair while they watched a movie with the rest of the class. Suddenly, loud noises erupted from Izuku's room, causing the building to tremble slightly. Eri, curious, asked about the commotion, but Inko quickly attributed it to construction work. As the noise escalated, Jiro, feeling embarrassed, decided to leave for her parents' dorm to escape the awkwardness. Later, Izuku, still in shock from the earlier events, reflected on how he had to use his healing quirk on Rumi. He realized he needed to train harder to keep up with their energy. In the common room, the atmosphere was filled with a mix of tension and warmth. Ochako, wearing one of Izuku's oversized shirts, tried to feed him, insisting on taking care of him. Meanwhile, construction bots and Cementos were busy repairing the damage in the building. Momo attempted to break the silence by asking Izuku about his plans for patrols. He confirmed he would be heading out that night, ready to help those in need. Shinso expressed his longing to join, and after a moment of consideration, Izuku agreed. Eri entered the room, wearing one of Izuku's shirts as pajamas, and climbed into his lap, seeking comfort before he left. Shoto also expressed his wish to join the patrol, wanting to prepare for his future responsibilities. Izuku appreciated the support and made plans to meet them later. As he looked at Eri, he felt a surge of pride and love. She excitedly asked to train with him, eager to show off her quirk. Once in his room, Eri demonstrated her progress with her quirk, transforming a cockroach into a nymph. Izuku praised her efforts, marveling at how quickly she was improving. Their friends watched in awe, realizing how much Eri resembled both Rumi and Ochako, a thought that warmed their hearts. As they continued to train, Izuku felt a sense of fulfillment, surrounded by those he loved and who loved him in return. The rest of Class 1A joined in, training together to become stronger. Izuku, Shinso, and Todoroki were running through the city, searching for criminals. As they sprinted, Izuku's danger sense tingled, and before the other two could react, he shot off, breaking the sound barrier. He arrived at the scene just in time to see a gray Nomu attacking a family. Before the Nomu could strike, a loud bang echoed through the air as a bullet tore its arm off. Deku quickly followed up with a powerful Detroit smash, knocking the creature out cold. "Are you for all right?" Deku asked, concern evident in his voice as he looked at the family. "Mommy, look, it's Deku. I told you he'd save us," a little boy exclaimed, pointing at him. "I was just doing my job and I'm glad you're safe," Deku replied with a reassuring smile. "I don't know about safe. The streets are getting worse now," the mother said, worry etched on her face. "I know it seems bad, but I promise we'll stop Shigaraki soon and bring hope and happiness back," Deku assured her. Just then, Shinso and Todoroki arrived, both breathing heavily from trying to catch up. "You used to do this every patrol?" Todoroki gasped, trying to catch his breath. "Yes, but he'd usually drag me along," Shinso replied, also taking deep breaths. "Come on, guys. We still have 4 more hours to patrol," Deku said, a determined glint in his eyes. He then took off, disappearing into the distance. "Shinso, if we survive this, I want you to know." "I hate you," Todoroki muttered. "Don't worry, the feeling's mutual," Shinso replied with a smirk. In a boardroom, a man sat at a U-shaped table with several colleagues. "Denied," he said firmly. "I'm going to Japan. My little brother and Imsar are there, and they need my help." Star and Stripes declared. "Look, we want to help, but if you go, Shigaraki will attack the US, killing who knows how many millions. He's already released an entire army here, and every hero in the country is still cleaning that up." Star fell silent for a moment, her fists tightening. "Then I quit." The room fell silent, disbelief hanging in the air. "Yes, we're cleaning up the mess, but we have to help Japan. If we cut the head off the snake, we can easily take care of the rest. Besides, if I fall, the number 2 Yankee will take my place. He's strong enough to handle the burden," Star explained. "Star, please think about this. If you attack and it fails, Shigaraki will murder millions. And the same will happen if I do nothing. Even if I lose, I'll make sure to give Deku enough time to take him down or die trying, Star replied resolutely. Before you do anything, let us call Japan first. At least give us that, one of her colleagues suggested. Star nodded and walked out of the room. Izuku sat next to All Might in a meeting with leaders from around the world, all appearing on screens before them. The purpose of this meeting was to unite all countries in the fight against Shigaraki and the League of Villains, along with the massive army of Nomus threatening the globe. All Might had invited Izuku because he was the symbol of hope and one of the few heroes capable of defeating Shigaraki. So, this is the boy you mentioned who can beat Shigaraki and save us? Asked the Prime Minister of Britain. Yes, he is, All Might confirmed. He's getting stronger every day, but he'll need our help, given the allies and army he has. You expect us to provide help when we can't even defend our own countries? The President of Russia interjected. I agree. Shigaraki has made it impossible for us to assist each other while his army destroys our nations and attacks prisons, releasing thousands of prisoners, the President of Brazil added. As tensions rose, many countries began to argue, accusing each other of selfishness or complicity in the chaos. Izuku felt his anger building until he could no longer stay silent. He slammed his hands on the table, silencing the room. I understand where you are all coming from during these dark times, but now isn't the time for us to be at each other's throats. We are facing humanity's darkest hour, and here we are bickering like children. Now is the time to unite and work together to stop this great evil once and for all instead of blaming each other for meaningless things. So what if we have different ideologies, religions, races, or political views? In the end, none of that matters because we are all human. We need to stop thinking we are different or special compared to one another. The only thing that differentiates us is our upbringing. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Izuku, unsure of how to respond. He hoped his words would inspire unity against Shigaraki and lead humanity toward a better future. Unfortunately, many simply ended the call, while others made hurtful comments, dismissing his plea. Damn it! Izuku muttered, slumping down in his chair. That was a very good speech you made, young man. I can't promise anything given the state of my country right now, but if things start improving, I'll support you in this endeavor, the President of the US said. Indeed. We may not agree, but I will help as well, the President of Russia added. I agree. These are hard times, but we can't keep tearing ourselves apart over petty differences. It's time we finally work together. Izuku returned to the dorms, deep in thought, recalling a conversation he had with Nizu long ago. Nizu had remarked on the nature of humanity, explaining that when faced with hardship, people often let their emotions override logic. They would follow anyone who promised a solution, regardless of that person's true nature. This insight weighed heavily on Izuku as he considered the challenges ahead. As he walked, he wondered if Eri would like to spend the day with him. Upon arriving at the dorms, he noticed some of his classmates nearby. Where is everyone else? He asked. They're in the gym with Aizawa, training to get stronger, Aoyama replied. Thanks, Aoyama. I appreciate it, Izuku said, smiling as he walked away, discreetly pressing a button on his phone. After a short walk, he entered the gym and spotted Ochako doing push-ups, with Eri trying to imitate her. Eri's attempts were adorable, and her little pout made Izuku smile. Hey, you two, he greeted as he approached them. Papa! Eri exclaimed, running up to him. Izuku knelt down and hugged her tightly. Hey, Snowball, what were you doing? He asked. Hee, she was helping me exercise while trying to do it herself, Ochako explained. And soon I'm gonna get super strong and help you save everyone, Papa. Eri declared, waving her arms enthusiastically. Izuku smiled and kissed her cheek, causing her to giggle. Just then, Mitsuki entered, carrying a large box. Hey, Izuku. Can I talk to you? She said, setting the box down. Sure, Auntie Mitsuki, what is it? Izuku replied, still holding Eri. I know what you're doing is dangerous. Katsuki gave you his quirk to help protect you, but I believe he would want you to have this as well, Mitsuki said, opening the box to reveal Katsuki's gauntlets. What? But Annie, I can't take these. They should be with you, Izuku protested. No, you deserve them. In a way, It will be like another part of my son is with you, protecting you, she insisted. Izuku looked at her for a moment, then at Masaru, who nodded in agreement. Gently, he set Eri down and walked over to the gauntlets. He traced his fingers over them, feeling a mix of emotions before slowly putting them on and flexing his arms to adjust to the weight. He took a few steps back, raised his hand to the wall, and unleashed a powerful explosion, filling the gauntlets with energy. After a moment, he pulled the pin, creating a massive blast. When he lowered his arm, he turned to Mitsuki and Masaru, beaming with pride. Mitsuki and Masaru exchanged happy smiles, but then gasped, as they thought they saw Katsuki standing behind Izuku, smiling proudly before he vanished. In that moment, they knew they had made the right decision in giving Izuku the gauntlets. Auntie, Uncle, do you think Kaken would be okay if I modified these a bit to fit my fighting style? Izuku asked. Don't worry, sweetie. I'm sure he'd be fine with that, especially if it helps keep you safe, Mitsuki reassured him. Izuku smiled as he and Eri headed to the support department to get the gauntlets upgraded. As they walked, he silently promised his loved ones that he would stop Shigaraki and honor their sacrifices. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Shigaraki was reviewing information from a spy. He smirked as he learned that Izuku had proposed to his two girlfriends and that Miruko was PR'd Nti. Dabi, who was present, felt uneasy about the implications of Shigaraki's plans, especially regarding innocent children. Himiko, disturbed by Shigaraki's intentions, decided to leave and find a way to warn Izuku about the spy and Shigaraki's schemes. Where are you going? Shigaraki called after her, activating the quirks he had implanted in her. Just going for a walk and to get some blood, she replied, walking away. Shigaraki returned to his phone, seeking more information to undermine Izuku, determined to take everything from him as he had lost everything himself. In a dark lab, a figure observed a massive tank filled with liquid, watching as a creature inside grew. Soon, the figure thought, the emissary would need his army, and they would be ready when called upon. The man clicked his mandibles together before turning away, intent on creating more creatures for his future emissary in his time of need. Where am I going, Mommy? Eri asked, looking up at Ochako while holding her hand. Well, you're going to school now so you can meet other kids your age, Ochako replied. Oh, am I going because I'm a bad girl? Eri asked, her voice small. What? No, sweetie. You're going to school to learn things like me and your papa. It's also so you can meet other kids your age and make friends, Ochako reassured her. Okay. I'll be brave just like papa, Eri said, determination shining in her eyes. After a few minutes, they arrived at the school building, where many heroes were stationed for extra security, along with numerous parents and children. Okay, sweetie, here you are, Ochako said. Eri looked around, feeling scared. She tightened her grip on Ochako's hand and her stuffed toy, hiding behind Ochako's legs. It's okay, Snowball. I'm right here, and since it's your first day, I'll be here with you, okay? Ochako comforted her. Eri immediately calmed down, relieved that she wouldn't have to face the crowd alone. Together, they walked into the preschool for Eri's first day. Izuku sat on the roof of Ua, reading a document that Nizu had given him, which greatly concerned him for a multitude of reasons. The Hero Association believed that Shigaraki was on Okinawa, given the sudden silence of the island and the lack of any phone activity. In the past week, there had been numerous sightings of Nomu, leading them to suspect that was where he was keeping them. They were planning to launch an amphibious and air attack on the island to take it and stop Shigaraki. Instead of using regular heroes, they intended to deploy those solely loyal to them. Dumbass. Izuku muttered, gripping the envelope in anger. His eyes drifted to another highly classified document, which contained plans to eliminate him and his family in case they couldn't control him or if he became a liability. Izuku pulled out his phone. Nizu set me up a meeting with the commission. Oh, and why? Nizu replied. You read the documents you handed me. We need to work together, and yet here they are, already planning to eliminate everyone they see as a threat to their power and control in desperate times like this. Also, call the Prime Minister and my dad. It's time we get rid of the corruption in Hero Society once and for all so we can finally save our country and the world from Shigaraki. Very well, Izuku. Consider it done. The line went dead, and Izuku stood up, looking over the city before him. It's time to change and fix this world, to prevent another Shigaraki or Dabi from appearing or any other broken souls lashing out at the world. Izuku stepped out of the car, wearing his hero costume, before the Hero Commission building. He walked in with a serious expression, troubled by what he had learned about the commission through his conversations with Kana and the records Nizu had provided. It was clear they were more like villains than anything else, kidnapping children and turning them into soldiers, eliminating heroes that threatened their control, and silencing influential families. As he approached the building's doors, he opened them and headed to the elevators. Excuse me, sir, called a lady at the desk, trying to get his attention. You can't enter this building without permission. I assure you, I can and will, as I need to speak with your president, Izuku replied, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor. After a minute, the elevator stopped, and Izuku walked out toward the president's office. As he walked down the hall, he noticed various agents, some heroes, and even a few kids being trained as heroes. Sir, I need you to stop, said a hero standing in his path. The bald man, appearing to be in his mid-40s and dressed in a black suit, had cold, lifeless eyes. I'm going to talk to your handler, so move, Izuku said firmly. The hero glared at him. Since you illegally entered here, I can beat you and get away with it. Because of you, our company is losing control over people. No, I gave him permission, Hawks said, leaning against the wall with a smirk. The hero shot Hawks a look of pure hatred. So the child that broke his leash returns. Indeed. Now we are going to talk to her, Hawks replied. They walked past the hero into the president's office, where she sat behind her desk. The president was a middle-aged woman with a stoic expression, turquoise eyes, and ash-blonde hair slicked back. She wore a black suit jacket and dress, along with a purple shirt and a necklace. Hawks, what are both of you doing here? She asked. I'm sure you know, Izuku said, walking to the desk and sitting across from her. I know about the commission and its plans to stop Shigaraki, along with some quite illegal activities you've been involved in. Her eyes darkened slightly. Good for you, boy. And don't forget who you're talking to. If you truly knew who we are, you wouldn't be here trying to threaten me. Besides, I believe you should be worrying about your family. I assure you they are fine. But your agents aren't, Izuku said, leaning back in his chair. She reached for the phone and called the extraction team sent to capture Izuku's family. Agent 719, report. Ma'am, we need help. There's some type of MO. The agent's voice was abruptly cut off by a horrific sound. Shadow, are they gone? Izuku asked. Yes, sir. And Midoriya, your queens and the princess are safe, Shadow replied. Good. Now go and tell Nizu it's time, Izuku instructed. His gaze landed on the president, and the whites of his eyes turned black, the green bleeding red as he stared into her soul. So because I'm a threat to your control, you decide to try and capture my family to force me to work for you? Izuku took a deep breath, reflecting on the lessons he had learned about human emotions and the unpredictability of others. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a red feather pierced the desk, pinning a hand down. Hawks stood firm, his voice steady. You will no longer control us like puppets. Your reign of manipulation is over, and we will finally be free. The president's expression twisted into one of defiance. If you proceed with this, the hero society will crumble. We are the only ones capable of maintaining order. You heroes are meant to follow our commands without question. Izuku rose, the power of all for one and one for all radiating from him. You're mistaken. Our duty as heroes is to protect people, not to impose our will on them. We are here to ensure safety, not to become mindless soldiers. Your control ends now. At that moment, the doors burst open. Tsukachi entered, flanked by a general and several soldiers. MDM Kuragari, you are under arrest for abuse of power, ordering the murder of innocents, and other heinous crimes, he declared. Everyone associated with the commission will face trial as villains. The president's face drained of color as she was taken away, along with other commission members. Freed children were escorted to safe homes, where they could begin to heal and reunite with their families. Deku, thank you for giving us the opportunity to raid the Hero Association's locations, the general said, gratitude evident in his tone. It was the least I could do. Now we need to ensure this never happens again and prepare to reclaim Okinawa, while also searching for survivors, Izuku replied. The Prime Minister, All Might, and I are coordinating the invasion plans for the island, the general continued, leaning closer to Izuku. Stars and Stripes is expected to arrive in Japan on the day of the invasion to distract Shigaraki, allowing us to take back the island and eliminate the Nomu. Izuku's eyes widened. But she will need my help to stop him. The general shook his head. She insisted this is her responsibility. Your focus should be on Okinawa. The U.S. will also send support to assist with transporting heroes and soldiers. Izuku clenched his fists, but he nodded reluctantly. After I help with Okinawa, I will go to her. The general acknowledged him with a nod before departing. Later, Izuku sat in the dorm common room, gently running his fingers through Rumi's hair as she rested her head in his lap. He found it endearing how her ears twitched occasionally, and he smiled when scratching behind her ear made her foot move. I love you, he whispered, brushing hair from her face. She snuggled closer, a smile gracing her lips. Eri burst into the room, then quickly covered her mouth upon seeing Rumi asleep. Sorry, she whispered. It's okay, Snowball. How was your first day of school? Izuku asked. Eri beamed as she climbed onto the couch beside him. It was scary at first, but then my new friend Koda talked to me. He said you saved him and that you're his favorite hero. Really? What else happened? Izuku inquired, genuinely interested. We drew pictures and introduced ourselves to the class. Eri shared, her excitement palpable. Izuku listened attentively, feeling proud that Koda had become her friend. He leaned over and kissed her horn, making her smile as she hugged him tightly. Hey, you better save me some too, Ochako said playfully, appearing behind Izuku and turning his head to meet her gaze. Of course I didn't, Izuku replied with a grin. She smiled back and leaned down to kiss him. Izuku was training at UA, lost in thought about his conversation with Nana and all for one regarding Shigaraki. Unbeknownst to him, a group of fangirls was following closely behind. Two women watched with annoyance. Look at Midoriya, he has a whole horde of fangirls, one remarked. Rumi felt a vain throb on her forehead. Being PRGT made her more prone to irritation, and she often took it out on Izuku. I'm going to ask Izuku out on a patrol, she declared, standing up. Bachako's eyes lit up. Ooh, let me join you, she exclaimed, hurrying after Rumi. They changed into their hero uniforms, Rumi adjusting her attire to accommodate her growing belly. Are you okay, Rumi? Ochako asked, noticing the slight frown on her face. Yeah, just. Rumi began, her thoughts trailing off. I'm going to miss being a hero, that's all. Rumi sighed, knowing she had to announce her retirement due to her PRDY. She wanted to avoid causing panic over a hero's sudden disappearance. Ochako walked over and pulled Rumi into a comforting hug. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be able to be a hero again in no time. Thanks, Ochako, Rumi replied, slipping on her combat leg and practicing a few kicks. Alright, let's go get our fiancé from those fans. Izuku had just finished an intense training session, sweating from running for 5 hours straight with heavy weights. He wiped his forehead and dropped the weights, cracking the ground beneath him. Just then he noticed a large group of women, some older and some younger, gathering around him. Can I help you all? He asked, slightly confused. We're really big fans of yours, Deku. Can we take some pictures with you? One of the women asked excitedly. Sure, Izuku replied, smiling as he posed for pictures and answered questions. Not far away, both Ochako and Rumi watched with blank expressions, their annoyance growing as the girls became more touchy with him. Having fun there, Izuku? Rumi and Ochako said in unison, their smiles strained. Rumi, Ochako, he acknowledged, sensing their irritation. Can you take our hands? They both asked. Sure. Izuku replied, taking their hands. Suddenly he felt his body start to float as Ochako deactivated his gravity. He's ours, so keep your hands off, they said with forced smiles that hinted at trouble. They then carried Izuku away to patrol for Rumi's last day as a hero before her retirement. Stay away from those girls, Izuku. They only like you for your popularity and power, they don't care about you. Besides, I doubt anyone else loves you as much as we do, Rumi said firmly. Achoo! Don't sneeze on me, Toga. I don't want to get sick, Dabi grumbled. Shut up, Dabi. I think some rabbit was talking about me, Toga replied. Dabi raised an eyebrow, confused about how a rabbit could talk about her. Come on, let's go hunt some villains down. Rumi yelled, hopping from building to building, relishing the freedom of the air whipping past her. Izuku followed closely behind, while Ochako struggled to keep up. Noticing her lagging, Izuku used his black whip to grab Ochako and put her on his back as he continued running. Rumi spotted a Nomo flying through the air and grinned, shooting off into the sky above it. Kagaya Moon, she shouted, slamming her leg onto the Nomu's skull, defeating it instantly. As she began to fall, Izuku quickly caught her hand, and they landed safely on a nearby building. You okay, Rumi? He asked. Don't worry. I can handle anything. Do you think I'm weak just because I'm PR'd? Rumi replied, her emotions shifting. What? I just want to make sure you and the babies are okay, that's all, Izuku said, not wanting to provoke her. Those kicks could be painful. Rumi smiled, her ears perking up. Oh, then I understand. Izuku sighed in relief, glad he wasn't in trouble. Now come on. I want to make the most out of my last day as a hero. Then let's stop and get me some food because I'm craving chocolate-covered pickles. Rumi exclaimed, bouncing away in excitement. She's really looking for a fight with a strong villain, Ochako chuckled. And those food cravings are something else. I don't blame her. This is her last day before she announces her temporary retirement as a hero, Izuku said. And yeah, those cravings can get pretty weird. Yeah, I know she'll miss it, but she seems even more excited about the future kids, Ochako added. Izuku was about to respond when a loud explosion interrupted them, followed by Rumi's laughter. Well, she found the villain she was looking for. Ochako remarked. Yeah. I should probably stop her from causing too much property damage, or else we'll have to pay for it, Izuku said, taking off with Ochako still on his back. They soon arrived at the scene, where Rumi was finishing off a small group of Nomu, using her powerful legs to take them down. Uravity, go help protect the civilians and stop any Nomu that get past me and Miruko, Izuku instructed, switching into hero mode. Got it. Ochako replied, jumping down and using her quirk to float to the ground. Izuku launched himself into action, catching a car thrown into the air and using it as a wrecking ball against a Nomu. He then reached out, grabbing its head and tearing out its quirks, allowing it to finally rest. Thank you, Deku, the Nomu managed to say before slumping down. His eyes hardened as he looked up at the remaining Nomu, which were fleeing from a very enthusiastic Rumi. Get back here. I want to fight still, she shouted, her excitement palpable. That's definitely your wife, Izuku, Katsuki remarked from within the quirk of All for One. I know. But that's part of her charm, and why I love her, Izuku replied. I approve, said All for One and Nana in unison. Otuto, I approve of your choices, Kana added. You're just saying that because you want to feel like an aunt with Izuku and Rumi's soon-to-be twins, Katsuki teased. I will shoot you, Kana shot back. Izuku's eye twitched as the two began to argue, and he decided to cut the connection to avoid going insane from their bickering. He looked over to see Rumi finishing off the last of the Nomu, with Ochako also taking one out by dropping a truck on it. The day Ochako's quirk became strong enough to lift semi-trucks was a memorable one, and the class still had nightmares about it. Good job, Rumi, Izuku said, landing next to her. They were weak. I was hoping for a better fight. Now, let's keep patrolling before I have to make that announcement. I want to make this day a memorable one, Rumi said, her excitement palpable. Izuku smiled and kissed the top of her head. Sure, we still have 2 more hours until then. Are you ready, Ochako? Rumi asked, bouncing on her feet in anticipation. Let's make this a day to remember for you. Ochako cheered, her bright smile infectious. Then let's go. 2 hours later, Rumi stood in front of a podium, dressed in her hero costume, with Izuku by her side. The press began to bombard her with questions, many focused on her growing belly and the rumors surrounding her PRGNZY. Rumi raised her hand to silence the crowd and spoke clearly, "I'm here to announce my retirement. Given my PRGNZY, I don't want to put my future child at risk. But that doesn't mean I won't return someday. That's my hope for when my kids are old enough." "Excuse me, Maruko, are the rumors true that the father is Deku?" a reporter asked. Rumi smiled, intertwining her fingers with Izuku's before raising her robotic arm to show the ring on her finger. "Yes, they are true, and we're hoping to get married sometime in the future." The reporters erupted with questions and flashes from cameras filled the air. "I know this is shocking, but that's all you're hearing for now. Goodbye, everyone," Rumi said, walking away while holding Izuku's hand. Once they arrived back at UA, Rumi headed straight to Izuku's room. She took off her hero costume and placed it in his closet, gazing at it with a hint of sadness. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, gently rubbing her belly. "Are you okay, Rumi?" "Yeah, it's just, I didn't realize how sad I'd feel hanging up my costume. I know it's tough, but we'll get through this. Once Shigaraki is gone, we can bring our kids into a world filled with hope." Rumi smiled softly. "I'd like that. Have you thought about names for them?" She leaned her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I want you to name them." "Emmy? But why not you?" "Because I'm sure we'll have more kids, and I want you to name our first two. One is going to be a boy and the other a girl, according to the LTS ND, remember." Izuku thought for a moment before two names came to mind. "How about Kana and Katsuki?" Rumi beamed and placed his hand on her stomach. "Okay, Kana and Katsuki it is." "I love you, Rumi." "I love you too, Izuku." They shared a tender kiss before heading downstairs, where they found Eri excitedly explaining to Ochako how she would be the best sister in the world. "I will protect them no matter what, and I won't let Shigaraki take anyone else I love," Izuku thought. Meanwhile, deep inside Izuku's mind, All for One smiled, anticipating the day when his army would be ready for the war that would finally put an end to the chaos he had created. Endeavor was trapped in a torturous state, feeling his quirk being ripped from him each time it was used. It was a nightmare, and he could see others around him. Some were children calling for their parents, while others were adults of all ages. He struggled against the dark tendrils that bound him, desperate to stop Shigaraki from using his quirk and those of others. But no matter how hard he fought, he remained trapped. As he gazed into the darkness, wishing he could save everyone, he noticed a young boy with black hair and obsidian eyes approaching him. "Keep fighting, Endeavor. Soon we'll stop him," the boy said nervously. "Who are you?" Endeavor asked. "Just call me Tenko. Wait for the right time, and you will see hope," the boy replied before darting off into the shadows, taking someone's hand as he disappeared just before Shigaraki's presence passed by. Izuku stood in the middle of Training Ground C, having asked Nizu to clear the area so he could test his most powerful super move. Taking a deep breath, he felt one for all surge within him, green electricity crackling around him as his right arm glowed with intense energy. He focused harder, combining Pump Up and One for All while temporarily tapping into All for One, Kinetic Booster, and Explosion for maximum output. United States of Smash. Izuku shouted as he unleashed the combined power, slamming his fist into the ground with all his strength. The impact created a massive crater, destroying everything in its path. The force was felt across the entire island of Japan, sending shockwaves that reached as far as Korea, Russia, and China. People panicked as they witnessed the sudden earthquake and the mushroom cloud rising from UA. But as Nizu announced that it was just Deku training to defeat Shigaraki, fear turned to hope and happiness, knowing their symbol of hope was this strong. Izuku let out a long breath as his healing quirk began to mend his broken arm from the force of his attack. He looked at his arm, watching the injuries slowly heal, and surveyed the giant crater around him. "Maybe I used a little too much force." Katsuki laughed, urging Izuku to use more power, but was quickly smacked on the back of the head by Nana. "The last thing Izuku needs is to destroy another training city," she scolded. Izuku chose to ignore their banter and activated his float quirk, soaring up to the top of the crater. After a brief flight, he landed and surveyed the extensive destruction around him. Don't worry, Izuku. We can easily fix this with Cementos and some construction bots, Nizu said, appearing on his shoulder. Are you sure? Izuku asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Absolutely. Besides, this is your training, and you need to get stronger. Unfortunately, with Shigaraki around, we can't send you anywhere else to let loose without worrying about damaging buildings. Izuku sighed and nodded. Alright. Thank you, Nizu. No problem, Izuku. Now, why don't you go check on your classmates while I get back to writing? Nizu suggested before disappearing. Izuku chuckled and ran off toward the gym where his classmates were training. In just a few seconds, he covered 4 miles and arrived in front of the gym, witnessing everyone working hard for the upcoming invasion. Half of the students were learning parachute techniques from paratroopers, while the other half practiced drowning-proof training for the sea invasion. Izuku! Ochako called, rushing up to him, breathing from exhaustion. I'm learning first aid. That's amazing, Ochako. Now I know I can rely on you if I ever get hurt, he replied. Ochako smiled and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. So, was that you who made the entire country shake? Guilty as charged, Izuku said with a chuckle, causing her to shake her head in amusement. What am I going to do with you, Izuku? She laughed. To be fair, you and Rumi both agreed to date me, so you kind of signed up for this, he said with a smile. Ochako leaned in and kissed him on the lips. And I don't regret it for a second, and neither does she. Izuku then turned his attention to the other classmates, deciding to help them train. Later, Mina lay on the couch, breathing heavily. Oh my god. That was so exhausting. It wasn't that bad, Izuku teased. That's because you have unlimited stamina, everyone yelled in unison. I'm glad he does, Rumi and Ochako chimed in, both blushing. Ahem. Anyway, the operation will be in a couple of days, so all of you should get ready and spend time with your families before then, Izuku announced. Midoriya, where are we going to attack? Oyama asked. Classified, since not even I know, Izuku replied. Everyone nodded, understanding the need for secrecy to avoid any leaks. So, do you at least have a plan for the attack? Momo inquired. The plan so far is for all of you and most of the other heroes to help protect civilians while I and the heavy hitters take on the high-end and supernomas. I'll also be searching for Shigaraki to take him down, Izuku explained. That plan seems both smart and reckless, Izuku, Shinso remarked. Maybe so, but I'm the only one who can actually take on Shigaraki hit for hit with any hope of defeating him, Izuku stated firmly. I understand that, but you shouldn't face him alone, considering how powerful he is, Kirishima cautioned. I agree, but we don't have many options since it's just me and Aizawa who can do any real damage, Izuku replied. Let's hope that once we defeat him, everything will go back to normal, Toru said. Sadly it won't. Given everything we've been through, nothing will be the same. All we can do now is help rebuild society and ensure nothing like this happens again, Izuku said. It will be a long and painful journey, but we all signed up for it by becoming heroes, and we will help society and all the other countries suffering because of Shigaraki. After a moment of silence, Izuku turned to leave but felt his phone vibrate. His eyes widened as he read the message. Toga, I found out who the traitor is, Izuku, who? Toga, Aoyama. Izuku froze, unable to believe that one of his classmates could be the traitor. Stars and Stripes had just finished signing her will, ensuring that her money and assets would help the families affected by Shigaraki. She gazed out the window at the ocean, watching the sun slowly set. This truly is appealing, she said with a warm smile. I hope to see this again and again. Izuku's world felt like it had stopped upon learning the truth about Aoyama. He couldn't let this revelation break him. He had to confront Aoyama. He ran through the grounds, searching desperately. After 10 long minutes, he finally found him. I don't want to do this anymore. They are my classmates. Aoyama sobbed in front of his parents. I know you don't, but we don't have a choice. He threatened to kill you if you don't, and I can't lose my baby, his mother pleaded. Son, we need you to betray Deku. He promised us you'd be safe and that he'd stop killing everyone, his father added. Aoyama, Izuku said, catching them off guard. Aoyama and his parents froze in shock at the sight of him. Yuga, run, his mother yelled as they grabbed him and started to flee, tears streaming down their faces. Izuku watched, heart heavy, knowing the weight of their situation. Maman and Peipan raised me with nothing but love, despite all the hardships. But everything changed once I entered UA. Tell me when the class will be isolated and inform me where Izuku Midoriya is, all for one instructed through Aoyama at the USJ. Tell me where the UA training camp is, and keep an eye on Midoriya. He's a target I want alive, all for one added. Aoyama thought to himself, when he was defeated, I felt so relieved as if I was finally free. But then I learned that Midoriya was his son, and it all clicked. He had used me to ensure Midoriya became strong while remaining safe. But everything changed when Shigaraki came to power and took control of All for One. Now that Deku is in school, find a way to separate him from his friends and those two women he loves. I want to capture them, or you know the consequences, Shigaraki commanded. Aoyama's emotions boiled over. When I found out you were quirkless just like me, I fell into despair, he shouted, charging up his naval laser. Aoyama, don't. Izuku yelled, activating One for All and dodging the attack. Toru stepped in front of Aoyama, allowing the blast to hit her, which deflected off her body. My body can warp light. We could have all died. And you still have the nerve to sit in the same classroom as us. You lived in the dorms with us, didn't you, Aoyama-kun? Toru shouted. Aoyama looked down, sobbing as guilt consumed him. You're wrong, Yuga is, his mother began, but Izuku swiftly restrained all three of them with Black Whip, pinning Aoyama down. Aoyama, Hagakure did this so you wouldn't hurt anyone. Let's stop this and put an end to it now. I see he was given a quirk 10 years ago, Tsukachi said, weariness evident in his eyes. Midoriya, how did you know he was a traitor? Present Mike asked. I was walking through the woods and saw him looking distressed, so I went to check on him, Izuku lied, keeping his gaze on Aoyama. He couldn't let them learn about Toga yet. Everyone, I suggest you leave the room, Nizu said. There's no way we're leaving. He is our friend, and we want to know why he betrayed us. Todoroki insisted. If Midoriya hadn't found out what you were doing, what would you have done? Look at Japan. We are in a state of war. Ojiro yelled. Aoyama, please tell me it's a lie. Kirishima shouted desperately. Izuku, let me speak. It's time I face my own demons instead of you facing them, All for One said. Izuku nodded, closing his eyes as he allowed his father to take over for a moment. The others were ready to suppress him if necessary. When Izuku opened his eyes, they were blood red, and more of his hair had turned white, with green highlights remaining. Over the months since he was in the USA, his hair had grown longer, nearing shoulder length. I can answer those questions, All for One said through Izuku. Everyone froze, shocked to hear his voice again and see Izuku's red eyes. Izuku. Rumi said, worry etched on her face as Ochako held Eri tighter. Don't worry, he is still here. I'm simply speaking through him to explain why I did this. It's time I faced some of my demons instead of having my son deal with them. Then why? Why did you do this to our family? Aoyama's father yelled. You were seeking a quirk for your son so he could be a hero, and I was looking for a more efficient way to ensure my son would become the most powerful and respected hero in the world. But you threatened to kill us if we didn't comply. You even gave us an example by taking someone's life. I never truly intended to kill you or your family. I was fulfilling the role of a villain and used your desperation to do it. That person I killed was a criminal. Everyone stared at him in shock, especially Aoyama. I cared deeply for my son, and because of what I had become, I continued to be a monster for him to hate and others to fear. When he defeats me, people will see him as hope. For the pain I caused. All for One bowed his head. I apologize. No one moved, stunned that All for One was apologizing for the pain he had caused. I don't seek your forgiveness. I've committed too much evil to deserve it. All I ask is that you don't take it out on my son. Aoyama held his head down, tears streaming down his face. I hate you with all my heart, but I can't hate Midoriya. He's my friend. All for One nodded and relinquished control, allowing Izuku to return to his body, his eyes returning to green. Aoyama, you can still be a hero. Please take my hand, Izuku said, extending his hand. You can help us. You can still be a hero. Aoyama began to cry harder, but then his body suddenly froze. Everyone watched in horror as a mask grew from his back, revealing the disfigured face of Shigaraki. Hello, heroes, Shigaraki said. I see you found my mole. It's quite sad because now you will all have to kill your friend, you fake heroes. Aoyama's body convulsed, and everyone froze as his parents screamed for him. I'm sorry, Aoyama thought, closing his eyes and bracing for his fate. But then a hand grabbed his face. It was Izuku, gritting his teeth as he activated All for One and painfully searched Aoyama's body until he found the source of the threat. It was a chaotic blend of different quirks that had been forced together. You're taking no more of my friends, Shigaraki, Izuku shouted as he seized the quirk and destroyed it, along with the bomb quirk. Shigaraki's face twisted in rage, but he was powerless now that he had lost his connection to Aoyama. Izuku quickly unleashed tendrils of All for One, using them to save his parents from a similar fate. Aoyama collapsed to the ground, gasping in pain from the struggle between Izuku and Shigaraki over their quirks. He will never hurt you three. You're all free from his control now, Izuku reassured them. Thank you. Thank you. Aoyama's mother replied gratefully. Izuku nodded and began to walk away but paused. He's innocent, Tsukachi. Don't punish him, he urged. Aya! Shigaraki roared, destroying everything in his path out of frustration at missing the chance to hurt Deku. The others watched in disappointment as he continued to rampage. Dimen him. Min him. God dimen you, Deku, he shouted. Himiko struggled to contain her laughter at his tantrum. She glanced around the room filled with the army of Nomu that Shigaraki had created from the people of Okinawa. The space resembled a cave mixed with a warehouse, housing over 2,000 Nomu, a grim testament to the lives Shigaraki had taken to enhance his power. With a sigh, she retreated to her room, lying down on her bed. She picked up her phone and opened a saved page on Google. Tokyo News, the number 8. Hero, Deku, is engaged to the former number 4 hero, Miruko, who is currently on maternity leave. It must be nice. Being able to be with the ones you love, huh, Izuku? She thought, curling up in her bed and closing her eyes, hoping to drift off to sleep. Tomorrow, you will begin the operation, and I got permission from all your parents for this before you leave, Aizawa announced, pulling out a couple of bottles. This is for good luck and a congratulations for reaching your second year. I promise to buy all of you your first rounds after you graduate. He went around the room, pouring a cup for everyone in Class 2A except for Jiro, for obvious reasons. I only have one request for all of you. Please come back alive, Aizawa said before drinking from his cup. The others raised their cups and followed suit. Party, spend time with your family, I don't care, but curfew is 10 p.m. and you'll be waking up at 5 a.m., he added before using his crutches to limp away. Everyone dispersed to spend time with their families and friends before the daunting task ahead. They could sense from Aizawa's tone that it was something serious. Papa, can I get a hug? Eri asked, raising her hands. She could sense something was amiss. Izuku smiled and picked her up, and she hugged him tightly. "Aw, she's so cute," squealed Nana and Kana. Rumi approached and pulled Izuku and Ochako into a hug, with Eri squeezed between them. "I can't join you two in this fight, but promise me you'll both come back," Rumi said earnestly. "I promise, Rumi. After all, Eri and the soon-to-be twins will need a dad, and I know you'll find a way to bring me back just to scold me," Izuku replied with a grin. "Yeah, you're right, I would," Rumi laughed. "Don't worry, Rumi. We'll both come back, I promise," Ochako added, smiling. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted them, and they turned to see a very tipsy Mei stumble into Shinso. "Let's make a baby," she exclaimed before dragging him away. Momo quickly made a box of supplies and tossed it to him, which he gratefully accepted. "Papa, Mama, Mommy, where do babies come from?" Eri asked innocently. The three parents turned pale. Well, you see, sweetie. Let Rumi explain. Izuku shouted before running off. Ochako followed closely behind, leaving Rumi to awkwardly explain to Eri where babies come from. Oh, you two are definitely sleeping on the couch when you come back, she muttered. Izuku, along with classes 2A, 2B, Shiketsu, and over 200 heroes, gathered at the port in Kagoshima, Kyushu. He looked up to see over 3,000 soldiers from the Japanese self-defense force preparing for the invasion. Parents, spouses, siblings, and children embraced their loved ones, knowing they might not see them again. Izuku. Inko approached him, her expression filled with concern. Hey, Mom, he replied, stepping forward to embrace her tightly. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it, he assured her with a chuckle. He noticed Eri holding Rumi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Papa, do you have to leave? Eri asked, trying to wipe her tears. Izuku nodded and walked over to her, lifting her into his arms. She clung to him tightly. Please don't leave, Papa. I don't want to lose you, Eri pleaded. I'm sorry, Snowball, but I have to. I promise to return to you and Rumi, okay? Izuku said gently. Eri looked up at him, still crying, and hugged him even tighter. Izuku kissed her forehead and rubbed her back to comfort her. You better give me a kiss too, Rumi said, her smile tinged with sadness as she realized he was going to war. She stood on her toes and shared a long, loving kiss with him before he gently set Eri down, though she refused to let go of his hand. Eri, I know you're scared, but I have a very important job for you that only you can do, Izuku said, looking her in the eyes. What is it, Papa? Eri asked, her voice trembling. I need you to make sure Rumi is safe and happy. Only you can do it. I need you to be her hero, okay? I promise, Papa, Eri replied, determination shining through her tears. I'll keep Mama safe, Eri promised. Little Lord. Gigantomachia called from atop one of the cargo ships. I promise to help your friends take the beach, Little Lord. Thank you, Gigantomachia. I'm counting on you for this job, Izuku replied, determination in his eyes. Deku, it's time for you to get to the plane, one of the soldiers said. Izuku nodded and kissed Eri's forehead one last time. He also kissed both his girlfriends and hugged his mom goodbye as he prepared to leave. Ochako sighed, glancing at Rumi and Eri. I'll see you two after this. Tell my mom and dad I said goodbye as well. Goodbye, Mommy, Eri said, hugging her tightly. Shigaraki looked at his phone, a dark grin spreading across his face as he read the information his agent provided about the invasion of his new base. It was a joint operation involving Japan, the USA, Russia, Britain, and South Korea, with support from 17 other countries. I guess all my efforts have finally paid off. Everyone, get ready. We're going to destroy Hero Society and reclaim the quirks I deserve, Shigaraki declared. Just as he was about to leave for the beach to confront the heroes and soldiers, the TV announced something that made him freeze. In today's news, the #1 hero of the USA, Stars and Stripes, is on her way to Japan to defeat Shigaraki, the reporter stated. Stars and Stripes, he muttered under his breath. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. The thought of acquiring her quirk made him salivate. Kill the heroes and soldiers, but capture any with powerful quirks for me. I want to steal them or turn them into Nomu, he ordered. The villains nodded, preparing for the invasion and to defend the island. Meanwhile, Himiko pulled out her phone and messaged Izuku. Ochako sat at the front of the amphibious assault ship provided by the Americans, gazing out at the ocean as they headed to Okinawa. She smiled at the ring Izuku had given her. What do you think this will be like? We've faced tough battles before, but this feels like a war, Mina said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I'm not sure. Let's just hope we don't have many casualties. I don't want to see any more bloodshed, Ochako replied. I'll be the group's support to help everyone, so we don't lose too many people, Momo said with determination. That's probably the best approach, Momo, Sue agreed. Your quirk is ideal for support unless you know the enemy's quirk to act accordingly. They looked at the soldiers, most of whom were Japanese, but many were from other countries. All appeared young and nervous, aware that they were not facing ordinary soldiers but Nomu, known for their brutality. "We're going to ensure as many of them survive as possible," Kirishima declared. "This is no longer heroes versus villains. This is a fight to save the world." "I agree. This battle will determine the fate of the world," Todoroki added. "Attention! Shigaraki has left the island, heading for our distraction. We'll be able to take the island much easier. Estimated time of arrival, 30 minutes. High above the fleet, a massive formation of bombers, skirted by fighters and fighter bombers, prepared for action. Behind them were troop transport planes, helicopters, and V-22 Ospreys ready to drop off paratroopers and special forces. The bombers arrived over the island, dropping bombs on designated areas marked as free of civilians but containing Nomu. Thanks to Izuku's informant, they knew where to strike to prevent civilian casualties. Once the bombers left, the fighters began strafing the island, clearing a path for the soldiers and heroes, along with the Navy, in case they faced resistance. "This is Buzz Bravo. We've completed our mission and are heading back to Japan to refuel and rearm," one of the pilots announced. Elsewhere, in AC-17, Izuku sat with Hawks, Ryukyu, and a group of paratroopers. He contemplated the plan: destroy the massive Nomu bunker beneath a mountain, potentially eliminating 1,000 to 2,000 Nomu, with around 700 being high-end. Reports also mentioned a new type of Nomu, dubbed a Super Nomu. "Deku, are you all right?" Ryukyu asked, concern in her voice. "Yes, just worried about what's going to happen. I hope we all come back home to our families," Izuku replied. She smiled and patted his back. "We can't guarantee everyone will survive, but we will save most of them, and as many civilians as we can." "Ryukyu is right, Don't worry, we'll get through this," Hawks added. Suddenly, loud explosions echoed, and Izuku looked out a window, seeing the Navy bombard the island to destroy defenses and eliminate as many Nomu as possible. 10 seconds until drop, Deku, the pilot announced. Izuku stood up and walked to the bay door, waiting for the green light. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! Izuku leaped from the plane, free-falling with his oxygen tanks strapped to his back. "Remember, Izuku, you are the key to this entire invasion, so don't do anything too reckless," All for One's voice echoed in his mind. He nodded, bent his legs, and shot off, rocketing toward the ground, breaking the sound barrier as he released explosions to increase his speed. As he continued his descent towards the ground, he used his explosions to spin faster, gaining even more velocity. Everyone was aboard landing crafts inspired by World War II designs, some of which were amphibious APCs, alongside massive hovercraft equipped with 3 giant fans at the back, carrying tanks and other heavy vehicles. They watched as the Navy bombarded the beach and coast, while attack helicopters and Chinooks flew overhead, heading towards the shore. "Look, it's Midoriya!" Ibra exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. Everyone looked up to see him rocketing down, creating massive explosions. He disappeared behind one of the mountains, and moments later, a tremendous explosion shook the entire island. A massive mushroom cloud rose above the island from Izuku's attack on the bunker, which hopefully eliminated most of the Nomu and would draw the others to him as well. 15 seconds, yelled the driver of the landing craft as they approached Momonbara Beach, where the military aimed to secure Kadena Airport. "Remember your training, men. We need to ensure those heroes can get up the beach to take out the Nomu. We are here to provide support and lessen their burden," the captain instructed. The boats hit the beach and the doors opened. Chaos erupted. Kendo was about to charge off her boat when something flew past her, splattering liquid on her. She looked over to see that over 12 soldiers and 3 heroes had been instantly killed by a bone spike. "Go, go, go!" shouted the soldiers as they charged off the boats alongside the heroes. Explosions erupted everywhere, and long-range quirks activated, taking out soldiers and heroes before they could even advance 10 meters up the beach. Momo rushed forward and created a barrier to provide cover, but her heart sank as she witnessed a soldier's body torn in half by a rock. She froze, overwhelmed by the blood and carnage. The cries of soldiers and heroes begging for help echoed around her as they slowly succumbed to their injuries. "Medic! We need a medic!" yelled one of the American soldiers, desperately trying to stop the bleeding of a young hero. His plea was cut short as a fireball struck him, ending his life instantly. "Keep moving. We need to make room for the tanks," a captain yelled, leading the charge up the beach. Jiro dashed forward, dodging a Nomu with a gun Quirk. She quickly used her sound cannon, causing it to screech in pain. A soldier rushed from behind her, launching a javelin at the Nomu and killing it instantly. "Thank you. Now let's take this beach," he called out. More heroes and soldiers continued to run up the beach, seeking better cover at the end of the sandbank. "Mama! Mama!" cried one of the heroes, trying to hold his injuries as he bled out. A medic reached him, but was taken out by a bone spear that struck him down. Kirishima charged forward, activating his quirk to its maximum, absorbing hits as he pressed on, trying to clear a path and draw the Nomu's attention. "He's giving us a chance. Move forward," a soldier shouted as he and others began to run while providing cover fire. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and Gigantomachia leaped off the ship he was on, charging the beach and taking all the hits. "Get out of my way," he bellowed, slamming his massive fist into a dugout filled with Nomu, eliminating 7 of them. As he tore through the beach, the remaining Nomu charged to attack the heroes and soldiers. Ochako dodged a strike from a Nomu and countered by negating its gravity, causing it to float away. "Quickly shoot it," she urged. Soldiers nearby opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets in a desperate attempt to take it down. "The Navy is going to bombard the beach and coast again. Take cover," came the warning. Everyone scrambled for shelter as hundreds of rounds and missiles from the fleet rained down, engulfing the beach in destruction. Fortunately, the bombardment eliminated most of the Nomu on the beach, but the threat of the entire island and any remaining Nomu Izuku hadn't dealt with still loomed. Izuku lifted his arm, catching a strike from a high-end Nomu before transforming his other arm into a rifle and aiming it at the creature, taking it out. He then dodged another strike and used a smokescreen to obscure its vision, charging up to 40% power before delivering a powerful blow to its face. He glanced over at Hawks, who was engaged with a few flying Nomu, while Ryukyu struggled against a group of high-end foes. Izuku had eliminated most of the Nomu inside the bunker, but some had survived, and many others were closing in on him. "Toga, where are you?" he thought, concerned for her safety, knowing no one was aware of her true allegiance. He activated his quirk, enhancing his muscles, and delivered a powerful kick to a Nomu, creating a sonic boom that dispatched it instantly. Charging forward, he noticed the paratroopers were struggling, so he decided to assist them by confronting some of the Nomu. "Delaware smash!" he shouted, unleashing a concentrated blast of air that took out half the Nomu, sending them flying. He then activated All for One, stripping the Nomu of their quirks. "Thank you, Deku," a soldier called out before turning to fire at a villain attempting to attack him. "We need to keep as many of the Nomu as we can on us," Izuku began, but was interrupted when he lifted his arm to block a strike only to feel it break, sending him flying over a mile away, crashing into a building. He stood up, cradling his broken arm, but was relieved that his gauntlets remained intact. As his healing quirk activated, he turned to face the new Nomu. It had charcoal black skin with red joints, its arms covered in a bone-like carapace. Its head bore 4 small eyes fixed on him, and its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth. Izuku steeled himself for the fight, his heart racing as he noticed something that made his blood run. Cold, exhaust pipes were mounted on its upper arms. Before he could think, Izuku's instincts screamed at him to move, and he barely dodged the attack from the Nomu, its claw-like fingers only damaging his costume. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, looking at the creature before him. My name. The Nomu struggled to remember, then suddenly jerked as if a memory had returned. "Vincent, my name. Tensei." Izuku clenched his teeth, realizing this was Ida's brother. Somehow, Shigaraki had gotten his hands on him and turned him into a Nomu. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, Stars and Stripes stood on one of the jets taking her to Japan. She had received a news report about the invasion, which she intended to use to distract and, if possible, defeat Shigaraki. If she couldn't defeat him, her mission was to stall him until Izuku arrived to provide backup. She mentally reviewed different strategies for fighting him, knowing that all he had to do was touch her once to potentially render her powerless. Another thought nagged at her: who had leaked the news of the invasion, alerting the villains and leading to higher casualties? "Star, we've got something on radar," said one of the pilots. She opened her eyes and saw a dark figure approaching. After a few seconds, it revealed itself to be Shigaraki, standing atop a Nomu. "So, you're the disgusting piece of work I have to deal with. I have to say, you're even uglier in person, Shigaraki," she remarked. Indeed I am Shigaraki. Or am I?" His voice distorted, merging with others. "Someone else entirely?" Stars narrowed her eyes at him. "My spy in the US government warned me about your quirk and how you can make rules for almost anything. I took precautions to ensure that doesn't happen. It's amazing how easy it is to buy off a politician who's been in office for 40 years. Well, Izuku, looks like I'm going to have to keep him busy until you get here," she thought, cracking her neck. Ochako ran up a hill and spotted a massive horde of Nomus charging toward the beach. Before she could act, a couple of tanks rolled up behind her, opening fire on the creatures. "Uravity, go and do your jobs. We'll hold these monsters back," yelled the tank commander, ordering his tanks to advance and draw the Nomus' attention. She nodded and ran off with Jiro, Tokoyami, Mina, and Ibra. They dashed past hundreds of soldiers, marines, and heroes heading to the school they were assigned to, searching for survivors. A massive explosion rocked the island, and they saw Izuku get launched away but stop midair using One for All and Black Whip. He then shot out a tendril, grabbing a 10-story building and slamming it down on a charging Nomu. "Ochako, I know you're worried, but we have to do our job," Jiro said, ducking as a boulder was thrown toward her. "I know. Let's go." They were running toward the capital city of Naha, with a 5,000-meter distance to cover. In the distance, chaos reigned. Buildings were destroyed and burning, and the airport was a complete war zone, with the United Forces desperately trying to hold it to drop off more soldiers and provide better air support for civilian evacuation. On the other side of the island, at Kin Beach, most of the Americans and Russians had landed, attempting to take the town of Kin. All of Okinawa was a battleground, but thankfully, there were no signs of civilians, meaning Shigaraki had likely taken most of them. "We'll save as many as possible and free this island from him," Tako thought. Izuku landed in a rice field, his feet dragging through the CRPs. He quickly created a rifle and grabbed a piece of his hair, turning it into a bullet and loading the gun before combining it with explosion. An explosive bullet flew through the air, hitting the Super Nomu and blowing its lower half off. It fell to the ground, but its lower half grew back almost immediately. Deku. Stop him. Must stop. Shigaraki. I promise I will. Izuku replied. Tensei struggled to control his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop. His body took a runner's stance and shot off, trying to attack Izuku. Izuku responded by cranking up his power and then disappeared, choke slamming Tensei into the ground. Tensei, we'll handle it from here. He activated All for One, destroying the quirks inside Tensei and allowing him to finally rest. Protect them. And tell Tenya. I'm proud of him, were Tensei's final words before his eyes lost their color, and he slumped down, passing away. Izuku grabbed a piece of cloth and covered Tensei's eyes. You were a true hero, and I'll make sure you're never forgotten. Todoroki slammed his hand on the ground, creating a massive glacier of ice to protect the group of soldiers with him who had found some heavily injured civilians. He looked back and saw some of them appeared skeletal, while others showed signs of horrific experiments. Look out, a giant one, yelled one of the soldiers. Todoroki gathered all the flames he could into his left hand. Flash fire, jet burn. A powerful blast of flames shot out, burning a group of Nomus. Ha! You're starting to throw heavy attacks just like your old man. Burnin yelled, tossing a ball of flames from her hair at a Nomu, burning the side of its face. Todoroki said nothing. Instead, he used his flames to fly into the sky, shooting flames downward and creating a massive storm of fire. We need to stop the Nomus as soon as we can, Burnin. Hello, Shoto. A voice made him freeze. Across from him stood Dabi or Toya, with flames activated, resembling massive claws on his hands. Shigaraki gave me a flame control quirk, and now I can control my flames even longer. Toya, please stop this. Let me save you, Shoto pleaded, standing firm. Toya looked at him for a long moment. Sorry, Shoto. But it's too late for me, he said, his voice heavy with despair. Then my brother truly is gone, she replied, her heart sinking. Both prepared to fight, the fallen brother against the heroic little brother. Ochako and her group arrived at the school with 4 squads of soldiers to help rescue and evacuate any civilians. They entered the building, searching every room without leaving any unturned. Eventually, they reached the 3rd floor, where they found over 40 people who were extremely thin and appeared to be on the brink of death. Don't worry, we're here to save you, Ochako reassured them as she rushed forward to check on their condition. Please, a woman pleaded, holding her baby. Save my baby. Ochako approached and gasped. The baby was already gone, likely from starvation, as the mother was unable to produce milk due to her own starvation. Ma'am. I'm so sorry. No. Please no. The woman fell to her knees, cradling her child. Please come back. Senna, please come back. The heroes and soldiers lowered their heads in shame for not arriving sooner to save the child. Come on, we have to get to the roof and call in the Chinooks to pick up the civilians, a soldier urged. Uraraka tied a rope around the group and touched each person, turning off their gravity to make it easier and safer to transport them. They hurried to the top floor, and just as a soldier was about to call in the Chinooks, Jiro screamed. Enomu! Everyone turned to see the school surrounded by them, led by a high-end Nomu. Earphone Jack! A soldier shouted, handing her a long-range walkie-talkie connected to the fleet and a grid map. I need you to start calling in artillery and request air support. Jiro's eyes widened in horror, realizing that everyone's lives depended on her. She took shaky breaths, trying to calm herself, but Tokoyami placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Jiro, you got this. We believe in you. She nodded, steeling herself. This is Earphone Jack. We need an immediate artillery bombardment, point reference, Dog 1, South 700, elevation 050. Off the coast, 3 destroyers elevated their guns and prepared their missile silos, aiming at the coordinates before they opened fire. Jiro and the others watched as artillery rounds and missiles rained down, taking out large groups of Nomu. They're getting even closer on our north, someone shouted. The soldiers fought desperately to hold off the Nomu but were quickly becoming overwhelmed, even with the Navy's support. Call for Broken Arrow, yelled the commander just before a massive arrow struck him. On a nearby building, a Nomu with an arm that transformed into a bow was sniping their position. Broken Arrow! Jiro called out. Once she made the call, all available aircraft near the island began heading toward them to provide immediate air support. Izuku leaped over a massive group of Nomu and shot all for one, destroying their quirks and freeing them. He heard massive explosions and saw attack helicopters and close air support planes strafing the city. Izuku, they'll be fine. Remember, you have to complete your mission first, Nana reminded him. I know. He spotted a group of Nomu and shot off toward them, determined to stop them. As he approached, his earpiece crackled to life. Deku, we believe that 90% of the Nomu on the island are dead or captured, and our forces are quickly taking control over more of the island. By sunset, we should have complete control. Thank you, General, Izuku replied before landing and lifting his gauntlet, pulling the pin and releasing a massive explosion that blew the Nomu back. He then used all for one to destroy their quirks as well. Thank you, Deku. We were about to be overrun, a soldier said. Just doing my job, he replied, shooting off once again toward the city. Before he could get closer, something caught his eye. Himiko was standing on a hill, watching him. He quickly landed in front of her. Thank you, Toga. She shook her head and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Don't thank me. Just stop what he's doing. I promise I will, Izuku said, returning the hug. If it wasn't for your intel, our casualties would be much higher. Glad to help. Now get going, Izuku. They need you, Himiko urged. I promise you, Toga. After all of this, I'll help you, he vowed before shooting off toward the city. Dummy. You've already helped me so much. Kami created another illusion but was quickly pulled back by Shinso, who used his scarf to save her from Inomu. Don't get careless, he yelled as he ran forward, using a new invention his girlfriend made him. He jumped on top of the Nomu and delivered a shock of electricity. The Nomu screamed before collapsing to the ground, its brain fried. That was so cool! Kami exclaimed with a smile. How Bakugo dealt with her, I'll never know. Shinso thought as a giant explosion caught their attention. They saw Gigantomachia charging through a building, taking out several Nomu. Thank Kami he's on our side. Wait, no, he's on Izuku's side. Shinso realized. He looked behind him and saw another C-17 taking off for Japan, filled with passengers. Out of the original 160,000 people who lived here, they had only found and saved 20,000, but they had secured over half the island in just a few hours. Come on, let's go. We need to finish checking this block for survivors or Nomu, Shinso said as they continued down the street. Ibra and Tokoyami worked in perfect sync, fighting off the Nomu attacking the school. They struggled, as this was where most of the surviving Nomu had gathered. Dark Shadow shot out and subdued 2 Nomu before a soldier opened fire, killing them. Damn it, we're getting overrun even with the Air Force and Navy helping us. Ochako exclaimed, using her quirk to lift a massive boulder and drop it on a Nomu. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a spark of green, and suddenly a massive sonic boom echoed as nearly all the Nomu were taken down in seconds. Are you okay, Ochako? Izuku asked, looking at her with a kind smile. Yeah. Thank you, Izuku, Ochako said softly. He reached over, pulling her into a warm embrace and kissing her forehead. I'm glad you're safe, Oka. Their moment was cut short when Izuku's earpiece crackled to life. Deku. Stars and Stripes is in trouble. We need you here now. Izuku's eyes widened, and he shot off, breaking the sound barrier and reaching Mach 5 in mere seconds. Come on, everyone. We need to finish taking this island, shouted a soldier as Chinooks landed on the roof. Shoto was thrown back by blue flames, a painful burn marking his chest from Dabi's attack. You heroes are such hypocrites, Dabi said, advancing toward him. And yet you follow Stain, even though he deemed Midoriya worthy. Shoto retorted. That's why I'm not after him. He is a true hero, but the rest of you aren't. Not everyone is the same. No matter how hard we try, some unworthy people will become heroes. All we can do is try to prevent as many as we can or train the next generation to be better. Dabi paused, studying him for a moment. That may be so. Shoto quickly created a wall of ice before darting to the side, preparing his flames. When he reached the other side, he found Dabi had vanished. Not as bright as your old man. Dabi taunted from behind him. Sheet! Shoto exclaimed, summoning ice spikes that managed to slow Dabi down, but he melted through them effortlessly. What's wrong? Dabi sneered, his flesh beginning to burn, making him appear less human. Just as he was about to unleash blue flames on Shoto, a cannonball struck him in the chest, breaking his ribs. Shoto turned to see Momo, who had created a massive cannon to shoot Dabi. Are you okay, Shoto? She asked, concern in her eyes. Yeah, he replied, applying ice to his chest. I'll be fine, but this is going to be a tough fight. Dabi stood up, glaring at them with hatred. Stars and Stripes looked down into the giant crater she had created while trying to defeat Shigaraki, her eyes narrowing as she noticed movement. You can't kill me, he shouted. Star, move now, yelled one of the pilots. She remained still, a small smirk forming on her face as Shigaraki grabbed her face. Your quirk is me, he began, but his words were cut short as his bone quirk activated, skewering his entire body. He managed to stop his fall but then felt his stomach explode from one of his quirks. Hell Flame ignited, engulfing him in flames. What did you do? Shigaraki gasped, half his face exploding away. I made New Order attack your quirk, and nothing you do will make it stop until it either dies or all your quirks are destroyed, Stars and Stripes said as she began to fade away. Shigaraki glared at her with pure hatred, but his body convulsed, and he let out a guttural scream as he felt his ribs snap inward, caving in his chest. "Star!" Izuku yelled, looking up to see her slowly disappearing. "Izuku, I'll leave this all in your hands. Make sure you save us all from him," she said, saluting him. "I believe in you." Her body vanished, and Izuku clenched his fists in anger, turning his gaze to Shigaraki with a fierce determination. Then Shigaraki couldn't finish as flames erupted from his throat, burning it as he struggled to breathe. The Nomu swooped down, grabbing Shigaraki and attempting to carry him away, but Izuku appeared above them, his eyes blazing with intensity. AP shot. The concentrated explosion tore through both the Nomu and Shigaraki. Izuku descended, ripping the Nomu's arms off with ease. Shigaraki looked up just as Izuku appeared before him, delivering a punch that cracked his skull. Another explosion ripped through him, removing most of his flesh. "No more, Shigaraki! No more!" Izuku screamed, using Black Whip to pull him back for another onslaught. "Esto, ladies!" Shigaraki couldn't even speak as Izuku activated rifle, aiming it at his chest and creating a massive hole. Shigaraki fell, fear gripping him. He couldn't control his quirks, and his Nomu was unable to save him. He felt the terror of impending death. "I can't die." Izuku and Shigaraki surged forward, their hands gripping each other's faces as they activated All for One. They found themselves in a dark void within their minds. Behind Shigaraki loomed thousands of people from whom he had stolen quirks, while behind Izuku stood only a handful of individuals. "I'll be taking your quirk, dear cousin, and you can't stop me," Shigaraki said with a dark grin. However, he quickly noticed the remnants of stars and stripes still wreaking havoc on his quirks. "You've caused this world enough pain, and it's time I finally put an end to you," Izuku replied. The two launched at each other, but before they could clash, their bodies were pulled apart by the forces of their surroundings. Shigaraki felt a surge of pain as some of his quirks were forcibly ripped from him by Izuku. "No!" he shouted, pulling back his arm and moving it through Izuku's chest, aiming for his heart. A grin spread across his face, but it vanished when Izuku's free hand seized his arm with a vice-like grip. "No more," Izuku declared, flinging Shigaraki to the ground. Shigaraki crashed into the ocean with such force that the water parted around him, leaving him sprawled on the ocean floor. Miraculously, the wound in Izuku's chest healed instantly. As Shigaraki struggled to rise, Izuku's hand latched onto his face again, lifting him before slamming him into the ground with enough force to shake the tectonic plates beneath them. Izuku's fist rose and struck Shigaraki's face, nearly crushing his skull if not for his healing quirks. Massive explosions and shockwaves erupted at the bottom of the crater as Izuku continued to pummel Shigaraki. "Stop, Agha!" Shigaraki gasped as his chest caved in, only to heal and be destroyed repeatedly. In a desperate move, Shigaraki managed to decay Izuku's arm before leaping away, vanishing into the ocean using his water quirk. As he propelled himself through the water, he remained unaware of the figure looming above him. Izuku's arm regenerated thanks to the healing quirk he had taken from Shigaraki. He used it to create a massive explosion that sent a shockwave through the ocean, striking Shigaraki. Shigaraki burst from the water, overwhelmed by primal fear as he turned to see Izuku hovering above him, eyes blazing red. In that moment he realized he was no longer the predator, he was the prey. Izuku grabbed Shigaraki's face and activated the pin on his gauntlet. "Kaken says hi." An explosion erupted, twice as powerful as an atomic bomb, sending what remained of Shigaraki's body flying across the ocean. His healing quirks faltered, leaving him barely able to control a few quirks, let alone the hundreds still within him. "I can't believe I have to use this quirk, but it's a good thing I collected it while in South Korea," Shigaraki thought as his body began to convulse. An arm shot out of his chest, and a newly formed Shigaraki emerged, breathing heavily but seemingly uninjured. 20 years of my life gone just so I can kill you, Deku? No wonder All for One was so obsessed with you," he laughed, though his quirks began to revolt against him, causing his bones to splinter painfully. Izuku wasted no time and appeared before him, shouting, "Earth SMASSSV." Another massive explosion tore through the ocean, launching Shigaraki away as his body was nearly obliterated. "I can't fight. I can't fight. Stop resisting me." Shigaraki screamed in frustration, attempting to use Hellflame, which only burned him from the inside out, forcing him to sacrifice more years of his life. "Anamu! Save me!" he cried in fear as he tried to flee. But before he could escape the water, Izuku's fist tore through his gut, causing him to gasp in pain. With determination, Izuku ensnared Shigaraki with Black Whip and slammed him into the ocean, shattering his skeleton and overwhelming his healing abilities. "No, I'm not meant to die like this," Shigaraki thought desperately, envisioning Endeavor and deciding he had enough. His body grew in size as he consumed the power, killing Endeavor once and for all. Just as Izuku prepared to strike again, Shigaraki's hand shot up, shouting, "Air cannon!" But Izuku was faster, negating the attack with a punch and using Pump Up to deliver an uppercut with such force that Shigaraki's head was sent flying into the sky. Shigaraki forced his healing quirk to work, slowly regrowing his body, but he knew he couldn't defeat Izuku like this. Spotting the jets that had accompanied Stars and Stripes, he formulated a plan. Izuku noticed Shigaraki's intent and raced after him, but before he could reach him, Shigaraki decayed through the cockpit of one of the jets, touching the pilot's face. Meanwhile, Hawks observed the last 50 Nomu fleeing towards the ocean. "What are the Nomu doing?" he asked. "I don't know, but we need to stop them," Ryukyu replied, swooping down to crush 2 of them instantly. Long-range heroes, the army, and the navy opened fire on the Nomu, eliminating all but one, who managed to escape. "We need to search for survivors and set up medical centers for the injured," a soldier urged as they began to search the area. They eventually found the base, where thousands of bodies lay, victims of Shigaraki's brutality. The sight and smell were overwhelming, a stark reminder of the horrors that had transpired. Ochako worked tirelessly in the medical area, helping patients as Mina looked on in disbelief. "I can't believe people were suffering like this," she murmured, watching the skeletal figures around them. "Izuku will stop him and the League," Ochako said confidently. "Ochako is right. Midoriya will defeat him, and once we do, we can start to rebuild the world in a better way to prevent someone like Shigaraki from ever being created again," Momo added. Todoroki, resting in a bed nearby as a doctor treated his burns, couldn't help but hope that Izuku would finally end the pain and suffering. Suddenly, a massive shockwave hit them from the direction Izuku had gone. "Izuku!" Ochako said, her voice laced with concern. Izuku was thrown backward, a bone WHP tearing from his body, created by the Nomu's spine. Shigaraki had forced a multitude of his quirks into the pilot, and fortunately, it had turned into a loyal Nomu. In the distance, he spotted a weakened Shigaraki being carried away by a winged Nomu, the same one he thought he had defeated. A bone spear nearly skewered him, but he dodged it, grabbing it instead and using it as a bat to slam into the Nomu with tremendous force, shattering its bones. Texas Smash. He delivered a powerful punch to the Nomu's gut, causing it to vomit blood from the impact. Before he could take advantage of the moment, the Nomu's rib cage shot out, puncturing some of his organs. Izuku seized this opportunity, grabbing one of the ribs to hold it in place before rearing back and slamming his fist into the Nomu's face. Boom, 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 boom. Massive shockwaves echoed with each of Izuku's strikes against the Nomu, trying to slow it down long enough to use all for one and end the fight. After his 15th punch, the Nomu was stunned long enough for Izuku to grab it and destroy the quirks, freeing the pilot. "We think it managed to say before the light in its eyes faded, and it fell into the ocean. Izuku looked out, launching himself into the air, hoping to find Shigaraki. After 30 minutes of searching, he arrived back in Japan, but there was no trace of him. "God damn it! I was so close!" Izuku shouted in frustration. "Izuku, calm down and think," Hisashi urged. "He's extremely weak. From my estimate, he has lost 9/10 of all his quirks, and they will be actively resisting him. But that's not all. Since you were able to connect with him for that moment, All for One is trying to get back to you and will fight to reunite with its true emissary." "He's right, Izuku. From what I saw, He's extremely weak, and his quirks are revolting against him, Katsuki added. Izuku took a deep breath, attempting to quell the anger that had nearly consumed him during his fight with Shigaraki. Mark my words, Shigaraki. Next time we meet, it will be your final moments, he declared, his eyes burning with determination. In a dark, abandoned cave, what was left of the League sat watching their leader scream in agony. Ag! Shigaraki fell to the ground, howling in pain as another quirk was destroyed by the remnants of Stars and Stripes' quirk. He was left with only 20 quirks, and all for one was actively fighting against him. Dabi observed him with an emotionless expression, contemplating the actions he had taken against his brother. He hated him, but was that truly him, or was it Shigaraki's influence clouding his mind? Damn it! How did they know where my base and all my enemy were? Shigaraki screamed in rage. Spinner flinched as Shigaraki's crazed eyes scanned the room. One of you must have betrayed me. He stopped abruptly as his logical side kicked in, his gaze narrowing on Toga. Toga flinched under his intense stare as he approached her. It was you. You're the only logical explanation. I know what Dabi, Spinner, and Compress are thinking. But you. I don't. I don't know what you're talking about, Toga stammered, fear evident in her voice. Yes, you do, and I think you know what I said would happen, Shigaraki replied, grabbing her and dragging her into a darker area of the cave where some of his remaining villains and Noma were. He threw her toward them. Have your way with her, but don't kill her yet. I want Deku to find her broken, Shigaraki commanded as he walked away. Toga looked at the villains closing in on her, unable to scream as they swarmed her. Aizu, please help, were her last thoughts. 3 days later, Okinawa was fully liberated and occupied by the Japanese Self-Defense Force and allied forces from other countries. Over 200 heroes remained on the island to keep it safe and defend it until the heavy-hitting heroes arrived. During this time, Shigaraki and the League had vanished without a trace. Everywhere the heroes searched, they found nothing, but whispers of disappearances in other countries circulated. In Class 2A's common room, the students were either watching TV or chatting. Izuku leaned his head on Rumi's swollen stomach, listening to the 2 heartbeats of their children growing inside her. You know they'll be fine. Recovery Girl said they are both perfectly healthy, and in 2 months and 20 days, I'll be giving beer to them, Rumi reassured him, running her hand through his now almost all-white hair. I know. But I like this, Izuku replied, looking up to give her a gentle kiss, which she happily returned. I'm just glad you and Ochako are back safe, Rumi said. Izuku nodded, glancing over at Eri, who was playing with her stuffed animal, Ghost. Come on, Ghost. We have to beat the big evil villain. Eri exclaimed, standing up in Izuku's cape and hood as she ran outside toward Gigantomachia. I'll be right back. Gigantomachia tends to get a little too into the role when playing with her, Izuku said, giving his fiancée one last kiss before following Eri outside. When he arrived, he was greeted by an adorable sight. Take that, villain. Smash. Eri shouted, playfully punching Gigantomachia's hand. Oh no. The hero beat me, he exclaimed, falling onto his back. I have been defeated. You didn't hit the ground too hard, did you? Eri asked, her voice laced with concern that she might have accidentally hurt him. Don't worry, little princess, I'm perfectly okay, Gigantomachia replied as he stood up and noticed Izuku. Little lord, forgive me, I didn't see you. It's all right, Machia. I just came out here to make sure you didn't accidentally destroy the gym again, Izuku said with a chuckle. Papa! Eri exclaimed, running up to him. Me and Ghost won the fight with the big villain. She raised her arms in victory, her face beaming with joy. Izuku smiled, lifting her up and kissing her forehead. Yes, you did, Eri, and it's thanks to you that we are all safe now. Gigantomachia watched, pleased to see his little lord so happy. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an alarm going off. Forgive me, little lord, but someone might be trying to break in, so I must leave. Don't worry, it's fine, Machia, Izuku assured him. He then walked over, picked Eri up, and carried her back inside the dorms. Izuku, please. A voice echoed in his mind, startling him awake. He was relieved it didn't wake up Ochako, Rumi, or Eri. Running a hand through his hair, he heard the voice again and suddenly realized where it was coming from. Toga! He quickly got out of bed and began putting on his hero costume as fast as he could. Izu. It's 2 in the morning. Ochako murmured, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Rumi, also waking up with messy hair, was holding a sleeping Eri. Get back in bed, Izuku. Rumi said drowsily. You're our body pillow. I can't. I think something is wrong with the person who spied for me in Okinawa, Izuku replied. Who was it? Ochako asked. Toga. The room fell silent at the mention of her name as Izuku stood up in his now-repaired hero costume. Wait, she's the one who informed us about Okinawa? Rumi asked, surprised. And about Aoyama. She's not a bad person. She's just had a tough life and is taking her anger out on the world. Now it's time I finally save her, Izuku said as he opened the window and shot off into the night. You know more about her than I do. Who is she and what is she like? Rumi inquired. When I first met her, I thought she was simply insane and only wanted to harm us. But then I got a chance to talk with her, and I understand her a little better. She was a victim of being treated poorly because of her quirk and suffered for it, Ochako explained. And I'm guessing one day she snapped and lashed out at the world. When she found the League, she finally had a place to belong, Rumi added, stroking Eri's hair as she slept in her lap. I think so. But that brings up another question. Why did she betray the League and start working as Izuku's spy? Ochako pondered. Maybe it was after all the horrible things Shigaraki was doing. When Izuku went out on his own, perhaps they met, and he offered her friendship and a chance to be saved. Rumi suggested. That sounds like something he'd do, Ochako agreed. Yeah, it does. Now come on, let's go back to bed. I know he'll be fine, and hopefully, when he helps her, we can learn the truth, Rumi said. Ochako nodded, and they both cuddled with Eri in the middle, smiling as she slept peacefully, surrounded by her mother's warmth. Izuku had been flying for over an hour when he finally arrived at the location that had been calling to him. Please, help. Himiko's voice echoed in his mind. When you first met her, it linked you two together, so in a way, you're always connected. If she's ever in trouble, you can hear her, All for One explained. Then why am I only hearing it now? Izuku thought, frustration bubbling within him. Probably because you've been busy helping Okinawa and maintaining order in Japan. Now that you've finally relaxed, you can hear her thoughts, All for One replied. Izuku sighed and landed near a cave, walking toward it until he spotted someone standing next to it, smoking a cigarette. It was Dabi. As their eyes met, Izuku noticed Dabi's body tense and shake. Deku. Me and Spinner couldn't save her, so please, take good care of her. She deserves better. Dabi said, forcing himself to walk away. And do me a favor. Kill them. Shigaraki has a quirk controlling him. It seems he used all his mental strength to not attack you and just give you that little bit of information, All for One noted. He has truly become a demon, not only killing millions of innocents but also forcing his own allies against their will, Kana added. Look through Izuku's memories, and you'll see he's been a demon for much longer than this. There's no word in any language to describe what a monster he is, Katsuki remarked. Izuku ran through the cave and heard some voices nearby. That girl is a lot of fun. Yeah, too bad she stopped screaming after the second day. Izuku's heart raced as he felt a surge of anger. His eyes darkened, filled with a fierce determination. He had witnessed enough. The villain's taunts echoed in his mind, but before he could respond, Izuku lunged forward, grabbing the villain and delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The air crackled with tension as Izuku's resolve hardened. He turned his gaze to the last remaining villain, who was cowering in fear. You hurt her, Izuku stated coldly, his voice low and dangerous. The villain stammered, pleading for mercy, but Izuku had no intention of showing any. With a swift motion, he silenced the villain forever, leaving no room for doubt about his intentions. As he moved deeper into the cave, Izuku's fury only intensified. He kicked open a door, sending it flying across the room, where it struck a man with deadly force. The chaos around him was overwhelming, but Izuku focused on the task at hand. His eyes fell on Himiko, unconscious and vulnerable on the ground. The sight ignited a fire within him. He charged forward, unleashing his strength against the villains surrounding her, determined to protect her at all costs. After a brutal confrontation, Izuku stood amidst the aftermath, his body covered in the remnants of the battle. The cave was a scene of devastation, but his thoughts were solely on Himiko. Breathing heavily, he approached her, his heart aching at her condition. "Himiko," he called softly, his voice breaking through the haze of despair. Her eyes fluttered open, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I knew you'd come," she whispered, her voice weak but filled with hope. "I'm sorry for not getting here sooner," Izuku replied, pulling her into a gentle embrace. Tears welled in her eyes as she clung to him, desperate for reassurance. "Please don't leave me," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "I can't be alone anymore." "I promise, Himiko," he vowed, wrapping his cape around her before lifting her carefully into his arms. Recovery Girl was already on her way to the infirmary, muttering under her breath about Izuku's reckless nature. When she entered, her breath caught at the sight before her. Izuku stood beside Himiko, who was in dire need of medical attention. "Who is she, and what happened?" Recovery Girl asked, concern etched on her face. "I'll explain everything, but please save her," Izuku urged, desperation in his voice. She nodded, quickly moving to tend to Himiko's injuries. "Midoriya, clean yourself up. I need an explanation, and I will be informing Nizu about this." Izuku acknowledged her request and stepped into the shower, watching the blood wash away. As the water flowed, he felt the weight of his actions crashing down on him. "I killed them. I slaughtered them," he murmured, shaking as tears streamed down his face. "Izuku, given everything you've been through, it's understandable why you'd snap," Kana said gently. "It's not your fault," Yoichi added. "They deserved what happened to them." Izuku let out a choked sob, overwhelmed by the emotions swirling within him. He sank to the ground, feeling the warmth of two familiar figures wrapping around him. Kana and Nana were there, offering comfort. "Once you clean up and talk to Nizu, go to Rumi and Ochako. They can help you," Nana advised. Izuku nodded, grateful for their support. Recovery Girl placed Himiko in a medically induced coma to perform surgery and allow her to heal. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in Nizu's office, surrounded by Tsukachi, Nizu, All Might, and Aizawa, all watching him intently. "Tell us everything," Aizawa instructed, his tone steady but firm. "I met her when I went rogue for a while," Izuku began, recounting how he had promised to be her friend and help her find a better life. "She helped me by gathering information, but she was never fully aware of her surroundings." "Why didn't you inform us?" All Might pressed. "I wanted to protect her. If I had told you, it would have put her in danger. She's been through enough, and I want to ensure she has a chance at happiness," Izuku explained passionately. "She risked everything to help us, and I couldn't betray her trust." As he spoke, he felt the weight of his choices, but he knew he had done what he believed was right. Izuku felt a sense of urgency as he spoke about the situation. "We need to save her. She's our hero right now, and it's only thanks to her that we didn't lose as many as we did on Okinawa." The others looked at him, understanding why he was so determined to protect her. "That may be true, Midoriya," Aizawa replied, "but you have to remember that she's a villain and a founding member of the League. She has killed people." "And I've killed people as well," Izuku countered. "Every hero will eventually have blood on their hands." "That's a sad truth, but let me ask you this. What will you do to help her rehabilitate?" Aizawa inquired. "First, I'll let Recovery Girl finish healing her. I'm not sure what my healing quirk would do to her given her traumatic experience. After that, I'll ask Hound Dog to help her cope, and I'll introduce her to everyone else so she can have friends and build connections," Izuku explained. "That has some merit, Midoriya," Nizu said thoughtfully. "To make people feel safer, we should consider a quirk suppressant collar or something similar that also has a tracker. I'm sure she'd agree to it as long as we explain it clearly. I also don't want to put her in a mental institution since they won't help her given her quirk," Izuku added. That brings up another question. All Might interjected. From what we know, she requires blood, which likely contributed to her mental state, considering how society treats evil quirks. She told me her family abused her and forced her to be normal. She had to wear a mask and never drink blood, which damaged her. One day, she snapped, and the rest is history, Izuku shared. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, empathizing with Himiko's struggles. He recalled how he had been treated poorly as a child for his own quirk. Before they could continue, Nizu's office phone rang. He answered, then turned to Izuku. Hurry to the infirmary. Toga is having a panic attack. Izuku dashed out of the room, racing down the halls. This is a very delicate situation, Aizawa remarked. Indeed, but as heroes, it's our job to help everyone in need. Given that she risked herself to protect us, we must return the favor, Nizu replied. I'll take the backlash if anything leaks out. If blame comes my way, pin it all on me, All Might said. Izuku and that girl have suffered enough. What do you think, Tsukachi? Nizu asked. This is difficult, as Aizawa said. But I'll talk to my boss and draft documents to give her a new identity for her protection, Tsukachi responded. That's a good idea. On paper, she'll be someone else, but those close to her will still call her by her real name, Nizu agreed. Izuku opened the infirmary door and saw Recovery Girl trying to calm a panicking Himiko, who was curled up in a corner. He quickly approached her. Himiko, it's okay. They can't hurt you, he said gently, kneeling in front of her. Izuku, she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Please. Don't let them hurt me. I don't want it to hurt anymore. He embraced her, rubbing her back soothingly as she cried. It hurts. Please save me, she pleaded. Izuku's heart ached for her, and he felt a surge of anger towards those who had harmed her. After 20 long minutes, she cried herself to sleep, still holding on to him. He carefully lifted her onto the bed and took a chair beside her. What happened? He asked Recovery Girl. I was changing her bag after a checkup, and she started thrashing in her sleep. When I tried to calm her, she woke up screaming, thinking I was going to hurt her, Recovery Girl explained. Izuku clenched his fists, anger boiling inside him as he looked at Himiko's tear-stained face. She looked frail and was covered in bandages. What about her injuries? I could have healed her, but I didn't know how my quirk would affect her mental state, he said. Fortunately, her injuries weren't as severe as I thought. I was able to heal most of them, but sadly, I had to focus on the more serious injuries, Recovery Girl replied. Izuku felt a wave of killing intent wash over him, and Recovery Girl sensed it. He noticed Himiko squirming in her sleep and gently took her hand, calming her as if she recognized his presence. Given the trauma she's experienced, I think we should ask Hound Dog to help her, Recovery Girl suggested. I agree, but can we give her a day or two to adjust before discussing it? Izuku asked. All right, I'll inform him and let him know to call you when she's ready, she said before leaving the room. Izuku looked at the sleeping Himiko and decided to call Ochako and Rumi, asking them to come to the infirmary and bring Eri. 20 minutes later, the door opened, and all three entered. They felt a wave of guilt as they saw Himiko's condition. Thanks for coming, Izuku said softly. I think you three will be good for her to talk to since it'll help her heal, said Izuku. How is she? Asked Rumi as Izuku pulled a chair for her to sit in, which she gladly accepted since walking while PRGT wasn't easy. Izuku sighed and proceeded to explain Himiko's condition, carefully omitting certain details since Eri was in the room. He communicated some parts in English, giving the others meaningful looks. Both Ochako and Rumi glanced at Himiko, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for her. No one should have to endure what she had. Slowly, Himiko opened her eyes and saw Ochako and Rumi. Panic began to rise within her, but Izuku took her hand, catching her attention. Toga, it's okay. It's Ochako and Rumi. They are here to help you and keep you company, Izuku reassured her. Himiko's yellow eyes darted between them. Although she recognized Ochako, she still felt nervous. However, she decided to trust Izuku's judgment, especially since they were both his fiancés, which brought a small pang of hurt to her chest. Is she okay, Papa? Eri asked, looking up at Himiko while clutching her stuffed toy. She will be in time. Why don't you introduce yourself to her, Eri? Izuku suggested, hoping that Eri could help Himiko. Eri nodded and attempted to climb onto the bed but struggled. Pouting, she was soon lifted by Izuku and placed on it. Honey yellow eyes met red ones, and Eri smiled, mirroring Izuku's grin. Hi, I'm Eri Midoriya, and this is Ghost. What's your name? She asked, holding up her stuffed toy. Himiko Toga, came the soft reply. Eri's smile widened as she handed over Ghost. Here, Ghost will help make you smile, and so will this, she said, then hugged Himiko, who flinched slightly. The warmth of Eri's innocent embrace enveloped Himiko, and she slowly hugged her back, tears beginning to fall from her eyes, but a small smile emerged on her face. Eri then let go and pointed to Himiko's mouth, forming a smile with her fingers. You have a pretty smile, you should do it more. Hiha. Himiko began to laugh, wiping the tears from her eyes. A genuine smile graced her face. Thank you, Eri. No problem. Papa, don't you agree she looks better when she smiles? Eri asked. Yeah, she does, Izuku replied, causing a faint blush to appear on Himiko's cheeks, which did not go unnoticed by Rumi and Ochako. They could see that she had feelings for Izuku and viewed him as her safe place in the world after everything she had been through. Ochako smiled and approached her. Eri tends to do that to everyone. She can always make you smile. Hee, you're not wrong about that. You literally can't stop yourself from smiling when you're around her, Rumi added. As they talked, Eri began asking Himiko questions, and a warm feeling blossomed in Himiko's chest, something she hadn't felt since she was 4. Why are you all being so nice to me? She asked, catching everyone's attention. I'm a villain, so why are you trying so hard to make me happy? That's because you deserve it, Eri said cheerfully. Eri is right. We trust Izuku's judgment, and he knows you're a good person, so we're going to be your friends, Ochako assured her. Are really? Yeah, you don't seem so bad, and I'm sure after some time, we'll all warm up to each other, Rumi encouraged. Thank you. Himiko said, offering a smile that revealed her fangs, but it was a warm, genuine smile. I hope we can all be really good friends. In the past week, Izuku, Ochako, and Rumi had been helping Himiko heal her mental scars. During this time, she had been seeing Hound Dog for therapy sessions, with Izuku accompanying her for support. Eri sometimes showed up to cheer her up, and it worked wonders as Himiko began to smile and slowly open up. However, the trauma still lingered, leading to frequent nightmares that required Izuku to spend a lot of time in the medical ward to help her through them. Currently, Izuku extended his arm toward her, showing his numerous scars. Go on, drink some Toga. Are you sure? My quirk makes me a monster. Himiko said, looking away, her eyes devoid of life. Izuku gently turned her face toward him. That's a lie, Toga. Quirk makes you who you are, and you're perfectly fine the way you are. You're a appealing, smart woman, and anyone would be glad to be part of your life. Remember, a quirk doesn't define a person, it's what they do with it. I know that one day, Toga, you'll be saving people with this very same quirk. Himiko smiled and pulled Izuku into a hug. Thank you, Izuku. They sat like that for a few minutes before Izuku offered his arm again. She bit into it and started drinking his blood. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she savored its sweetness. It's so sweet, it almost reminds me of cinnamon, she thought as she continued to drink. After a minute, she felt a little woozy from the richness of his blood. Your blood is so sweet, Izu, I might just have to always drink yours. Sure, I don't mind helping you, Toga, Izuku replied with a smile. Himiko. Call me Himiko. Izuku smiled and nodded. Sure thing. Himiko. Himiko, look at my hair. Eri exclaimed as she entered the room with 2 messy buns similar to her own. Sorry, but Eri really liked your hair and wanted to cheer you up, Ochako said, following her in. Thank you, Eri, Himiko said, her fanged smile drawing compliments from everyone in the room. So, is Papa helping you be happy? Eri asked brightly. Yes, he is. It's thanks to your Papa and everyone else that I can now be happy, Himiko replied. Where's the rabbit? Himiko asked, a playful smile on her face. For a while now, she had been teasing Rumi by calling her a rabbit. It always led to light-hearted arguments filled with playful insults, but everyone knew it was all in good fun. She's with Recovery Girl getting another LTIS ND to make sure the babies are healthy and to possibly get the first pictures of them, Ochako replied. Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can't wait to see my little brother and sister. I'm sure you'll be an amazing older sister, Eri, Himiko said, reaching over to rub Eri's head affectionately. Yeah, and after that we have a meeting with Aizawa and Mirio. We're going to try to give him his quirk back, Izuku added. Eri's expression shifted to one of determination. I'm going to make sure I give Uncle Mirio his quirk back, she declared confidently. Everyone smiled, and just then the door opened. Rumi entered with a bright smile. The babies are okay, and I got the picture. Izuku, Ochako, and Eri gathered around to see the LTRS-ND image, which showed tiny arms and legs. Oh my gosh, they're going to be so adorable, Ochako exclaimed. Himiko watched the family with a smile, but deep down, she felt a pang of sadness, thinking to herself, I'm still a monster. Here, Himiko, look at this, Izuku said, handing her the picture. She took it and gazed at the photo, her heart warming as she looked back up at them. They're going to be adorable, and I'm sure you'll be great parents. Izuku recognized that smile. It was the same one he wore to hide his own pain, even when he felt happy. How are we going to do this? Mirio asked as he entered the room, followed by Tamaki and Nijire. From what Midoriya told me, Eri is going to use her quirk on you and try to reverse you to the point right before you lost your quirk. I'm here to make sure nothing goes wrong, Aizawa explained. Awesome. Let's get this started so I can go out and save 1,000,000 people. Mirio said, his usual big smile lighting up the room. Eri, are you sure you trust me? She asked nervously, worried she might mess it up. Don't worry, Eri. I trust you and I know you can do it. Not only that, but all of us believe in you, Mirio reassured her. Eri nodded and walked over to him, placing her hand on Mirio's face as her horn began to glow. Aizawa stood by, ready to intervene if necessary. After a few seconds, Eri stopped, feeling a slight headache, while Mirio experienced a sensation he hadn't felt in months. He had his quirk back. Let me try, he said, and everyone watched as his hand phased through the table. I did it. Eri exclaimed, her smile growing wider. I did it. Izuku picked Eri up in a joyful hug, kissing her cheek. Good job, Eri. I knew you could do it. Nijire and Tamaki smiled happily, joining in the celebration, thrilled that Mirio could be a hero again. I need to get back into fighting shape so I can help you out, Midoriya, Mirio said. And thank you, Eri. You've helped me keep living out my dream. Suddenly, Mirio phased through the floor, and everyone heard a commotion, realizing he had lost his clothes in the process. Well, he's back to normal. See you later. Ochako, let's start training together again soon, Nijire said as she dashed off. Tamaki, feeling overwhelmed in the room full of people, quickly excused himself. You did an amazing job, Eri, Rumi said, walking over to kiss her cheek, making Eri beam with happiness. A few hours later, Izuku soared through Tokyo, using his quirk to navigate swiftly as he searched for a human trafficking ring that had become more prominent since Shigaraki's rise to power. He landed on the roof of a building and focused on a warehouse where police had reported suspicious activity for the past 2 months. Due to the power shortage, they had been unable to take action. This place feels wrong, Nana commented. You're not far off. It reminds me of my time chasing down traffickers, Banjo added, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Izuku floated down and approached one of the windows on the roof. Peering inside, he was horrified to see hundreds of cages filled with people, mostly women and children, waiting to be sold as slaves. He quickly reached for his phone to report the situation to Tsukachi. A minute later, his phone buzzed with a message from Tsukachi. This is the Reaper Guild, and they all have death warrants. Try to bring back as many alive as you can for interrogation. What will you do, Izuku? All for One asked, genuinely curious about his son's decision. I'll try to capture them, but if I need to get my hands dirty to save people. Then I'm willing to bear that burden, even if it means being seen as a monster, Izuku replied resolutely. You still feel guilt, which is a good thing. It means you're human, Izuku, Kana said. Izuku nodded, standing on the glass roof, waiting for the villains to come close enough for him to ambush them. Fortunately, he only had to wait a few seconds. Green lightning crackled around him as he shot through the glass, crashing down and knocking the nearest villain out cold. Izuku quickly glanced up and lunged forward, striking another villain with a powerful blow that sent him crashing into one of the steel cages, breaking several of his bones. It's Deku, one of the villains shouted in fear. Before he could react, Black Whip ensnared him, applying enough pressure to break his arms and ribs, causing him to lose consciousness. Izuku's green eyes locked onto another villain, and he used his quirk to neutralize the threat. Don't you dare move, the leader shouted, holding a hostage with his hands around her neck. If you do anything, she's dead. Izuku met his gaze with cold fury, aware of another villain sneaking up behind him. He turned to the hostage and asked, "Ma'am, do you trust me?" With tears in her eyes, the woman nodded. Don't bang before the leader could finish, Izuku had drawn a rifle and fired, creating a hole in the villain's side. Using the momentum from the shot, he spun around and delivered a swift kick to the villainess behind him. Izuku stepped forward, removing his cape and draping it around the woman he had just saved. You're safe now, ma'am. All of you are. Thank you, she stammered, collapsing to her knees. The things they did to us? It's okay, you don't have to say anything. The police will be here shortly, so just take a moment to regain your strength, Izuku reassured her. He then used Black Whip to tear off the locks from the cages, freeing everyone inside. His gaze fell on the villain leader, who was bleeding on the floor. Why you shot me? The leader seethed, clutching his side in agony. I did what was necessary to save her, Izuku replied firmly. You're just like your father, a wolf in sheep's clothing. One day, you'll be labeled a villain, the leader spat. I'll bear any burden if it means protecting people, Izuku said, stepping closer and gripping the villain's face. A quirk like yours could have made you a great hero, but you chose the path of villainy. Forget you, aha. The leader screamed in pain as Izuku destroyed his quirk, causing him to pass out from the agony. Izuku stood tall, a smile spreading across his face. He'll never be able to hurt you again. Soon, the police and paramedics arrived, taking the victims away to help them heal and rehabilitate. Before Izuku left, the woman he had saved returned his cape to him. Thank you. Now I can be back with my family. I was just doing my job as a hero, Izuku replied earnestly. I promise you all this. One day, we'll emerge from this darkness into a better era where you won't have to live in fear anymore. Hope blossomed in the hearts of those around him, knowing that Deku would stop at nothing to ensure everyone could smile again. Another week passed, and Hound Dog granted Himiko clearance to meet Class 2A, with the warning to avoid being surrounded. Izuku, Rumi, Ochako, and Eri walked alongside Himiko, who clutched Izuku's sleeve for comfort, a sight that tugged at everyone's hearts. Here we are, Himiko, Izuku said as they stood in front of the 2A dorms. Cementos made you your own room next to mine, with a door connecting them in case you need to talk to me. She nodded, her anxiety evident as she prepared to meet her new classmates. As they entered, all of Class 2A turned to look at them. Himiko instinctively hid behind Izuku, trying to make herself as small as possible. The first to approach was Tsu, who stopped a respectful distance away. Hello, I'm Tsu. It's nice to officially meet you, Toga Tsu. It's nice to meet you, and I'm sorry about that one time, Himiko replied nervously. Don't worry, it's fine. It's all in the past, and besides, you're trying to be a better person. That makes us even, Tsu said kindly. I'm here if you ever want to talk. Himiko nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Momo then stepped forward with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Momo Yayorozu. One by one, the members of Class 2A introduced themselves to Himiko. Afterward, Izuku, Ochako, and Rumi guided her to her bedroom, which was sparsely furnished with just a bed and a dresser. Nizu told me you can decorate however you like, as long as Hound Dog approves the items, Izuku explained. For the first time since leaving the infirmary, Himiko released Izuku's sleeve and looked around her room. She noticed a bathroom and the door leading to Izuku's room. This door leads to my room, and like I said, we're always here if you need someone to talk to, okay? Izuku reassured her. Do I really deserve all of this? She asked, her voice trembling. I hurt you all, and yet you're all so nice to me. I don't deserve this. Of course you do, Himiko, Eri said, stepping forward. Papa was really worried about you and did everything he could to make you happy. If Papa and Mama think you deserve to be happy, then you do. Hee ha ha ha. Himiko couldn't help but laugh as she wiped a tear from her eye and hugged Eri. Thank you. I really needed that, Eri. No problem. My papa taught me to always help people who need it, Eri replied cheerfully. Himiko reached over and ruffled Eri's hair, feeling a sense of warmth. Izuku then gave her a side hug. We'll make sure you have a better life, Himiko. Thank you, Izuku, she said, feeling the support of her new friends as they all embraced her. Thank you all. I promise to pay you all back for this, Himiko said earnestly. You just being happy is enough for us, Ochako replied with a warm smile. She's right. Given time, you'll be able to walk around freely and become a hero, ya vampire, Rumi added with a playful grin. Well, in that case, I'll be a better one than you, Bunny, Himiko teased, noticing the tick mark appear on Rumi's forehead at the nickname. Rumi shot her an annoyed look. Oh, so you're trying to be cute, aren't you, Blondie? Even though I'm a monster, I know I'm cute, and at least I'm not walking around with a beach ball for a stomach, Himiko retorted. Izuku, Ochako, and Eri stepped back as the two began exchanging playful insults, sparks flying between them. Papa, why are Mama and Himiko always arguing? Eri asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I have no idea, Izuku admitted. I think she's jealous of Rumi, Ochako thought to herself. A couple of hours later, everyone gathered downstairs for dinner, which Todoroki and Momo had prepared. Himiko sat at the table, staying close to Izuku and Ochako. The group welcomed her warmly, doing their best not to overwhelm her. Some of the girls noticed that Himiko seemed happier when Izuku or Eri were around, especially since Eri had taken it upon herself to help Himiko feel more at ease. As night fell, everyone was asleep except for Izuku, who was on his computer searching for any signs of Shigaraki or the League. Since the Battle of Okinawa, they had vanished, but reports of people disappearing and new nomas being created were surfacing. Turning around, he spotted Ochako and Rumi cuddling with Eri nestled between them, the little girl leaning against Rumi's stomach, seeking comfort from her soon-to-be siblings. Just as Izuku was about to head to bed, he heard whimpering coming from Himiko's room. He entered to find her thrashing in her sleep, clearly trapped in a nightmare. Please. Stop. It hurts, she whimpered. Without hesitation, Izuku approached her and gently shook her awake. When she opened her eyes, she immediately hugged him tightly. No more. Please. Make it stop, Izuku, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Sure, it's okay, Himiko. No one will hurt you again, Izuku reassured her, rubbing her back soothingly. Promise? Yes, I promise. Himiko nodded, holding on to him as he continued to comfort her. Izuku, please don't leave me. I won't. I'll always be here to help you if you need it. Me, Ochako, Rumi, and Eri will always be here for you, and the rest of our class will help you too, Izuku promised. Himiko squeezed him tighter, trying to forget the nightmare of being back in that cave. Can you please stay with me tonight? I don't want to be alone, she asked timidly. Sure thing, Himiko. I'll be here all night for you, he replied. He settled against the wall, and Himiko used his lap as a pillow while he rubbed circles on her back in a comforting manner. Izuku, can you tell me about your life? Sure. Let's see. When I was 4, I was diagnosed as quirkless. Because of that, I was treated poorly and bullied every day. My mom tried to help, but I didn't want her to worry, so I kept my problems to myself and smiled through the pain. That continued for years until one day, I met All Might after being attacked by a villain. I asked him if I could be a hero even though I was quirkless. He told me no and to get a more realistic dream, leaving me on the roof. After a while, I left the roof and started walking home, but then I heard explosions. I subconsciously walked toward them and saw Kakin being held by the same villain who had captured me. I realized he was in danger because of me, and before I knew it, my feet were moving on their own. I ran to him, hoping to save him, and threw my backpack at the villain's eye, trying to claw my way to Kakin. It was in vain, and the villain tried to kill me, but All Might appeared just in time to save us both. I was scolded by the heroes and walked home, where Kakin yelled at me, and then All Might found me. He said I was worthy of being a hero, so he started training me. After 10 long months, I unlocked my quirk and got into UA, and the rest is history. I guess we both had horrible childhoods, huh? Himiko said softly. Yeah, we did. I faced some tough times growing up, but when I arrived at UA, everything changed. I was finally seen as a friend and a classmate, Izuku replied. I'm sorry you had to go through all that. If we had met when we were younger, I'm sure we could have been good friends. Maybe even more, Himiko said wistfully. I'm sure we would have been good friends, Himiko. But we can't change the past. We can only work toward a better future, so others don't have to suffer like we did. That's my hope, to change the world and make it a place where kids can be kids and people don't have to live in fear of villain attacks or terrorism, Izuku said, gazing out the window. Himiko looked up at him, her heart racing as she realized she had truly fallen for him. She knew she could never be with him since he was with Ochako and Rumi, but she could at least be near him and be his friend. That's enough for me, she whispered, closing her eyes in hopes of finding peace in sleep. Good night, Himiko, Izuku replied, glancing at her before turning his gaze out the window. The moon illuminated the entire UA campus, and the stars twinkled in the night sky. I will protect everyone, no matter the cost. No matter the burden I have to bear or the hardships I face, I will protect this world so no one ever has to suffer again. Izuku, in the morning we must talk, All for One said. Izuku nodded and closed his eyes, ready to get some rest himself. The next morning, Izuku awoke to find Himiko clinging to his waist, still asleep. A smile crept onto his face, happy that she had finally gotten some real sleep instead of just a couple of hours plagued by nightmares. Just then the door opened, and Ochako walked in. Oh, I was wondering where you were. Sorry about that. She had a nightmare and asked me to stay with her to help her fall asleep, Izuku explained. Ochako smiled and approached him, giving him a quick kiss. You're way too nice for your own good, Izuku. I get that a lot, he replied, gently lifting Himiko's head to free himself from her grip. How about I make breakfast for everyone? That's probably a good idea. I'm sure Rumi is cranky since she didn't get to cuddle with you, Ochako said. Yeah. She's probably going to insist on more cuddling. Hopefully, she doesn't get in another mood swing and kick me. Izuku left the room and headed downstairs to prepare breakfast. Since it was Saturday, he found the kitchen empty, as most of his classmates were still asleep. He decided to make a simple meal: eggs, fruit, toast, and coffee for himself, Ochako, and Rumi, with carrots for Rumi and apple juice and apples for Eri. As he cooked, he felt someone hug him from behind and immediately recognized the familiar embrace. Good morning, Rumi. You didn't cuddle with us last night, she said, pouting slightly, though there was a playful edge to her voice. I had to help Himiko since she was having a nightmare, Izuku explained quickly, wanting to avoid any conflict. Oh, I understand. But tonight, you're going to sleep with us. I'll ask Momo or Jiro to watch Eri since Ochako and I want some private training. Izuku froze for a moment, feeling her arms wrap around him. Just then, they heard footsteps, and Rumi quickly withdrew her arms but continued to hug him. Darn, and I was hoping for some fun, she said with a teasing tone. Izuku gulped and focused on making breakfast. Morning, Izaburo Miruko, Kirishima greeted sleepily as he walked over to grab a cup of coffee and a protein shake from the fridge. Morning, Ejiro. Workout day? Izuku asked. Yup, hoping to beat all my records today, Kirishima replied before heading off to the gym. Izuku smiled and finished preparing the food, placing it on 5 plates, the last one for Himiko. He and Rumi took the food upstairs to their room, where Ochako was giving Eri a quick bath. Oh, look at this carrot. It's nice and big, but I know something even bigger, Rumi joked, her playful nature shining through. Oh my god, you're the worst, Izuku said, trying to maintain his composure. What? I really want some protein, and it's only protein you can provide, Rumi teased, picking up the carrot and pretending to lick it. Izuku pinched his leg to keep his focus. You'll pay for this later tonight, he said, grabbing Himiko's breakfast and heading to her room. Rumi giggled happily and continued munching on her carrot as Eri and Ochako walked in. Later, Izuku found himself in the woods, following his father's instructions. So where am I going, father? He asked, curious about the destination. It's up that hill, his father replied. As Izuku walked, he spotted a small wooden cabin. Upon entering, he followed directions to the first room on the right, moving the bed and pulling back the carpet. He discovered a metal door beneath and opened it, descending a hallway until he reached a brightly lit room filled with tanks containing hundreds of Nomu suspended in a strange fluid. It's an honor to finally meet you, young Ao, a voice said, and Izuku turned to see a large humanoid creature, an ant-wasp hybrid with 4 massive arms and a tail. My name is Chikara, and I have been waiting a long time to meet you, he said, kneeling respectfully. You have? What for? Izuku asked, intrigued. Lord All for One created me to serve you and to create pure Nomu as your army, Chikara explained. Izuku looked around at the tanks filled with Nomu. What do you mean by pure Nomu and army? Pure Nomu are created here in a lab using tissue from villains or heroes. I clone them and grow them while modifying their quirks for battle, Chikara clarified. So they aren't from captured heroes or innocent people? Izuku inquired. No, young MSTR. These are clones grown from DNA, solely loyal to you. They will ignore others' orders unless you tell them to listen, but they will always prioritize yours, Chikara assured him. I see. They may need to be used to help in the upcoming battle. I don't know when it will happen, but I can tell it will be a bloody one, and we'll need as much help as we can get, Izuku said. I will have them ready for you at a moment's notice, and they will rush to your aid when you need them, came the reply. Izuku nodded and walked through the lab with Chikara following closely behind. He explained the capabilities of each of the pure Nomu, detailing how each one was as strong as 1.5 high ends. After leaving the hidden Noma base, Izuku returned to UA and informed the staff about Chikara and the Nomu army that existed. Some staff members expressed concern that Chikara might be working for Shigaraki, but Izuku reassured them that his father, All for One, had created this army solely for him to lead, and they would prioritize his orders over All for One's. He elaborated on the number and power of the Nomu, emphasizing that once Shigaraki emerged from hiding, the heroes would have a better chance of defeating his army. They all agreed to keep this information confidential, as any leaks could cause unnecessary panic among the heroes. Meanwhile, everyone was downstairs except for Izuku, Rumi, and Ochako, who were either watching TV or working on school assignments. Eri sat in Himiko's lap, getting her hair braided while watching TV. When are Papa, Mommy, and Mama going to come down? I want to go to the park and spend time with them before they have to go to work, Eri asked. Some classmates exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, knowing that Rumi could keep them in that room for quite a while. The only ones unaware of the situation were Eri and Himiko, the latter having been told they needed to discuss something important. I'm sure they'll be done soon, and then you 3 can go to that park Niza built for the kids, Himiko reassured her. As time passed, Eri grew impatient, having heard about a new slide and swing set built for the children. She was about to go get them when Himiko offered to check, and no one was quick enough to stop her. Himiko approached the door and opened it slightly, freezing at the sight and sound she encountered. Please don't stop, Izuku, Rumi's voice came from within, filled with emotion. Himiko covered her mouth in shock, her heart racing as she realized what was happening. After a few moments, she quietly closed the door and walked downstairs, her cheeks flushed. Himiko, did Papa, Mommy, and Mama say they were done talking? Eri asked, looking up at her. Yeah, they just finished talking and will be down in a couple of minutes. They just need to take a shower, Himiko replied, trying to shake off her embarrassment. Okay, Eri said, returning her attention to the TV. Himiko sat on the couch, attempting to distract herself from what she had witnessed. Just then, Mina approached her. Hey, Himiko, you okay? Mina asked. Yeah. Perfect. Himiko responded too quickly. Mina smirked. Oh, you saw something private, didn't you? Himiko's face turned bright red. Never mind. What is it? You can tell me. I know how to keep secrets. I like. You like Midoriya, don't you? Mina guessed. Himiko nodded, looking away, feeling ashamed. Why did she have feelings for someone already in a relationship? Hey, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with liking him, Mina reassured her. But a part of me wants to be with him. I know I don't deserve it, Himiko admitted. Mina pulled her into a comforting hug. Maybe you can talk to Ochako and Rumi along with Izuku about this? It's up to you. Himiko nodded. Thank you, Mina. Just then, they heard Eri squeal in delight as she ran over to Izuku, who picked her up and hugged her tightly, planting a kiss on her cheek. Ochako followed, helping Rumi down the steps while cradling her PRGNT belly. Hey, my little unicorn princess, are you ready to go to that park? Izuku asked, lifting Eri. I'm really excited, Papa. They got new swings and everything. Eri exclaimed. Well then, let's go, sweetie, Ochako said. Wait, can Himiko come? Eri asked, looking hopeful. I want to show her how high I can go on the swings, Eri said excitedly. If she's okay with it, then sure, Rumi replied. They all looked over at Himiko, who nodded in agreement. Okay, in that case, I'll make an extra sandwich for you, Himiko, Ochako said as she headed to the kitchen. Hey, Midoriya bro, have you heard anything about Shigaraki or the League? Kirishima asked as he approached Izuku. I talked to Nizu, and we also reached out to other hero associations around the world. We haven't found a single thing. It's almost like he just disappeared. The fact that he can teleport and his Nomu are keeping most countries safe makes it even harder for us to track him down. The good news is that the numbers are going down, and we're starting to gain ground again, Izuku explained. Listen, I know that none of us stand a chance against him, but we're all here to help you if you ever need it. You've stuck your neck out for us on numerous occasions, and I'll gladly do the same for you, Kirishima said earnestly. Me too, Shinso added. We'll all help you carry this burden. We are your friends and will support you. Agreed. But do me a favor and give him a good punch for me, Todoroki said with a grin. The rest of the class echoed their support, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. I promise you all that once this is over, we'll make this world a better place where no one has to face the same hardships we all faced. All 5 of them arrived at the park, and Eri immediately ran off, taking Himiko with her to show her the new swings that UA had installed. I think Eri has a real soft spot for her, Ochako said with a smile as they watched Eri convince Himiko to sit on the swing while she tried her best to push the teenager. Yeah, she's been really determined to make her happy, and it's good because Himiko deserves to be happy, Izuku agreed. Hopefully once this is all over, we can call her a real hero, Rumi said as she walked over to a bench and sat down. She'll make a great hero, and I know she'll help lots of people, Izuku replied, noticing Eri waving him over. Papa, push me and Himiko. Eri called out as she climbed onto her swing. Coming, he said, walking over to them. He placed a hand on both of their backs, giving them a gentle push before stepping back to do it again. This is fun, isn't it, Himiko? Eri asked, glancing over at her. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever gotten to do anything like this, Himiko admitted, memories of her past creeping in. Well, we have to change that. Papa made me happy and smile, so I'm going to make you happy and smile too, Eri declared, raising her fist in determination. Izuku watched with a warm smile on his face, feeling proud of his daughter. A part of him felt sad thinking about how one day she wouldn't be his little unicorn princess anymore, but he knew he would be even happier seeing her grow into her own person. As the day went on, Eri showed Himiko all sorts of things to do in the park, and they even got their parents to join in as they played tag. However, Rumi had to sit out after a few games due to cramps. She grabbed Izuku and asked him for a massage, saying, "You can help me since you're the reason I'm feeling this way." 15 minutes into the massage, Rumi relaxed completely as he worked out the soreness, especially in her feet, which she was usually self-conscious about. Soon, they all took a break and shared lunch together, with Izuku teasing Rumi by stealing her carrots. This playful act earned him a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the other side of Yue. Afterward, they relaxed with Eri playing in the sandpit, trying to build a castle. Rumi had fallen asleep using Izuku as a pillow, while Ochako read a book, leaning against him. Izuku was on his phone, looking for things to help Himiko decorate her room. Himiko watched them with a hint of sadness in her eyes but shook it off, forcing a smile as she decided to join Eri. As they began building the sandcastle, Eri noticed that Himiko seemed down and kept glancing at Izuku. "Hey, Himiko, what's wrong?" Eri asked. "Oh, it's nothing, Eri. Don't worry, I'm fine," Himiko replied, trying to maintain her smile. "But I can tell something is bothering you since you keep looking at my papa with sadness," Eri said, having picked up on Izuku's habit of analyzing situations. Himiko hesitated for a moment before relenting. "See, can you keep a secret?" "Papa always told me to honor people's secrets," Eri promised. I like your papa. No, I think I fell in love with him. I know it's wrong, but a part of me wants to be with him since he's the first person to offer a hand to me and genuinely try to help me instead of just using me. Ochako too. They are the first ones to help me and offer me the life I've always wanted. I know I can't be with him, but being near him is enough. That will be enough for me." Eri looked at her, understanding the depth of her feelings. She stood up and walked over to Himiko, gently lifting her chin to meet her gaze. "Himiko, you deserve happiness, so you should try to get it. But he's your papa and is with Ochako and Rumi," Himiko said, uncertainty in her voice. Eri shook her head with a smile. "They are my parents, but I want you to be happy too. I would be okay with calling you mom if my parents love you as well." Eri leaned forward and kissed Himiko's forehead, just like Izuku always did for her. "Ask them, Himiko. I want you to be happy." Tears filled Himiko's eyes as she hugged Eri tightly, whispering, "Thank you, Eri. You know you really are Izuku's kid. You're just like him, always trying to help." As this was happening, Rumi, who had woken up from her nap, listened intently. She glanced over at Eri and Himiko, her expression unreadable as she contemplated their earlier conversation. Somewhere in the world, a hero's body fell to the ground, turning to dust. A tall figure loomed above it, a dark grin spreading across his face. "Hee, I'm regaining my old strength. With this new power, I shall become the dark god of this world and rule it. Isn't that right, my loyal subjects?" Behind him stood three grotesque gnomes, emitting pained ens. The first was a giant lizard-like gnomu, towering over 20 feet tall, with a purple tuft of hair near its exposed brain and massive swords protruding from its forearms. The second gnomu was a slender, black creature with a broken mask hanging from its face, adorned with blue marbles on its body. The last gnomu was muscular, covered in burns, with blue fire-like horns sprouting from its head and bright turquoise eyes. It groaned in pain, staring at Shigaraki with what little humanity remained. "Hee, soon this world shall be mine, and they will all know me as their new dark god," Shigaraki said, grinning. Himiko sat next to Izuku on his bed, having accepted his offer to help her. As she drank from his arm, she pondered what it was about his blood that she loved so much. Was it the sweetness? The warmth it brought her, like hot chocolate on a cold winter night? Or perhaps it was her feelings for him. After a few more gulps, she finished and liked the stray blood away before releasing his arm. "Thank you, Izuku." "No problem, Himiko. That's what friends are for, always helping when needed," Izuku replied with a smile. They sat in silence for a moment until the door opened, revealing Eri. "Papa, Himiko, guess what?" she exclaimed, running into the room and climbing into Izuku's lap. "HM? What is it, Snowball?" Izuku asked, gently rubbing her back. "Mama said when I get a little older, she's going to help train me to be a great hero," Eri said, raising her arms in determination. "And when I become a hero, Papa, I'm going to help you. I'm sure you'll be a great hero, Eri, especially with your mama's help. Ochako and I will train you too," Izuku assured her. "What? You think I can't train her to be the best?" Rumi said as she entered the room, with Ochako following behind. Rumi wore a scowl, clearly annoyed about something. Oh, the rabbit seems angry. Is it because you're PR gin and tea or something else? Himiko teased, enjoying the chance to get under Rumi's skin. Cute. Real cute, Rumi replied, a vein throbbing on her forehead. I'd like to see you in my position and tell me how you feel while carrying babies. I mean. Himiko's gaze darted to Izuku. I wouldn't mind it. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Well, Himiko, I'm sure you'll find someone who loves you for you and would be happy to start a family with you, Izuku said kindly. Eri sighed, finally understanding why her mommy and mama said her papa was as dense as a rock. Papa, Himiko wants to start a family with you since she loves you. Eri! Himiko exclaimed, her face turning red with embarrassment. What? It's true. You said you were going to talk to my papa, mommy, and mama about it so you could be with him and be my mom, Eri said, not fully grasping the situation. Why yeah, but I. Himiko stammered, struggling to find her words. Wait, you like me? Izuku asked, looking at her in surprise. Why yes. I really like you, Izuku. Himiko admitted. Izuku was at a loss for words, while Rumi and Ochako exchanged glances, recalling their earlier conversation. Flashback. Ochako and Rumi sat on Izuku's bed, Rumi wanting to discuss something important. So, what did you want to talk about, Rumi? Ochako asked curiously. Back at the park, I overheard Eri and Himiko talking, and something came up that I thought I should mention, Rumi replied. What is it? Ochako inquired. Himiko loves Izuku. Not only that, but Eri encouraged her to tell him how she feels. She also said she'd be fine with calling her mom if we all agreed to love her back, Rumi explained. Ochako's eyes widened in shock. I knew she liked Izuku, but I didn't think Eri would encourage her to tell him. Yeah, and her saying she'd be okay with calling Himiko mom is surprising, Rumi added. Ochako reached for her phone and texted Momo, asking her to send Eri to her room. A few minutes later, Eri entered the room, her face bright with a smile. Hi, mommy, she greeted, walking toward them. Hey, Eri, we have a question for you, Ochako said. What is it, mommy? Eri asked, climbing onto Ochako's lap and leaning into Rumi's lap. I heard what you and Himiko were talking about and we wanted to ask you about it, Rumi said, looking down at her. Well, she's sad, and she likes Papa. Papa makes her happy. So I thought she could be my new mom, and we could all be happier and have more love since we're all sad because of the bad things going on. Then I can have more siblings to help take care of, Eri explained simply. Both Rumi and Ochako stared at Eri in shock at her straightforwardness. But Eri. Rumi began. But what, mommy? Eri asked, her innocent curiosity shining through. Eri looked up with a determined expression. She's sad, and I know Papa can make her happy, along with you and Mama. I think she deserves to be happy and have love like Papa gives us. Ochako and Rumi exchanged glances before turning back to Eri. We'll talk about it, Eri, Ochako assured her. Okay, Mama. I'm going to go play with Himiko and show her my stuffed toys. Eri said, standing up with a bright smile as she walked away. Himiko sat quietly, her heart heavy. I do like you, Izuku, but I've done so many horrible things. I don't deserve it. My own family saw me as a monster because of my quirk, and if you understood it, then you'd throw me out like trash. Izuku looked at her earnestly. Himiko, I promise you we won't view you as a monster. You can tell us if you want to, and we won't judge you. But if you don't want to, that's fine too. Himiko took a deep breath, deciding to trust them. With her past. It all started when I was 4 years old. My quirk activated one day, and I found a dead bird. Its blood was so appealing. I showed it to my parents, and they called me a freak and a monster. They said I shouldn't drink it or talk about it since it wasn't normal. They wanted me to be normal, so I had to force my cravings down for years. During that time, my parents verbally abused me, along with my siblings who saw me as a monster. The only one who didn't view me that way was my older sister, who tried her best to take care of me. But then, when I was 9, she died in a car accident right before my eyes. My family went to the hospital, and while they were talking to the doctor, I snuck away. I found her body in the morgue, and I drank her blood. It felt so good, and it helped me calm down and feel happy. But afterward, I realized what I had done. Fresh tears streamed down her face as she continued. After she died, my family blamed me for it, and the physical abuse started. They beat me up, and it only got worse over time. A couple of years later, when I was 14, someone got hurt at school, and I snapped. I drank his blood, and people panicked. I ran home, but they found out what I did, and the beatings got worse. They tried to kill me, but I fought back and escaped. I lived on the streets for 3 years, and I killed people and drank their blood. I became a monster because of that. Then I saw Stain on TV and joined the league. The rest is history. Like I said, I'm a monster and I do. She was cut off when Izuku pulled her into a hug. Not another word, Himiko. You had a horrible life, and you lashed out at the world. Now you're trying to become a better person, and with time, you will be. If you want, we'll help you become a hero, Izuku said gently. Himiko hugged him tighter, feeling a part of the darkness that had clung to her slowly starting to fade away. She felt happier than before. Ochako, Rumi, and Eri watched this moment, their hearts aching for her past, but they could see she would become someone who helps others. Himiko, I'm sorry for your hard life, Eri said as she hugged her. It's okay, Eri. I need to put it behind me and become a better person who doesn't let my past control me anymore, Himiko replied. Listen, Himiko. Do you truly love Izuku? Ochako asked, looking at her. Himiko gazed into Izuku's deep emerald eyes. I do love him, and I'd be willing to do anything to help him. Ochako and Rumi exchanged glances before looking back at Himiko. Listen, we don't know how well this will work, but we'll give it a chance, okay? Wait, you mean? She was overwhelmed with gratitude and hugged them both tightly. Thank you. I promise I will try my best and not overstep my bounds. Rumi smiled and rubbed her back. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. It'll probably be like when I joined the relationship and will take some time to get used to it. I'm fine with that. Izuku, would you be okay with dating me? Himiko asked, looking back at him. Izuku was taken aback, and before he could respond, he felt a chorus of voices in his head urging him on. Do it. Date her. She deserves love. They all shouted in approval. Izuku, listen to them. She deserves love given her past, one voice chimed in. Izuku looked into Himiko's honey-colored, cat-like eyes, realizing he was beginning to care for her more and more. I guess we can give it a try, Himiko, he finally said. Himiko's face lit up with joy as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, just like that one night months ago. After a few seconds, she pulled back, looking down with a blush. Thank you, Izuku. I promise I won't mess this up. Eri hugged her tightly. I'm happy that you can be with us, Mom, and I promise we'll all love you. When Himiko heard Eri call her Mom, something awakened within her. She pulled Eri into a tighter hug and kissed her forehead. Thank you all. I love all of you, said Himiko as everyone hugged her. And we'll learn to love you as well. A lot had changed in the last month and a half. The heroes were finally starting to push back against the nomus all across the world, allowing people to walk the streets with a little less fear for their lives. There had been no signs of the League of Villains for the past 2 months, and the number of nomus appearing had dwindled to just a fraction of what had been seen before. Some believed this was a good sign, but in reality, it meant that Shigaraki was planning something big and needed the nomus for his schemes. Back at UA, in the dorms of Class 2A, Rumi was making lunch for herself, Himiko, Ochako, Eri, and Izuku. She found joy in preparing food for them, which gave her a sense of pride. Over the past 2 months, Himiko had settled comfortably into their group, maintaining a respectful distance even though they had encouraged her to feel at home. Izuku and Himiko had discussed her future plans after she was cleared by Hound Dog. After much conversation, she decided she wanted to become a therapist to help others with villain quirks or those trying to rehabilitate from their past. Izuku promised to support her in achieving that goal, and in her excitement, she hugged him tightly, thanking him. Rumi smiled at the memory of Himiko's happiness, but her thoughts were interrupted when she felt a sudden change. Looking down, she realized her water had broken. Izuku, she shouted. Within moments, Izuku rushed into the kitchen, seeing Rumi standing there, holding her stomach with a puddle of water beneath her. My water broke. I need to get to Recovery Girl now, Rumi exclaimed. Izuku quickly scooped her up and used his black whip to call for Recovery Girl as he raced to the infirmary. In just seconds, they arrived and he kicked open the door. Recovery Girl, he shouted. Recovery Girl dropped her phone, her expression shifting from annoyance to concern when she saw Rumi in pain. Hospital bed now, she ordered, calling for another doctor to assist Rumi in giving birth naturally. Gently, Izuku laid Rumi on the bed and held her hand. Are you okay, Rumi? Do you need anything? He asked, unsure of what to do. Yeah. Can you please get me some food? I don't know how long I'll be here, Rumi replied, her discomfort evident. Get her some jello or applesauce or maybe toast. Anything too solid could cause problems during LBR, Recovery Girl instructed. What do you want, Rumi? Izuku asked. Rumi said, her face contorting in pain. Izuku nodded and dashed off to get some. He burst through the door of the dorms and rushed to the fridge, searching frantically. Papa, what's wrong? Eri asked, approaching him. Izuku looked up to see Eri, Ochako, Himiko, and several others from Class 2A staring at him. Rumi is in LBR, he explained. Everyone gasped in shock. Momo stepped forward, reassuring him, I'm sure she'll be fine, Midoriya. Everyone here will be happy to welcome your new siblings. Eri's eyes lit up. So my little brother and sister are being born? She asked excitedly. That's right, sweetie. In a couple of hours, or maybe longer, you'll be able to meet them, Izuku said, grabbing the jello. Ochako, can you bring Eri with you? I need to get back to Rumi before she gets upset. He hurried back to the infirmary, and Ochako quickly gathered Eri and some cereal for a snack. Meanwhile, Himiko used Ochako's phone to inform Inko, Ochako's parents, and Rumi's mom about the situation. Himiko and Eri sat in the waiting room while Izuku and Ochako supported Rumi. The door opened, and Inko entered, followed by All Might, Ochako's parents, and Mito, who had her rabbit ears twitching. If I heard correctly, I think my daughter just broke Izuku's hand, Mito remarked with a hint of amusement. In the infirmary, Izuku was smiling through the pain of his broken hand as Rumi screamed at him during contractions. And she just broke another one of his bones. She really is my daughter since I did the same thing when I was giving birth, Mito recalled, remembering her own experience. Really? I did the same thing, and Hisashi flinched every time I tried to touch him for a week after, Inko added, sharing her own story. Ochako's father looked at the two women and thought, women are scary. Mom, is Mama going to be okay? Eri asked, looking up at Himiko. I'm sure she will, sweetie. She's one tough rabbit, Himiko reassured her. Izuku, I'm going to kill you for getting me pee. You're dead after I get these little ones out of me. Rumi shouted. Everyone fell silent before Himiko burst out laughing at Rumi's outburst, knowing she would be expressing her frustration for a while. All Might announced he would get lunch for everyone, knowing they would be there for some time. A few hours later, Rumi clung to Izuku's now broken wrist and the hospital bed railing, which she had bent with her grip strength. All right, Usajiyama, just a couple more pushes. I can already see the head, said the doctor who had been called in for assistance. Tell that to the brats. Rumi yelled, her determination shining through the pain. They don't want to a half. Rumi exclaimed, slamming her head into the pillow as another wave of pain surged through her. It's okay, Rumi, you're almost done, Izuku said, trying to encourage her, but his words only frustrated her more. I'd like you to give beer to two little brats that don't want to come out. Rumi shouted, wishing she could kick him at that moment. Ochako grabbed Rumi's arm to support her as another scream of pain escaped Rumi's lips. Okay, Usajiyama, one more push. Push. With a loud scream, Rumi pushed, and soon the sound of a baby crying filled the room. The doctor quickly cut the umbilical cord and handed the baby boy to Recovery Girl for a health check. Usajiyama, I can already see the crown of the second one, so this should be easier than your son, the doctor said. Of course it's my son that gives me the most pain. I wonder where he got that from. Rumi shot Izuku a heated glare. A minute later, another baby cried out, and after Recovery Girl checked them, she handed both babies to Rumi, who held them gently. "Oh my God! They are so precious," Rumi said, gazing at her two children. Katsuki resembled his father with light wheat-colored skin, Izuku's face, Rumi's nose and eye shape, straight white hair with hints of green, and Rumi's red eyes. Kana, on the other hand, looked like a miniature version of Rumi, with the same skin tone and messy white hair, but with more green than Katsuki. She had Izuku's eye shape, bright green eyes, and a line of freckles across her nose and cheeks. Rumi held them close and noticed Izuku crying. She couldn't help but smile and lean toward him. "Thank you, Izuku, for giving me this. Just know that I love you." Izuku smiled and kissed her forehead. "I love you too, Rumi. Would you like to hold them?" Rumi asked. Please. They're your kids too, so you don't need to ask permission," Rumi said, gently handing both babies to him and watching with loving eyes. "Hey, Katsuki, Kana. It's me, your dad," Izuku said with a smile. Kana opened her green eyes and made a soft noise while Katsuki peacefully slept. Izuku glanced at Rumi, who was watching with a happy smile. "Ochako, would you like to hold them as well?" Ochako nodded eagerly and gently took Kana as Izuku handed Katsuki back to Rumi. "I'm going to get the others. I'll be right back," he said, standing up and heading out to the waiting room, wiping away any stray tears. "They are so precious, Rumi," Ochako said, running her hand over Kana's forehead as the baby slept. "They really are," Rumi agreed. "Even after seeing all the pain you just went through, I still can't wait for the day I can have my own baby. I hope it happens in my 20s, Ochako said. "Ha, what, don't you want to do it now?" Rumi joked. "As much as I'd like to, I want to be a hero first and get that going before I start a family," Ochako replied. "Yeah. I bet you and Izuku's kids will be absolutely adorable. But that does make me wonder one thing," Rumi said. Let's say everything with Himiko works out and she gets PR'd. What do you think their kid will look like?" Rumi asked. In Ochako's mind, she envisioned a little blonde-haired girl with cat-like green eyes and freckles, complete with cat ears and a tail. In Rumi's mind, she imagined a little green-haired boy with bright yellow eyes and Himiko's smile, possessing a combination of his mom's and one of Izuku's quirks. Just then the door opened, and everyone entered. Eri walked in first and gasped at the sight of Rumi holding two babies. "Eri, come here," Rumi said, gesturing for her to join her on the bed. Eri climbed up next to Rumi, who placed Katsuki in her arms, allowing her to finally see her little brother. "His name is Katsuki," Rumi said. "That's Uncle Kaken's name," Eri noted, looking up at Rumi. "Yes, your papa wanted to name him after your uncle, and your little sister Kana was named after your Aunt Kana," Rumi explained. "I have an Aunt Kana? Can I meet her?" Eri asked. "You had one, Eri," Izuku said sadly, memories flashing before his eyes. He reached into his shirt and pulled out a locket he always kept with him, opening it to show Eri a picture of her aunt. "That was your Aunt Kana. She was one of the greatest heroes I ever knew. Wow. She's so pretty. I wish I got to meet her," Eri said, her voice tinged with sadness. "I'm sure she wishes she could meet you too, Eri," Izuku said with a smile. Everyone began talking and taking pictures of the two babies, filling the room with joy. In the center of Tokyo, a massive portal of sludge appeared in midair, and Shigaraki stepped out, startling everyone who saw him. "Haha, no more hiding," Shigaraki declared, placing his hand on the ground and activating his decay quirk. Tokyo, a bustling city with towering skyscrapers and a population of nearly 20 million, was now left with only a few 100,000 survivors due to Shigaraki's rampage. He had destroyed over 90% of the city with his decay quirk, combined with a new ability that allowed him to create countless hands that covered the city, reducing it to dust. He ha 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 ha. "It's so appealing," he laughed, surveying the destruction, but then his gaze fell upon a single eyesore still standing, albeit barely. Might Tower remained upright, thanks to its reinforced pillars and support beams. "This is the day heroes die." This is the day I take over and establish my own new order, Shigaraki declared as he stepped forward, placing his hand on the tower, which crumbled to dust in an instant. Now, he continued, raising his arms as a massive wall of black sludge emerged, and tens of thousands of Nomu began to pour out, regular Nomu, high ends, and a few super Nomu among them. It's time for my rule to commence. Back at you. Izuku sat in a hospital bed next to Rumi, who rested her head on his shoulder while bursting Kana and Katsuki. Ochako was asleep with Himiko leaning against her, and Eri used Ochako's lap as a pillow. The others had left the room to grab food, leaving them in peace. Izuku gently ran his fingers through Kana's hair, a smile forming on his face. I wish we could stay like this forever. Me too, Izuku, me too, Rumi replied softly. They enjoyed the quiet for a few moments until the TV switched to an emergency broadcast. A bloodied news reporter appeared on the screen, holding her injured eye. Attention everyone. Tokyo has been destroyed, and Shigaraki is back. Almost the entire city is in ruins. He has brought an army of Nomu, far too many to count. Please, Deku, if you can hear this, we need you. Izuku froze at the news. I need to go, he said, standing up. Wait, Izuku, Rumi urged, grabbing his arm and pulling him down for a kiss. Please be careful. I promise I will, Rumi. He kissed her again before pressing his lips to Katsuki's and Kana's foreheads. He turned to the others, gently waking them. Guys, I have to go. Where are you going, Papa? Eri asked, rubbing her eyes. I have to go to Tokyo and stop Shigaraki or at least hold him back until help arrives, Izuku explained. But that's too dangerous. Ochako protested, standing up. It may be, but I have to do this. He cupped her chin and kissed her deeply, just as he had Rumi. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Himiko, will you stay here and protect Rumi, Eri, Katsuki, and Kana? I promise, Izuku. But please come back alive. He kissed her again. Eri, I need you to be brave and protect your siblings, okay? Tears filled Eri's eyes, but she nodded. I promise, Papa, I'll protect them. I'm counting on you, my little snowball. He kissed her forehead and hugged her tightly. I love all of you, and I'll see you when this is over. With that, he turned and left to grab his hero costume before heading to Tokyo. Shigaraki sat atop a Nomu that had once been Dabi, a wide grin on his face as he watched the last of his Nomu exit the portal. He had summoned an army close to 10,000 Nomu from around the world. Go, my Nomu! Spread chaos wherever you go, eliminate anyone you encounter, and capture those with powerful quirks. The Nomu charged forward, but then a bolt of green lightning struck the ground as Izuku landed, shaking the earth beneath him. He stood tall in his hero costume, a yellow scarf and white cape flowing in the wind, his shoulder-length white hair with hints of green catching the light. Ah, it's so good to see you again, Deku. Do you really think you can stop me and my entire army? Shigaraki taunted, a dark grin on his face. It's not about thinking, it's about knowing. I will stop you today, Shigaraki. Your reign of terror ends here, Izuku declared. Haha, you still believe you can stop me? It's time to show you true power. New attack. Hundreds of Nomu charged at Izuku, who stood his ground as the ground beneath him cracked, his lightning growing brighter and more refined. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, taking down over 70 Nomu in an instant. Izuku spun around, unleashing a massive explosion at a large group of Nomu. He leaped into the air, executing a split kick that eliminated 2 more, then slammed his fist into the ground, destroying another Nomu that attempted to ambush him from below. He ducked under a swipe from one Nomu and delivered a high kick, sending its head flying. Ground zero, he shouted, slamming his hands into the ground and creating a massive explosion that sent many Nomu flying. His gaze locked onto Shigaraki, and he felt a surge of rage rising within him. Delaware smash. With a flick of his finger, he blasted 2 Nomu away and used Black Whip like a wrecking ball to take out 13 more. One Nomu managed to catch him off guard, landing a punch, but Izuku quickly retaliated, grabbing it and executing a German suplex that crushed its exposed brain. Black Whip Forest, he called out, his hands enveloped in a black mist as hundreds of tendrils shot out, skewering all nearby Nomu. He then used AFO to nullify their quirks, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. Izuku noticed Shigaraki's growing frustration. He charged forward, punching another Nomu, ducking under a slash, and delivering a knee strike to its chin. Just then he was hit by a fireball but ignored the pain, combining FA Gene with shoot style and explosion to launch himself forward, obliterating more Nomu in his path. Izuku spun and kicked another Nomu, shattering its arm and ribcage. "Compress, spinner, take him down," Shigaraki said, growing increasingly annoyed. Both Nomu roared and charged at him, intent on defeating him. Izuku dispatched another Nomu and noticed the two charging toward him. He dodged a blue marble thrown his way and slammed his fist into one Nomu's chest, causing it to stagger back. Suddenly, he was punched by a giant lizard-like Nomu, sending him flying several feet before he landed hard on the ground. Before he could recover, a swarm of Nomu began to attack him. Izuku raised his arms to protect his vital areas as the relentless assault continued. In a moment of desperation, he opened his palms and released a massive explosion, sending the Nomu flying back. Just then, Spinner appeared, letting out a guttural scream as he slammed his fist down toward Izuku. Izuku raised one arm to block the attack, then pushed Spinner away and executed a quick spin kick, sending him sprawling. In the same motion, he created a rifle and shot Compress, causing a significant injury. Shigaraki, on the brink of losing his temper, sent more Nomu to distract Izuku. Despite his efforts to fend them off, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm him, and more punches landed on him, but he refused to give in. Meanwhile, at Ua, Ochako looked up to see her classmates from 2A and 2B, along with the Big Three and the teachers, gathered with Gigantomachia. "Nizu, do we have any help?" Izawa asked, glancing at the principal. "I sent out a call, but many have declined, saying they need to prepare to defend their own countries," Nizu replied. Hearing this, Ochako stepped forward. "Principal Nizu, please let me speak to them." Nizu regarded her for a moment before nodding, trusting her resolve. He instructed Power Loader to set up a monitor and camera that would broadcast her message worldwide. Taking a deep breath, Ochako looked into the camera. "Hello everyone, my name is Ochako Uraraka. I know things have been dark and hopeless for everyone around the world. We have lost so many people due to one person's rage and longing for destruction. Everyone has lost someone they care about, and many feel they can't continue fighting because of the pain we've endured. But there is still one person standing up against Shigaraki, determined to stop him. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He is the son of All for One of the most notorious villains, yet Izuku is one of the kindest people I know. He is our symbol of hope. Right now, in the ruins of Tokyo, he is fighting Shigaraki and his army alone to ensure we can live another day and enjoy life. He has lost so much and has suffered greatly, yet he continues to push forward. I love him, and he is the one who will lead us into a new era. So please, everyone help him. Help us. It's time we share his burden and show Shigaraki that we will not stand for his tyranny any longer. His time has come to an end. Help us defeat Shigaraki once and for all." As Ochako finished, silence enveloped the room. She continued to gaze at the camera, hoping for a response. One by one, her classmates joined her: Shinso, Tsu, Momo, Mina, Kirishima, and Sun. The rest of the students from UA's hero course stood behind her. The staff followed suit, standing united in support. Across the globe, people began to cheer, expressing their willingness to join the fight. They refused to be ruled by fear any longer and were ready to stand against Shigaraki. Yet one question lingered: how would the heroes reach Japan for this final battle? "I can help with that," a new voice called out as a figure approached the group. Izawa and Mike looked up in shock, recognizing the voice. It was Kurojairi, but his face shifted to reveal Oboro Shirakumo, who smiled back at them. Midoriya wanted to keep it a secret until later, but now seems like the right time. He helped break the brainwashing, so now I'm free from the shackles that held me. "Just tell me where the heroes are, and I can bring everyone here," he said with a grin. Back in the chaos, Izuku was slammed into the ground but quickly punched the Nomu away. He had to dodge a massive wave of blue flames that incinerated everything in its path. Deku, Toga. Safe? Groaned the burned Nomu as it continued to advance toward him. Yes, Toya. She is safe, and I promise to protect her, Izuku replied. The Nomu paused, and Izuku saw a flicker of happiness and relief in its eyes. Thank you. Enough of this. Izuku shouted, looking up to see Shigaraki floating toward him like a malevolent deity. I will defeat you and protect everyone I care about. With that, they both charged at each other, fists raised, ready for the clash that would determine their fates. The resulting force of their clash created a massive shockwave that blew everything away nearby. Izuku swung his leg, kicking Shigaraki away, but in the process, Shigaraki managed to use his decay ability on Izuku's arm, causing it to begin disintegrating. However, Izuku's healing quirk quickly countered the damage. Shigaraki charged at him and unleashed an air cannon, which Izuku braced against. He had to dodge a punch from Shigaraki, and as he did, he kneed him in the gut just as Shigaraki elbowed him in the face. Both recoiled from the impact, but Izuku recovered faster. Combining one for all and explosion, he delivered an explosive punch to Shigaraki's face, scorching the side of it and eliciting a snarl from his opponent. In retaliation, Shigaraki used impact recoil and decay with an open palm strike to Izuku's chest, damaging part of his suit and his body. Izuku responded by channeling 100% of his power into his fist and slammed it into Shigaraki's face, cracking his skull and breaking his jaw. They continued to exchange blows, each inflicting injuries that their healing quirks quickly mended. To the news crew that had survived the blast and were now hiding while recording, it appeared as though gods were battling, each attack shaking the ground and toppling any remaining buildings. Shigaraki dodged a punch and grabbed Izuku's side, decaying it, then made his other arm explode, revealing hundreds of hands that began to grab Izuku and decay him. In a moment of desperation, Izuku unleashed Black Whip, which shot out and blinded Shigaraki's right eye, forcing him to loosen his grip just enough for Izuku to leap back and create some much-needed distance. He glanced at his right arm and leg, which were nearly decayed to the bone but were thankfully starting to regenerate. Hearing a click, Izuku noticed that his left gauntlet was ready for use, having stored enough sweat. Shigaraki laughed maniacally, declaring that he couldn't be defeated. He lunged forward, but Izuku parried the attack with his half-healed right arm and shoved his hand into Shigaraki's mouth. With a fierce determination, Izuku's eyes flashed red, and a dark grin formed on his face as he shouted, "You won't survive this." A massive explosion erupted, sending Shigaraki flying and leaving the upper half of his body motionless on the ground. However, it soon began to convulse, and a new Shigaraki crawled out, breathing in exhaustion. Determined not to be hit by such an attack again, Shigaraki summoned two Nomus and absorbed their quirks, enhancing his speed and strength. Izuku charged forward, delivering a roundhouse kick to Shigaraki's face, but Shigaraki caught his leg. "I've got you," he exclaimed. "No, I actually have you," Izuku retorted. A black tendril struck Shigaraki in the face, and before he could recover, Izuku kicked him in the neck. Drawing on the techniques Rumi had taught him, he executed a powerful move, flinging Shigaraki down. Shigaraki activated his durability and healing quirks just in time to prevent decapitation, but the impact sent him crashing into the ground. "Air cannon!" Shigaraki shouted, blasting Izuku away. Once he landed, he found himself overwhelmed by the Nomus. "Kill him!" Shigaraki commanded as he charged forward, preparing a flurry of quirks to finish Izuku off. In response, Izuku deployed a smokescreen, enveloping the area and using 70% of his power to escape the pile of Nomus. He leaped into the air and created his rifle. Shigaraki blasted through the smoke, realizing Izuku had vanished. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Shigaraki felt a bullet tear through his right arm. "Dabi, burn him," he shouted. The Nomus unleashed a torrent of blue flames into the sky, forcing Izuku to evade the attack. However, Shigaraki appeared behind him and struck him down. Izuku crashed to the ground, quickly surrounded by the Nomus. He looked up just in time to see another wave of blue flames and barely managed to dodge, though some flames scorched his arm. Shigaraki combined his strength quirks with air cannon and punched Izuku away, sending him flying and tearing his cape. Face it, Deku. You can't defeat me and my army. It's all over and you're all alone. Today, you shall fall, Shigaraki declared with a dark grin. Izuku struggled to rise from the ground, wiping blood from his face. He reached for his cape and put it back on. I can do this all day, Shigaraki. For one shall stand and one shall fall, he asserted, tightening his cape to ensure it stayed in place. Izuku, can you hear me? Shinso's voice crackled through Izuku's earpiece. On your left, Izuku replied. Turning around, he saw a purple portal open behind him. Ochako stepped through, followed by the rest of Class 2A and Class 2B. Soon, hundreds of portals opened, and heroes from across Japan emerged, including the top heroes from every country in the world. Shigaraki stepped back, his anger growing as he faced the united front of heroes. Another portal opened, and Chikara emerged, flanked by over 500 insectoid-looking gnomes. Izuku surveyed the scene, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Shigaraki and activated both one for all and all for one. Heroes, assemble, he called out. Both forces charged at each other, and chaos erupted. Heroes fought fiercely against the gnomes, each side determined to prevail. Izuku charged toward Shigaraki, blasting his way through the fray. He swung his leg, which Shigaraki blocked, but Izuku quickly countered, grabbing Shigaraki's arm and smashing his knee into Shigaraki's chin. How dare you! Shigaraki screamed, trying to grab Izuku's face, but Black Whip shot out, entangling his arm. Izuku seized the opportunity to land another powerful blow. Black Whip chain, he shouted, forming the tendril into a thick chain that wrapped tightly around Shigaraki, spinning him away with a fierce determination. F.A. Gene. Izuku disappeared in a burst of speed and struck Shigaraki in the chest, the force of the kick causing significant damage. Shigaraki's arm erupted, revealing grotesque hands that he lifted to ensnare Izuku, attempting to overwhelm him. However, he soon realized that his decay quirk was ineffective. Turning around, he found Aizawa glaring at him with determination, his one good eye focused intently on the scene, while Monoma stood beside him, his eyes glowing red. I should have finished you off, Shigaraki began, but before he could finish, Izuku's arm broke free from the grasp of the hands, revealing a long barrel that glowed ominously. Explosive bullet. The blast tore through the right side of Shigaraki's head, leaving it burned and disfigured. As he attempted to heal, the damage remained, darkened from the flames. Anger surged within him, and he covered his body with hands for protection against Izuku's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Todoroki leaped back and slammed his hand on the ground, creating a massive wall of ice to block Dabi's advance. However, Dabi melted through it effortlessly, his body engulfed in blue flames. Shoto, he groaned, his voice strained. Please, end this. Todoroki unleashed a blast of flames, rolling out of the way to send another wave of ice toward Dabi, but Dabi continued to withstand the onslaught. No. Our family has suffered long enough, and I will save you. Todoroki shouted, desperation in his voice as he faced his long-lost brother. Dabi's flames intensified, forming massive claw-like blades that extended from his hands. In response, Todoroki concentrated his own powers, enveloping himself in both ice and flames. Toya, I know you've endured so much pain, and our father was cruel, but let me help you, even if you resist, Todoroki pleaded, his left side ablaze and his right side encased in frost. Dabi remained silent, but Todoroki noticed a flicker of life in his brother's eyes. They charged at each other, Todoroki conjuring a storm of fire and ice that staggered Dabi. In retaliation, Dabi heated his flames to a blinding blue, melting through the ice. The two collided, unleashing their powers in a massive explosion. Ochako dashed forward, dodging a Noma's attack before striking it, causing it to lose its gravity. She quickly evaded another swipe, while Nijire joined in, launching a powerful blast of energy that sent the Noma flying. Are you holding up, Uravity? Nijire called out, sending another blast toward a different Noma. Yeah, I'm fine, Ochako replied, deactivating another Nomu's gravity and tossing it aside. Mina then swooped in, unleashing a torrent of corrosive acid that incapacitated another foe. Let's keep pushing forward. Mina encouraged, charging in and throwing acid at more Nomus, weakening them for her teammates. Tsu leaped over Mina, using her tongue to save Ochako from an incoming attack. The group pressed on, spotting Ryukyu soaring above them, crashing down and tearing through the Nomus effortlessly. I'll clear a path, follow me. Ryukyu instructed, swinging her tail and dispatching several Nomus in her wake. In the distance, a massive explosion erupted, and they saw Izuku being thrown back but quickly regaining his footing with explosions and Black Whip. He charged forward again, landing a punch on Shigaraki, who countered with a blow to Izuku's gut. Be careful, Izuku. Ochako warned before joining the others. Nijire, go assist Tamaki and Mirio. We'll handle things here, Ryukyu commanded. Understood. Nijire replied, flying off to join her friends. Things have certainly changed since I was last here, Oboro remarked as he opened and closed portals, aiding the heroes while hindering the Nomus. A lot has happened, but we can catch up after this battle, Aizawa replied. Present Mike charged forward, taking a deep breath before unleashing a powerful yell that sent several Nomus flying back. Let's show these villains how we used to handle things, Oboro said, closing a portal to eliminate a Nomu before swiftly opening another to save Kendo from danger. Couldn't agree more, Aizawa smirked, keeping a watchful eye on Shigaraki to support Izuku. Hawks, Edge Shot, Best Jeanist, Mirio, and Tamaki worked together to fend off the Nomus, allowing Izuku to focus on Shigaraki. These Nomus are relentless, Hawks remarked, sending a wave of feathers that struck 3 Nomus in their vulnerable spots. Agreed, but we know our mission. We can't let any of them reach Deku, Mirio added. Tamaki transformed into his vast hybrid chimera kraken form, swatting away the Nomus, but they kept coming. Destroy. A large Nomu with numerous vein-like tubes declared, its mouth opening impossibly wide as it began to glow. Get out of the way. Edge Shot shouted, pulling Tamaki back as the others scrambled to avoid the impending attack. A massive beam shot from the Nomu's mouth, obliterating everything in its path and tragically claiming the lives of several heroes who couldn't escape in time. Now we have to take that thing down, move. Mirio yelled as another beam erupted, toppling a building on the outskirts of the battlefield. As the dust settled, the Nomu released a cloud of steam, preparing to fire again. Before it could unleash its attack, Chikara appeared through a portal created by Oboro and seized the Nomu's head, redirecting its beam skyward. Chikara pulled both of his right arms back, extending his dagger-like fingers before plunging them through the Nomu's neck, decapitating it. Protect things or while my Nomu and I deal with these super Nomus, he commanded as a group of his Nomu rushed past him to engage the supers. He joined the fray, feeling a surge of determination. Come on, you heard him. Let's do our job. Mirio encouraged, a smile spreading across his face as he noticed Nijire heading toward them. With her support, they had a better chance of protecting Izuku from any more Nomu. Izuku charged forward, dodging another blast from an air cannon. He managed to evade it just in time, landing a powerful punch that twisted Shigaraki's head almost completely around. Shigaraki's chest convulsed, and his rib cage exploded outward, the bones attempting to strike him. As Izuku moved further back, he realized the bones wouldn't extend beyond 200 feet from Shigaraki's body. So he has decent range. I need to hit him faster, he's likely relying on instinct now, Izuku thought, gathering one for all into himself and increasing his power to 90% before launching forward with incredible speed. You're still not fast enough, he shouted as Shigaraki's left arm erupted into hundreds of hands, swinging down at him. Izuku used Black Whip to pull himself out of harm's way. Combining his powers, Izuku unleashed a burst of speed and slammed his foot into Shigaraki's arm, tearing it off. Shigaraki retaliated, his collarbone shooting out spikes that struck Izuku. As Shigaraki's arm began to grow back, he swung it at Izuku, who was still caught by the bone spikes. The force of the punch sent Izuku flying, and although his healing quirk prevented him from feeling cold, the impact rattled his brain, knocking him out. Ha! Look at this. Your great symbol of hope is lying on the ground unconscious. Shigaraki laughed, charging forward with his left arm fully regenerated. He reached out, attempting to steal Izuku's quirk back, but Izuku's hand lifted, releasing a massive explosion. I don't think so, Izuku managed to say, standing up with a rough voice. If you want Izuku, you're going to have to go through me and the rest of us. Who are you then? Shigaraki snarled, glaring at Izuku and noticing his eyes turning red. You should know. After all, you tried to kidnap me and make me one of your worthless extras, and then you killed me months later, Izuku replied, explosions crackling in his hand. Shigaraki's expression shifted as realization dawned on him. Katsuki Bakugo. That's right. Now me and the others are going to take you down until Izuku wakes up. Behind Izuku, the previous users of One for All appeared alongside All for One and Kana. With a massive explosion, Izuku shot forward, shocking Shigaraki with his speed. He lifted his arms, releasing another explosion aimed at him. Shigaraki swung his arm, but Izuku dodged easily with a quick explosion, propelling himself above Shigaraki and grabbing his extended arm to brace it. Hollow point, he shouted, the explosion ripping through the ground and burning much of Shigaraki's body while breaking several of his bones. I'm going to make sure I end you this time, Izuku declared, charging at Shigaraki and slamming his hand on the ground, activating decay that destroyed everything in its path. Just as Shigaraki thought he had the upper hand, he heard popping noises behind him and turned to see another explosion hitting him. Shigaraki unleashed a massive storm of flames from his mouth, catching sight of Izuku trying to flank him. Timing it perfectly, he slammed his hand to the ground, causing a forest of bones and hands to erupt, attempting to capture Izuku. Izuku's eyes shifted from red to a dull blue, and black whip formed around his arms. He swung them back and shot out the tendrils, grabbing the tallest bones and slingshotting himself out of the trap just in time. This battle will end today, once and for all, he proclaimed. A memory sparked in Shigaraki's mind, recalling those same eyes and the quirk, Banjo. Anger surged within him. Like Katsuki said, "You're not fighting one of us." His voice distorted as if multiple people were speaking at once. "You're fighting all of us." Izuku sent out Black Whip, thick as a baseball bat, all aimed at Shigaraki. The villain quickly jumped back and unleashed another air cannon to create some distance, but a single tendril shot out from the smoke, grabbing his leg and pulling him back. Red lightning enveloped Izuku as he moved forward, slamming his knee into Shigaraki's face and then catapulting him over his head and into the ground, breaking more of his bones. Izuku stood slowly, coughing blood from the pain, forcing his body to heal his injuries. "I'll kill you and rip every single quirk from your body," Shigaraki screamed, charging forward with immense speed, hoping to end Izuku. Izuku's eyes shifted to black, and a massive wave of smoke exploded from him, covering the entire area. Shigaraki tore through the smoke, finding nothing. He quickly raised both arms and released an air cannon, clearing the smoke to reveal only rubble. "This is for hurting my little brother," Izuku said, his voice now more feminine, and his eyes glowing purple. Before Shigaraki could react, a bullet ripped through his abdomen. Izuku charged forward, eyes turning silver, and reared his fist back, slamming it into Shigaraki's face. "Tenko, if you're in there, please tell me," Izuku pleaded, looking at Shigaraki, who was slowly healing from his new wounds. Tenko is dead." Shigaraki cackled, his laughter echoing in the chaos. "I'm all that's left." Izuku closed his eyes. "Then my grandson truly is gone." Shigaraki lunged forward, but Izuku quickly dodged by using his float quirk to fly over him. He swung his body, kicking Shigaraki in the side, breaking his ribs again and sending him flying. "Dimenu!" Shigaraki shouted as he spotted a Nomu with a long-range quirk. He slammed his hand to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke, then snatched the Nomu and swung his arm forward, a laser-like beam forming in it. Izuku's eyes shifted momentarily, and he jumped out of the way, dodging the attack. "Nana, let me take over," said All for One. As the smoke cleared, Shigaraki noticed that Izuku was standing straighter than usual, his eyes glowing red once again. I told you, Shigaraki, you won't win this battle. You have already lost, all for one said through Izuku. And I told you I will win. When I do, I shall become the dark god of this world. Shigaraki retorted. You say that, yet you are losing this battle with each passing second. Anger clouded Shigaraki's vision as he charged at Izuku. Izuku parried the attack, channeling 140% of his power into his fist and punching Shigaraki away. You just keep getting in my way. Shigaraki's hand armor was falling apart as he glared at Izuku with pure hatred. You're right, I do. And now you'll fight someone else you truly hate. Izuku's eyes turned blue, and a massive smile appeared on his face. Faster than Shigaraki could predict, Izuku appeared before him with his fist reared back. United States of Smash. A massive explosion ripped through the area, destroying Shigaraki's upper body and sending him flying, bouncing away until he finally came to a stop. DMNU. 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 Izuku's eyes returned to green, but the lightning surrounding him changed colors, reflecting all the previous users. I told you, Shigaraki. One shall stand and one shall fall, Izuku declared, glaring at him. Deep within Izuku's mind, where 8 previous users resided, a 9th chair formed. Hisashi walked towards it and sat upon it, uniting one for all and all for one once again. The lightning enveloping Izuku exploded with power, intensifying as his strength nearly doubled. All for all, 100%. Fa Gene, second gear, Izuku said as the last bits of green in his hair disappeared. His right eye turned red with a black scara, while his left eye became an even brighter green. The lightning around him exploded in power, changing colors to show all the previous users and all for one. Faster than the human eye could see, Izuku appeared before Shigaraki and punched him with enough force to send him flying across the crater. The sonic boom followed as Izuku appeared behind him. Izuku's leg shot up, hitting Shigaraki in the back and snapping his spine, sending him soaring through the sky. Third gear, Izuku stated as he shot up into the sky, building a massive amount of power into his fist. Final gear, explosion, impact recoil, kinetic booster, he announced, delivering a punch that destroyed what was left of Shigaraki's armor and negated his durability quirks. Shigaraki's body slammed into the ground with enough force to shake what remained of Tokyo, causing another earthquake. What's happening? Why can't I see him? All those explosions. He's moving so fast that sound can't keep up, Shigaraki thought as his body slowly healed from the wounds, but it cost him a lot of energy. This is where it all ends, Tamura, Izuku said, landing on the ground and walking towards him. Shigaraki was cut off as Izuku entered second gear, appearing before him and placing his hand on his stomach. Hollow point, he said, releasing a massive explosion that blew apart Shigaraki's side, causing his insides to spill out. Shigaraki quickly grabbed at them, trying to hold them in. Shigaraki looked up in rage, only to be met with another punch that cracked his skull and shattered the ground beneath him. Izuku appeared above him, ready to punch again, but Shigaraki managed to move out of the way. He didn't get far, as Izuku shifted to third gear, using Black Whip to grab him and fling him over himself, slamming him into the ground. "Eninyu!" Shigaraki screamed in pain as he struggled to stand. He debated using his revival quirk but realized that if he did, he would only have 3 minutes to live. 5 minutes, Izuku. That's how long you have before your body gives out using my quirk, the second user warned. Very well. In the next 5 minutes, Tamura, your life will end, Izuku declared, noticing hundreds of Nomu charging at him, overwhelming the heroes. I just need to see. Shigaraki's thought was cut short as he saw Izuku's fist hitting him in the face, tearing half his head off, leaving only part of his brain, lower jaw, and a destroyed eye. His body flew through multiple buildings before coming to a stop, torn through steel support beams of a destroyed structure. Shigaraki's body convulsed, and a new version emerged. He looked at his army and saw that the 500 Nomu that charged at Izuku were simply dead. Izuku's eyes burned into his very soul. No. I need to escape. Black sludge poured from his mouth, but Izuku appeared, grabbing his mouth and forcing his lower jaw back until it stopped against his spinal cord. I didn't say you were allowed to escape. You still have to pay for everything you did to every single person you hurt, Tamura, Izuku said, raising his arm. Todoroki jumped out of the way of blue flames but couldn't dodge the flame claws that cut into his stomach and chest. He rolled onto the ground, quickly building a wall of ice before powering up his flames. Dabi melted through the ice and charged at his younger brother, but was met by a massive wave of flames. Toya, please fight. I know you're stronger than this. Todoroki screamed, hoping to reach his brother. Sadly, no matter how much Dabi tried to fight, he couldn't fully break the mind control Shigaraki had placed on him. All he could do was try to divert some of his attacks to avoid killing Todoroki. Kill me, Dabi groaned in pain. No. I can't hurt my brother. Todoroki shouted, tears streaming down his face. Our family is just starting to heal, but now. Dad is gone, and you've become this. Toya, please come back. We can't lose anyone else. Dabi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he remained under the influence of mind control and charged at his younger brother. Just as Todoroki prepared to launch another attack, a cannonball struck Dabi in the face. Todoroki, are you okay? Momo asked, breathing from exhaustion after fighting and creating medical supplies and gear to combat the Nomu. She was running on fumes but was determined to keep going until the battle was over. I'm fine. But why are you here? You're supposed to be supporting everyone, he replied. I came to help you. I'm not going to let you face him alone, she insisted. Todoroki regarded her for a moment before sighing. Very well. But please help me try to restrain him. Maybe there's hope we can reverse this. Momo nodded and created a heat-resistant shield along with a gun filled with tranquilizer bullets. I'll keep him busy while you try to hit him with as many of those as you can, all right? Todoroki instructed. Got it, she replied. Todoroki charged at Dabi, creating an ice slide to move faster. He ducked under a swing and unleashed a massive wave of ice at Dabi. Meanwhile, Momo positioned herself on the other side, firing tranquilizer bullets strong enough to take down an elephant. Dabi quickly melted through the ice and swiped at Shoto, who dodged the attack and retaliated with a blast of flames, forcing Dabi to shield his face. Kirishima charged forward, entering his Red Riot unbreakable mode, and absorbed a punch from Spinner, who was rampaging through the area. You won't get past me, he shouted, digging his feet into the ground and gripping Spinner's chest to hold on. Spinner roared in fury and slammed his massive arms down onto Kirishima, but he stood firm, determined to protect everyone. Just keep holding. If everyone can keep fighting, then so can I. Kirishima encouraged himself as he endured the onslaught. The punches grew stronger as Spinner's rage intensified, creating a small crater beneath them. Eat this, a familiar voice yelled. Spinner turned, only to be met with a punch that broke his jaw, nearly causing him to break free from Kirishima's grasp. Fat gum! Kirishima exclaimed, recognizing him. Keep holding, Kirishima, while we take him down. Fat gum commanded. Tetsu charged in and punched Spinner, followed by Kendo, who slammed her enlarged hands onto Spinner's head. As Spinner stumbled, Kirishima headbutt him, breaking his nose and jaw. The four of them continued to pummel Spinner, refusing to stop until he collapsed. Spinner swung his arm wildly, but Fat Gum absorbed the impact and seized his arm, allowing Kendo and Tetsu to strike from different angles, breaking his arm. Compress unleashed a flurry of marbles, but Shiro and Ida worked in perfect sync to dodge and counterattack. No matter how hard Compress tried to hit them, they were always one step ahead. Recipro boost! Ida shouted as Shiro used his tape to propel him around Compress, giving him the chance to deliver a powerful kick. In response, Compress sent out more marbles, but before he could act, a blade pierced through his shoulder, freezing him in place. Stain! Ida said, recognizing the hero killer. You're not my target. I have a real monster to hunt. Either take him down or restrain him well enough that he can't escape, Stain instructed as he raced past them toward Izuku and Shigaraki. Shiro quickly wrapped Compress in tape, leaving only a small opening for him to breathe. Ida, are you okay? Shiro asked. Yes. We need to keep fighting, Ida replied as he ran off. As they continued, a massive explosion rocked the area. They spotted a small white speck flying through the sky, trying to escape, but a green and black figure intercepted it, hitting it with enough force to disperse the clouds. The white speck crashed to the ground, shaking what remained of Tokyo. Mina, Ochako, and Tsuyu charged forward. Ochako ducked under a swipe from a Nomu and quickly slapped it, while Mina sent a wave of acid at it, slowly eating away at its flesh. Tsuyu then grabbed the Nomu by its leg and flung it away as Ochako reactivated gravity on it. "Come on, we need to keep him," she started, but was interrupted by the ground shaking as Shigaraki was slammed down. Buildings began to collapse, and one was falling toward them. Ochako quickly shoved her friends out of the way, using her quirk to ensure their escape. "I'm sorry, Izuku, Eri, Rumi, Dad. Himiko. But I won't be coming home," thought Ochako as the building continued to fall towards her. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. "My queen!" yelled Gigantomachia as he ran as fast as he could, using his body as a shield to protect Ochako from the collapsing structure. "Ochako!" screamed Mina and Tsu as they witnessed the building completely collapse on both of them. After a few agonizing seconds, something incredible happened. The building gained a slight pink hue before it lifted high off the ground, allowing Gigantomachia to move. Once he was clear, the building began to shake before finally collapsing. Mina and Tsu rushed forward to check on Ochako, both thinking the same thing. She must be experiencing a quirk awakening. "Why won't you die?" screamed Shigaraki as he attempted to counter Izuku's attack. "Down gear," Izuku said, slowing to almost a complete stop. "Final gear." He moved faster than before, his body gaining strength from All for All, and punched Shigaraki with a powerful blow. Shigaraki's body warped, and his healing quirk struggled to keep him functioning. "Every ounce of pain you caused, I remembered it all, and now you're going to feel everything you put everyone through," Izuku shouted, moving even faster as his punches grew more brutal. "Fa Gene, explosion, Fa gear shift," Izuku said, disappearing from sight. Shigaraki's body seemed to be hit from every angle all at once, and as he fell to his knees, several sonic booms echoed through the air. "Decay!" Shigaraki screamed as he tried to retaliate against Izuku, but a massive wave of smoke hit him, and a black chain ripped through his arm. Izuku appeared high above him. "Quintuple smash!" Izuku declared. 4 massive fist marks appeared on Shigaraki's chest, causing him to cough up blood. "DMNU!" Shigaraki muttered, glaring at Izuku before spotting Aizawa in the distance. "If I can steal his quirk, then I'll win." With all his strength, he exploded forward, but Izuku grabbed him by the leg and slammed him into the ground. "I didn't tell you that you could leave," Izuku said as he approached. "This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to kill you and take what is rightfully mine." Shigaraki screamed. Izuku paused, looking at him for a moment. "This quirk was never yours. You're nothing more than a cancer that needs to be eradicated. And this is where it finally ends, Tamura. I'm going to end this right here, right now," Izuku declared as All for All surged with power. "No. This is where I finally K." Shigaraki couldn't finish as All for One fought back against him, along with every quirk he possessed, even his own was resisting him. "Final gear," Izuku said as he punched Shigaraki high into the sky. "No. Stop resisting me," Shigaraki shouted. Izuku appeared above him, and a single bolt of lightning struck Shigaraki. Izuku opened his eyes, finding himself in a completely black void. He heard screaming and turned to see where it was coming from. "You're supposed to be dead," Shigaraki yelled, held back by every quirk he possessed. His own body was starting to decay from a single point on his chest where Tenko had touched him. Tenko removed his hand and looked up at Izuku. I'm sorry. I didn't want this to happen." Izuku slowly walked to him and gently kneeled down. "I'm sorry. I wish I could have stopped him. But he was too strong." Tenko trailed off, but was cut off when Izuku hugged him. For the first time in over 18 years, he received a true hug from someone. "Tenko, you're a hero." "Final!" Izuku screamed as the power of All for All exploded to new heights, combining all the quirks within him to give him even more strength. I am. Tenko said, looking up at Izuku. Yes, Tenko, you're a hero. Despite being alone and scared, you still fought and tried to stop him. You're a hero, Tenko, Izuku reassured him. No! Shigaraki screamed as his body began to break down further, along with every quirk he had stolen. They were sacrificing themselves to ensure he couldn't escape. Smile, Tenko. That's what heroes do, Izuku said, pulling him into a tighter hug. Tenko hugged him back, a smile forming on his face, happy that he was saved and that he had finally become a hero. Nana would be proud of you, Izuku said before everything went white. Tenko opened his eyes, smiling as he looked up at Izuku. Behind him stood everyone who had supported him, each giving him a part of their strength to finally end this fight once and for all. Thank you, Izuku, he said, closing his eyes with a smile. Smash! Izuku shouted. A massive explosion erupted, creating winds and shockwaves so powerful that Japan shook, and tsunami warning devices were activated across the Pacific. Earthquake sensors in America registered a level 5 earthquake. In the crater, all the Nomu that had worked for Shigaraki suddenly stopped moving, standing still as if waiting for orders. Everyone watched the center of the massive crater, waiting for the smoke to clear. After what felt like hours, the smoke finally dissipated enough to reveal a sight that would forever be etched in their memories. Izuku stood above what was left of Shigaraki's body, his costume nearly destroyed, his cape and scarf barely hanging on but still flapping in the wind. His right arm, broken but raised high into the sky, signaled to the world that he had won and the battle was finally over. They all stood motionless, waiting for orders, except for one couple who managed to keep their composure. We won, Mina said, holding her injured arm. We won. Ochako smiled as she looked at Izuku, who stood tall despite the chaos around them. Cheers erupted as everyone began jumping and screaming in happiness, while some cried tears of relief. At you, Rumi was overwhelmed with joy, holding both Kana and Katsuki close. Himiko hugged her tightly, sharing in the happiness that the pain had finally come to an end. Izuku's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed, but he raised his arm, tears streaming down his face. With the battle over, they now faced the daunting task of rebuilding and helping those who had suffered under Shigaraki's reign of terror. Even with all of Izuku's healing abilities, he felt unable to rise. But as he looked at everyone around him, he knew he had to stand up, no matter the pain. Get up, he thought, slowly putting weight on his legs and rising to his full height. Now that the battle is over, we must rebuild. We have to show the world that we can still stand and keep fighting, Izuku declared. The era of hope had truly begun as the darkness receded. The clouds above parted, and rays of sunshine broke through. A day passed since the battle, and the Nomu were restrained and sent to prisons while the IHA and world governments decided their fate. Izuku sat in UA with his family, holding Kana, who was peacefully asleep while clutching his finger. She's definitely going to be a daddy's girl like Eri, Ochako thought, watching the scene with Rumi and Himiko. Eri leaned against Izuku, also asleep, holding Katsuki, determined to be the best big sister ever. So, Izuku, now that the battle is over, what will we do? Rumi asked, glancing at him. I want to help those who were turned into Nomu. If I can't, I'll train Eri to do so. They don't deserve that kind of suffering. They should be with their families, celebrating freedom from fear, Izuku replied. After that, Dad and I will work to capitalize on the unity among countries. We need to convince them to create a society where quirks can be used safely. Maybe we can establish a system where only heroes can use their quirks to fight villains. Himiko smiled and leaned her forehead against his. I know if anyone can do this, it will be you, Izuku. Thank you, Himiko. We need to change society. We can't allow another Shigaraki or Dabi to emerge. We must strive to be better, Izuku said, his voice filled with determination. It's sad that people can be like that, but we still have to try so no one else suffers because of their quirks, Ochako added. Hopefully, one day we can reach that point, Himiko said, sitting next to Izuku and gently trailing her hand over his. She noticed that the green in his hair had vanished, leaving only snow-white strands, reminiscent of Eri and his father. I have to admit, the white hair looks really good on you. Rumi and Ochako nodded in agreement, feeling that something about his new look made him even more attractive. A few days later, reconstruction in Tokyo began. The heroes worked tirelessly to rebuild, and society began to view them as heroes once more, expressing gratitude for their sacrifices. Meanwhile, Izuku visited the new prison where the Nomu were held, focusing on one in particular. "Tell me, are you still in there, Dabi?" Izuku asked. "I'm still here," Dabi replied, his voice barely recognizable. "I'm here to discuss a few things. First, how long have you been under Shigaraki's control?" Izuku inquired. "Battle. Okawa," Dabi managed to say, his words strained. "You will still face punishment, but there may be some leniency given your situation," Izuku said, standing up. "And know that it might be possible to reverse what's been done to you." After leaving, Dabi looked down at his altered form, filled with regret for what he had become. Just then, the cell door opened, and he looked up to see his family standing there, staring at him in shock. Ray whispered, covering her mouth in disbelief. Dabi turned away, unable to face them, burdened by the pain he had caused. Fuyumi stepped closer to the glass, placing her hand against it. "Titoya," she called out, her voice filled with desperation. "Toya, please, talk to us," Natsuo urged, recalling their last conversation. If only he had actually listened, then maybe none of this would have happened. Dabi slowly looked up at his family, a pained expression in his eyes. The other Todoroki members approached the glass where Fuyumi was, determined not to abandon Toya again. Izuku exited the prison and used his ability to float, landing on the roof of a nearby building where he waited for someone to arrive. "So, the great Deku has graced me with his presence," a voice called out. Izuku turned to see Stain crouching on the edge of the building, studying him with keen eyes. "I wanted to talk to you. After what you did for us, I won't track you down right away. I'll give you a day head start," Izuku said. Stain chuckled softly. A day wouldn't be nearly enough time to hide from him. "What did you want to discuss then?" he asked, intrigued by what the hero of the world had to say. "I simply wanted to say thank you. Looking back on our fight and your philosophy, I understand why you did what you did. Our society is corrupt, breeding people who seek power and control for the sake of fame and fortune. Yet, despite this, there are still good people who show us how we should act, not just what society dictates. The more I reflect on this, the more I realize that, in a strange way, you are right about certain things. We do need to change society and heroes," Izuku explained. "And how do you plan to accomplish this?" Stain asked, genuinely curious now. "The first step is to change our education system and our view of heroism. It shouldn't be about money or popularity, it should be about helping people because it's the right thing to do. Then, I'll work on changing society's perspective as well. It will be a long and challenging journey, but it's a hero's job to endure anything to save people, and that's what I intend to do," Izuku replied. They exchanged a look before a small smile appeared on Stain's face. "Our world is in good hands with people like you and your class. They are all true heroes, and I can't wait to see what kind of heroes they will become once they graduate. Until next time, Deku, and thank you for saving us all." Izuku watched as the hero killer vanished, then looked down at the roof where he had once faced despair over a year ago. "So much has changed since that day," he said, gazing at the setting sun. He checked his phone and saw that Rumi was asking him to return since it was the first day that Class 2A would meet Katsuki and Kana. "Things sure have changed," Hisashi said, appearing beside him. "The evil I created is now gone, and the world is in better hands. I'll make sure to create a better world. Too many people suffered for us to get here, but I'll ensure their sacrifices were not in vain," Izuku declared, feeling the power of all for all coursing through him, arcs of blackish red and green lightning crackling around him. He jumped off, heading back to the 2A dorms. As he flew, he saw destruction, but also countless ordinary people assisting construction workers, firefighters, police, and heroes. "The gears have only just started turning, but we are on our way to a better future," Yoichi said with a warm smile. Izuku nodded and landed at the dorms, where he saw Rumi walking with both babies in individual car seats. He gently touched down and looked at them. "Hey, Izuku. Glad you're back. What was so urgent?" Ochako asked. "It was just someone I needed to thank. Now, come on, let's head inside so everyone can meet these two," Izuku said, pointing at the babies. They all agreed and walked inside, but Eri insisted on riding on Izuku's shoulders, which he happily obliged. Once inside, they found all of Class 2A, 2B, the staff, and a few other heroes celebrating their victory thanks to Izuku's efforts against Shigaraki. The girls immediately rushed over, gushing about how cute the babies were, and began asking Rumi if childbirth was really as painful as women claimed. Rumi was swept away by the girls, who bombarded her with questions, especially Kyoka, who was expecting her own baby in a couple of months. The guys cheered for Izuku, patting him on the back and thanking him. During the celebration, Izuku spoke with nearly everyone in the room, but he noticed one person was missing: Nizu, who was outside looking up at the moon. Izuku stepped outside and sat next to him. "Are you okay, Principal Nizu?" he asked. "Oh yes, I am. Just a bit sad," Nizu replied, still gazing at the moon. "Why is that?" Izuku inquired. "Because my journey in this story is coming to an end. Once this is all finished, Izuku, I'll be handing the reins over to you while I work on other stories," Nizu explained. Izuku looked at him in shock. "But why are you leaving? You should still be here." Nizu chuckled warmly and looked at Izuku. "Every author knows when it's time to let a book end. In a few days, or maybe a week or two, this one shall conclude." They sat in silence for a moment before Nizu looked back up at the starry night. "You can go back inside, Izuku. I'll be fine, don't worry." Izuku nodded and patted Nizu on the back before returning inside to join everyone. "Over a year and a couple of months ago, I started this story all because of one picture. It's quite sad to end it, but every book has to come to a close," Nizu said before he stood up and walked off to his office, leaving everyone to enjoy the party. As Nizu entered his office, he sat down at his desk and opened his Wattpad app. "I need a good cover art for the final chapter. Hopefully, I can find one, or maybe someone will create one featuring Izuku, Rumi, Ochako, and Himiko together with all their kids and Eri. Yes, that would be a great picture to have for the last chapter of my book," he mused quietly as he returned to writing. 10 years later, a 16-year-old Eri opened her eyes and slowly got up from bed, stretching her back with a series of pops. She looked around her room and smiled at the posters of her favorite heroes, including Izuku, Rumi, and Ochako. After getting out of bed and doing a few stretches, she opened her door and headed downstairs. Entering the kitchen, she saw Rumi making breakfast for everyone. Over the years, Rumi hadn't changed much, except for growing her hair out again. "Good morning, Mama," Eri said as she walked over and gave her a quick hug. "Good morning, sweetie," Rumi replied, standing on her toes to kiss Eri's forehead since Eri was slightly taller. "Are you excited for your first day at UA?" "Yes, I am." "Where are Mom, Mommy, and Papa?" Eri asked as she poured extra water into the rice cooker. "Well, Himiko is outside in the garden trying to pick vegetables, even though I've told her multiple times to stop since she's 9 months pregnant. Ochako is in an important meeting in Tokyo, but she promised to be here to see you off for your first day at UA, Rumi explained. Izuku had to leave Japan because of a bad earthquake that hit India, so he's helping with the relief effort. Eri smiled at this, but then she heard what sounded like a stampede. She looked over and saw Katsuki and Kana running down the stairs. "Mama, he stole my favorite toy," Kana exclaimed, stomping her foot in anger, her rabbit ears flopping backward. Kana had long white hair with bits of green, curly like Izuku's. "That's because you broke mine," Katsuki retorted, glaring at his sister, his rabbit feet catching fire as he breathed out green flames in frustration. Katsuki had short white hair with tiny tints of green. Rumi narrowed her eyes at her 2 oldest kids, and they froze under her gaze. "Knock it off, your younger siblings are sleeping." "Yes, Mama," they both replied, fear evident in their voices. "Mama, what's with all that noise?" Nana asked sleepily as she walked down the stairs. Nana was Izuku's and Ochako's first child, with long white hair and bright brown eyes, big and round like Ochako's, along with puffy cheeks and a line of freckles. At 6 years old, she had pink pads on her fingers, a trait from her quirk that allowed her to lift up to 40 tons. Kana and Katsuki are being pains, Eri answered. Like usual, Rumi muttered, glaring at her 2 oldest kids. Soon, the other children joined them, starting with Yori, Izuku's and Himiko's first child. At 4 years old, she had blonde hair, cat ears, and a blonde cat tail. Her quirk, known as Hellcat, allowed her to generate flames from her tail and around her ears, hands, and feet. Next came Toshi, who had Ochako's straight hair but it was white. With bright green eyes and a permanent blush on his face, he was Izuku and Ochako's second child, just turned 5, and his quirk was a strength enhancer, allowing him to lift 200 pounds. Following him was Reiko, with long curly brown hair, a permanent blush, freckles, and greenish-brown eyes. She was 3 years old. Eri went upstairs and returned with 2 babies, the latest pair of twins from Izuku and Rumi. The first was Rimi, with straight green hair and white highlights, sharp eyes like Rumi's but soft green like Izuku's. The second was Akira, with slightly curly white hair and big round red eyes. They were both 1 year old, and after Rumi had them, she officially retired to become a stay-at-home mom, which she enjoyed. Eri placed both babies in their high chairs. Akira babbled at her, waving his chubby arms. Yes, I know. Don't worry, Mama will give you your food, Akira, she said, strapping them in. She looked at Rimi, who was playing with her doll and making gurgling sounds. Everyone sat down at the large kitchen table, and Rumi began serving breakfast. Just then, the back door opened, and Himiko walked in, wearing a black shirt dress with one hand resting on her heavily PR'd belly. She had her hair tied up in a ponytail at the back of her head. Good morning, everyone, she said as she walked over and gave Rumi a quick kiss before sitting down at one of the available seats. Good morning, Mom Himiko, they all replied, looking at her. So, Eri, are you excited for your first day at UA as a student? Himiko asked, starting to eat her rice. Fincham, Koda and I are really excited for school and to learn to be heroes. I want to be a hero like Mommy and be a rescue one, Eri said. I bet. After Izuku defeated Shigaraki, the world has become a much better place, and over these last 10 years, almost every country has been working together, Rumi said while feeding both Rimi and Akira. Yeah, it's been a much better place. Izuku has been working so hard to make sure people with villain-like quirks aren't ostracized because of it, Himiko added with a smile. Daddy makes everything better, Yori said, grabbing her tail for comfort. You're not wrong about that, Kana chimed in, her rabbit ears wiggling with happiness. They continued to chat about various topics, and Toshi talked about how he was going to be a great hero like his dad, which made them all laugh, especially when Katsuki declared he would be the next number 1, leading to a playful argument between the brothers. Eri giggled at her siblings' antics. It always made her happy, especially since she got to be a big sister to all of them. Yet, she was still a daddy's girl and his little unicorn princess, according to her moms. She cherished the affection. Eri Wonson, Nana said, when you come back from school, can you help me with training? What, you don't want to train with me? Rumi asked, looking at her. No offense, Mama, but your training is pretty harsh, Nana replied. A storm cloud seemed to form over Rumi's head. My daughter doesn't like my training. They all sweat-dropped at that. Ever since Kana and Katsuki were born, Rumi had become an even more doting mother, always doing her best to spend time with them and ensure they were happy. I'll train with you, Mama, Kana and Katsuki said. Yeah, me too, Toshi added. I'll train as well, Yori said shyly. Rumi smiled. Her kids did love her. Just then, the door opened, and 2 people walked in. Good morning, everyone, Ochako said, taking off her boots and walking toward the kitchen. How is everyone? The children greeted their mother with joyful exclamations as they rushed to hug her tightly. Ochako laughed, embracing them warmly. In their high chairs, Rimi and Akira squealed with delight, waving their arms excitedly. Rumi approached Ochako, welcoming her back with a quick kiss. Her gaze then shifted to the figure standing in the doorway, a warm smile spreading across her face as she acknowledged him. Izuku stood tall at 6 feet 3 inches, a blend of muscular strength and lean agility. He had recently cut his hair, opting for a shorter style on top with buzzed sides and back. After merging one for all and all for one to create all for all, his right eye retained its red hue while his left remained green. As he entered, his children rushed to him, tackling him in a group hug, which he reciprocated with enthusiasm. He expressed his happiness at being back with them. Katsuki, in his usual muttering mode, eagerly inquired about the villains Izuku had faced, asking how many he had defeated and if he had taken their quirks. Kana joined in, asking how many people he had saved, her excitement evident. Yuri climbed onto Izuku's shoulders, wrapping her arms around his head and her tail around him, expressing how much she had missed him. Izuku responded affectionately, scratching under her chin, which elicited a happy purr from her. Nana, full of enthusiasm, requested to see his impressive quirks, especially Katsuki's. Izuku chuckled, promising to show her after breakfast. This news delighted Nana. Toshi, with stars in his eyes, asked if they could spar, his passion for training evident. Reiko, a devoted daddy's girl, hugged Izuku tighter, relishing the moment. Izuku informed them that he needed to take Eri to UA first, prompting the children to head back to the kitchen. He shared kisses with both Ochako and Himiko, who returned the affection. However, before he could pull away from Himiko, she playfully bit his lip, signaling her longing for his blood. In response, he squeezed her thigh under the table, knowing it was a sensitive spot for her. She looked into his eyes, catching a glint that sent shivers down her spine, wishing she weren't P-Arginine so he could unleash his full intensity once more. Despite the circumstances, she thought it would be worth it. He then turned to Rimi and Akira, kissing them both on the forehead, which prompted happy squeals from the little ones. Taking his seat, he lifted his arm for Himiko, who playfully bit it and began to drink his blood. As he scooped up rice for his meal, he asked Eri if she was excited to start UA that day. With a bright smile, Eri expressed her enthusiasm, mentioning that she and her friends, Koda and Satsuki, were determined to become the next big trio. Kana teased Eri about possibly getting a boyfriend now that she was in high school. The atmosphere shifted as Izuku's protective instincts kicked in, his eyes shadowed and a sickly sweet smile forming on his face as he declared that anyone who hurt his little, unicorn princess, would face severe consequences. Rumi, Ochako, and Himiko playfully reprimanded him, reminding him that Eri was growing up, but they all agreed that anyone who harmed her would indeed pay. The children, including Rimi and Akira, exchanged glances, slightly bewildered. Eri, feeling the need to assert her independence, reminded her parents that she was 16 and could have a boyfriend if she wanted. However, she added that if anyone was unkind, she would allow them to speak to him. They all recalled the day when Koda had accidentally flirted with Eri in Izuku's presence. The memory of Izuku's fierce reaction, which had left a new trench in the ground, made everyone laugh. As they continued their meal, Katsuki suddenly called for everyone's attention, turning on the TV and announcing that there was something important to see. The family gathered in the living room, their eyes glued to the large flat screen displaying the news. The news anchor greeted viewers, sharing the pleasant weather forecast of a comfortable 76 degrees with a light breeze and some cloud cover. The report also highlighted the completion of new statues by the IHA and Uraraka Construction, capturing the family's interest as they settled in to watch. The screen changed to reveal an older All Might, now with gray hair and accompanied by a service dog. Beside him stood Inko, who had lost much of her weight, her hair also showing signs of gray, and her face marked with wrinkles. All Might addressed the audience, announcing that after 4 years of construction, the 10 statues had finally been completed. 9 of the statues were present, while the 10th would be revealed later in the day in the center of Tokyo. With excitement, he presented the statues to the world. As the large tarps covering the statues were removed, the 9 figures were unveiled. Each statue was slightly larger than the Statue of Liberty, representing the 9 bearers of One for All. They were arranged in order, each named and numbered, with their hands extended outward from the coast of Tokyo toward the sea, inviting everyone to come to Japan, assuring them of safety. During the planning, Some of the builders and sponsors had suggested that Izuku's statue be covered in gold, but he had firmly declined, insisting that his statue be made from the same stone material as the others, supported by a metal skeletal structure. Watching the statues, Izuku felt a wave of happiness. This moment signified that the previous users of One for All were finally receiving the gratitude they deserved after all this time. He glanced at the clock and realized it was almost time for school. He decided to take Eri to school and encouraged her to say goodbye to everyone. Eri nodded and hugged everyone before she and Izuku left. He picked her up on his back, just as he had when she was younger, and with a bend of his legs, they soared into the sky. The wind rushed through her hair as her bright red eyes took in the expansive view of the area, nearby towns, and the city. She loved riding on his back, enjoying the sights. After a few minutes, they arrived at UA High School. Once they landed, Izuku set Eri down, and people immediately recognized the number 1 hero, Deku, the symbol of hope. The crowd erupted in excitement, with people exclaiming in disbelief at his presence. They noticed him dropping off his daughter, Eri, and rushed toward him, seeking hugs, autographs, and photos. Izuku happily obliged but asked for a moment to gather himself, allowing Eri some space. He approached Eri, gently rubbing her head, which made her smile. He expressed his pride in the remarkable young woman she had become, assuring her that he would always support her as she embarked on her journey to become a hero. He leaned down and kissed her forehead tenderly. Eri expressed her love for him, promising to make him proud. With a smile, she entered the school, while Izuku addressed the eager crowd. As Eri walked down the halls, she received many surprised looks, being the adoptive daughter of Deku and known for reversing the Nomus back to their original forms. After a few minutes, she spotted the door to Class 1A, realizing that her journey to become a hero was about to truly begin. She opened the door to find the classroom filled with students, many of whom were children of heroes. Eri found an open seat next to Koda and Satsuki, greeting them warmly. They exchanged pleasantries, and Eri shared her excitement about starting her first day at UA. Just then the door opened and a tall, lanky man with medium-length lavender hair entered. He wore a face mask and a scarf around his neck, with noticeable bags under his eyes. As he approached the podium, he greeted the class, and one student in the back remarked in awe that he was Deku's sidekick. Eri was excited about the prospect of getting an autograph from a famous hero, her enthusiasm evident as she bounced around. Shinso, however, was feeling the weight of exhaustion from his extra hero duties and the lively energy of his 2 daughters and wife. He shot a glare at the others, expressing his need for quiet. Eri found amusement in her uncle's grumpiness, recalling how his children inherited their mother Mei's spirited nature rather than Shinso's more laid-back demeanor. While Eri was at school, Izuku stood atop the newly constructed Freedom Tower, the headquarters of his agency located in the heart of Tokyo. He gazed over the nearly completed cityscape with a warm smile, reflecting on how much better life had become for the people around him. Izuku thought back over the past decade, recalling the significant events that had shaped their lives. About 1.5 years after the climactic battle, he, Himiko, Ochako, and Rumi had all married in a quiet ceremony attended by close friends and family. Their honeymoon in Hawaii was memorable, filled with laughter and love, though it also required Izuku to purchase a new bed daily for the entire 2 weeks. It was during this time that Himiko began to heal, allowing them to share physical affection, which Izuku approached with care and consideration. A few months after the battle with Shigaraki, Kyoko welcomed a daughter named Chihiro. The little girl had straight, slightly spiky yellow hair, a black mark resembling her mother's, and violet eyes that mirrored Kyoko's. As she turned 4, Chihiro discovered her quirk, electric earphone jack, which granted her abilities similar to her mother's while also allowing her to shock her opponents. Izuku offered her a position at his hero agency to help her gain experience, and she accepted eagerly, working alongside him for 6 years before establishing her own small agency. Kyoka achieved remarkable success, ranking among the top 30 heroes in the country, and nearly won the title of Most Attractive Heroine 1 year. 2 years after the battle, Shoto and Momo tied the knot and welcomed a set of twins, now 5 years old. Their daughter, Suzuki, had striking white and black hair, her mother's features, and Shoto's eyes. Her quirk, ice creation, enabled her to conjure anything from ice, limited only by her imagination. Her twin brother, Toya, sported red and black hair, resembling Shoto in face but with Momo's eyes. His quirk, fire creation, allowed him to create fire in a manner similar to his sister's ice abilities. Momo ranked among the top 15 strongest heroes, while Shoto achieved the impressive title of the second strongest hero in the nation. After the battle with Shigaraki, Kirishima and Mina formed a family, welcoming 3 children. Their eldest, Reiji, was a boy with long spiky pink hair and red eyes, adorned with horns atop his head. His quirk, acidic hardening, allowed him to produce acid that could harden beyond steel. At 7 years old, he looked up to his uncle Katsuki, who embraced the role of an older brother figure. Their second child was a girl with pink skin and black hair, her eyes characterized by black sclera and red irises, along with yellow horns. Her quirk was a more potent version of Mina's, and at 5, she exhibited a spirited personality reminiscent of her mother. The youngest, a boy with messy black hair and yellow eyes, was only 3, and his quirk remained a mystery, though he was notably more reserved than his siblings. Mina had secured a position among the top 20 strongest heroes in Japan, and rumors suggested she might soon take maternity leave again, as Kirishima had mentioned her experiencing morning sickness. Kirishima himself ranked as the 4th strongest hero, just behind Ida, who held the 3rd position. After the battle, Ida had chosen to travel abroad, assisting various countries, and had not returned to Japan for 2 years. Izuku chuckled at the thought of Ida meeting a wonderful girl in Britain, noting that she was remarkably similar to him in many ways. After the battle, Shinso and Mei got married and welcomed 2 daughters into their family. Their first child, Hinata, was a 7-year-old girl with long, messy violet hair and striking violet eyes, reminiscent of her father's. Despite her eye bags, she had a spirited personality similar to Mei's. Hinata possessed a quirk that was a stronger version of her father's, showcasing her unique abilities. Their second daughter, Rei, was 6 years old and had pink dreadlocks with hints of violet. Her bright yellow eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she often found comfort sleeping next to her father in a sleeping bag. Rue's quirk, known as sight control, allowed her to manipulate others simply by making eye contact. Shinso had established himself among the top 20 heroes, but he preferred to work underground, ensuring that not many people were aware of his activities, which suited him just fine. Mei, on the other hand, had become the world's greatest inventor, with a waiting list for her gears stretching nearly 3 years long. Most of their classmates from classes 2A and 2B had also found love, settled down, and started families while continuing their heroic endeavors. Izuku watched the city with a content smile when he received a call from his father. He answered the phone, curious about the reason for the call. All Might informed him that the 10th statue was about to be revealed and expressed his longing for Izuku to be present for the occasion, eager to see his son's reaction. Izuku agreed and prepared to join his father. All Might smiled, anticipating his son's arrival, and stepped aside as Izuku jumped down to the ground, landing in the exact spot where All Might had just been. Izuku greeted the crowd with enthusiasm, mimicking his father's iconic phrase, which brought a slight blush to All Might's cheeks as he reflected on how he sounded. The crowd gasped in excitement upon seeing Izuku, bombarding him with questions and snapping pictures in hopes of capturing the moment with the #1 hero. Izuku apologized for his sudden appearance, explaining that his father had summoned him to witness the statue, which he estimated to be around 30 feet tall, located in the heart of Tokyo. As All Might approached the podium to deliver a lengthy speech, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Meanwhile, in a new rehabilitation center for former villains, Izuku had ensured its establishment after the battle to support those who had been driven to villainy by society. Himiko, the head therapist, had successfully helped thousands reform and reintegrate into normal lives, with some even becoming heroes. She entered a room to find Dabi, who had recently been released from his restraints. He looked up from his chair, addressing her by his real name, Toya, and inquired about the impending arrival of a baby. Years after the final battle, Izuku and Eri had visited, and Eri had accomplished what many thought impossible by reverting Toya back to his human form. Unfortunately, she could not heal his burns entirely, as that would have required rewinding him to his childhood. Fortunately, a doctor had been able to heal most of the damage, leaving only significant scar tissue. Himiko informed Toya that the baby was expected to arrive soon, with doctors estimating it would be 1 week from then. Toya expressed his happiness, noting that regular visits from his family, including his mother, had significantly improved his mental state. He shared that he no longer had dark thoughts and had lost the longing to smoke. Himiko reassured him that if his progress continued, he could be released in 3 to 5 years, provided nothing adverse occurred. She also mentioned that she would discuss the possibility of outdoor trials with her supervisor, allowing him to walk around in public under supervision. Toya expressed his longing to surprise his family 1 year by showing up at Christmas, as he preferred not to have them see him in his current situation. Himiko smiled, recognizing that this surprise would greatly benefit him psychologically, far more than their regular sessions. They continued their lesson for the next hour, discussing various topics, including the old League of Villains and their current status. Later, All Might addressed the crowd, acknowledging the bravery of those who had sacrificed themselves to protect the world. He unveiled a statue to honor these heroes. Izuku turned to witness the tarp being removed, and his eyes widened in amazement. The statue depicted his class, along with 2B and the former top 10 heroes from his school days, all standing together in a large circle, holding up a globe. This representation symbolized their commitment to bearing the weight of the world to ensure everyone's safety. Izuku's gaze was particularly drawn to the statues of Katsuki, Endeavor, Denki, and Gran Torino. A tear rolled down his cheek as he smiled at the sight. Around him, the previous users of One for All, along with Hisashi, Katsuki, and Kana, appeared. Nana remarked that the world was truly a better place, to which Yoichi agreed. Izuku approached the statue, placing his hand on it and making a silent promise to always protect the world so that others would never have to endure the hardships they faced. He fist-bumped the statue before walking away, determined to see one last person. "At you." Nizu finished packing his bags and prepared to leave when he heard a knock on his door. Izuku entered, noticing the emptiness of Nizu's office. He asked if Nizu really had to leave. Nizu confirmed that it was time for him to move on, expressing pride in watching the students grow into great heroes who changed the world. Izuku inquired about Nizu's next destination, to which Nizu replied that he would likely go somewhere else to help, as his story at UA had come to an end. Izuku felt a pang of sadness but nodded in understanding. He expressed his gratitude for Nizu's guidance, acknowledging that without him and the staff, their futures might have been very different. Nizu thanked Izuku in return, stating that he had enjoyed being his principal. As Nizu grabbed his suitcase and headed for the exit, he reminded Izuku to take good care of the world. Izuku watched Nizu leave, getting into his car and driving away. Afterward, he exited the office and took a moment to reflect in the halls of UA before making his way to the roof. Standing at the edge, he declared that the world was indeed a better place. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, the symbol of hope, and reflected on his journey before heading home to be with his family.